keynote kan ya? Jadi hadir aja ya. Takut aku miss. Lagi foto Pak. Lagi foto. Oh Mas Nur dari SDM ya? Betul. Mona. Kami mulai Pak Dirjen. Good morning, our dearest distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Today is the second last day. I hope everybody's still very, very enthusiastic before we say goodbye to our charming pavilion, as tomorrow is the last day. So please have a seat. And if you don't mind, I encourage everybody to please fill in the front seat before the last, and we'll leave the back seat to all the audience who's going to join us later on. So today we'll be talking about the renewable energy spotlight, shaping a sustainable future. So global climate challenges reshape the way we produce and consume energy. Renewable energy, with its promise of cleaner and more sustainable power sources, stands at the forefront towards a greener and more resilient future. Renewable energy technologies have then emerged as a beacon of hope in addressing these climate challenges. So this special topic, we will figure out the pivotal role that renewable energy plays in shaping a sustainable future, and what are the advancements, opportunities, and challenges within the renewable energy sector. So to commence our discussion, let's invite all the speakers on stage. Being the first one, he is the Senior Policy Analyst from the Directorate General of New Renewable Energy and Energy Conservation, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Nur Cahyanto. Please come forward and have a seat according to the order on the big screen. And second speaker, she is the head of Corporate Environmental and Sustainability Development of Sampurna Kayu, Ibu Carolina Rosa Wijaya. I shall call you Mbak Caroline, yeah, since she's very young. Okay, the next one is the Deputy Chief Asset Management Officer from Star Energy Geothermal, Bapak Boyke Bratakusuma. Silakan Pak Boyke. Lastly, we have a Senior Manager Business Development Renewable Green Hydrogen of ACWA Power, Ms. Iman Benhayun. And to lead the session, please welcome Pak Nur Adiwardoyo. He's the Secretary Inspectorate General of Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Republic of Indonesia. May I have a huge applause for all the speakers with impressive title and position? Over to you, Pak.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It's Sunday morning in Dubai, noon at Jakarta, and we would like to greet our speakers today, this morning, and also our audience here at the Pavilion Indonesia, and also at YouTube. Hi. Okay. Now, we will be talking about renewable energy. We have government, we have business. Business of Indonesia, business from Saudi.
Saudi Arabia, but we also work in Indonesia.
Yeah, work in Indonesia as well. Thank you, welcome. And so we'll be talking about policy, about business and business progress, and we will hear about Yeah. Geothermal. We will hear about biomass. We will hear about hydrogen energy and many more. Yeah. And so we will see some progress, challenges, opportunities, and way forward. So let's start the session. Pak Cahyo, you will be the first speaker, please. 10 minutes, enough. The time is yours. Please, thank you. Yes, please.
This, Honorable Pak Dirjen, Pak Agus Julianto, and Bapak Nur Adi Wardoyo, and Miss Caroline Rosaro Wijaya, Pak Boyke, Brata Kusuma, Miss Aiman Binayun. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, and please be upon of us. And first and foremost, please allow me to extend a highest gratitude for inviting me in excellent event, and appreciation to all the participants coming here. And today, I would like to share regarding the renewable energy policies and also energy conservations in our Directorate General Renewable Energy and Energy Conservations Directorate General and Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. I have a couple of slides, and maybe for the moderator, if there's time is up, and you can give me a sign. But you know that the climate change, of the impact of the climate change actually is inevitable. As archipelago nations, Indonesia has faced a serious challenge related to increasing impact of the temperatures between 1981 up to 2018. Its temperature increase, is around the 1.03 degrees Celsius per year. It's data from, you can see here. And this condition poses significant problems, especially from the resident in the coastal areas, that they have an impact of the sea level rises ranging 0.8 up to the 1.2. So we have to consider about this in terms of the climate change. Besides of Indonesia, also we have other countries such as Malaysia, Myanmar, Thailand, India, and also others that reaching also the temperature increase with a similar level with Indonesia. And this condition has caused serious impact of our daily lives, including the water scarcity and also health quality, food shortages, and damage to ecosystem and the land and the sea. And this is what we would like to tackle for in terms of the energy sectors. We know that last years we have increased our ambitions to reduce the emission and greenhouse gas emission with the enhanced NDC around the 358 million tons CO2 by 2030. This is coming from much strategies, including the renewable energy efficiency, and also the power technology implementations, the clean power technology implementation, and low carbon fuel utilizations. If we talk about the energy efficiency, we can go to the programs such as the energy management, and also from the renewable energy side, we have the green RUPTL from the PLN. So we have to achieve around 20.9 million tons CO2, the 20.9 gigawatt by 2030. So we have to consider about this in the next years. And regarding the achievement, by last year's, actually by this year's as well, actually we surpassed the targets, because we have a target for the 2023 from the 116 million tons CO2, but we can surpass from the greenhouse gas emission reduction around 128. But we still have homework, how to achieve 358 by 2030. That's our challenge right now. And we can see there's many opportunities and strategies to achieve that. Regarding our target as well, so we are not talking about the 2030, but we can also projection in our 2060 by projects of our net zero emission targets. That's why by 2060 we have targeted the emission is coming only from the demand sectors. It's coming from the transportations and also from the industrial sectors. It's the amount of the emission is around 128 million ton CO2 by 2060. Now, this is quite challenging because this is a target is 93% of emission reduction from the business as usual. So you can see in the graph, there are many strategies to achieve that, including the electrification, boosting renewable energy, penetrations, and also implementation of CCS and CCUS technology, and also the application of the energy efficiency by doing the minimum energy performance standard and also energy management as well as a part of to achieve the strategy. We have also considering we are Indonesia consists of the thousands of islands and archipelago countries, so we need the transmission line and also we need the super grid to connect the demand of the electricity that we still in the center of the Java and also the Sumatra and Java Bali connect to the renewable energy resources that mostly coming from the other islands. So the strategy by develop of the super grids of transmission line is essential to achieve our net zero. And you know that regarding the potentials of renewable energy, we have a lot of potential here. Almost 3,700 gigawatt we have. This include the solar, hydro, the bioenergy, wind, geothermal energy, and also the ocean energy. And right now, we still only 12.7 gigawatt that have been implemented. So there are still much more potential that needs to be implemented in Indonesia. Currently, regarding the target, government have a target for 2025. We have targeted to 23% of share of energy mix, but currently we still have around 12%. So this is our challenge, how to get the energy mix in the next years. So regarding that and correlating with our investment, we know that if we observe the investment cost of the renewable energy such as the solar PV and also wind turbine, they are more affordable and the competitive prices if we compare to the existing 800 of megawatt coal-fired power plants. So in the coming years of the competitiveness of all the electricity coming from the renewable energy, it will be decline, and also we can compete with the fossil fuel like coal-fired power plant. And we know the utilization of biomass and also biofuel is a part of our strategies, because Indonesia continues to its effort in energy transition by utilizing of the power plants like the coal-firing of power plant with the biomass, and also in the transport sectors we have the mandatory of the biofuels implementations. And currently we have the B35, and that will be next step into we try to go to the B40 that indeed our targets in the coming years. So this is two of the potential of in Indonesia, how to use the biomass and biofuel from the renewable energy as parts of the net zero and also to achieve the NDC targets. And theoretically, we have a lot of but the potential of this, like biomass fuel, including the coconut shells, wood chips, palm kernel shells, rice husks, and multiple waste. That's maybe we can discuss later how the potential of to implement this. Regarding the regulations, you know that we have already issued government regulation, presidential decree number 112 that they help to boost the renewable energy development of renewable energy, and also this this regulation is how to create the price itself of the competitiveness of the installment of the power plant coming from the renewable energy. And this regulation also mandates the government descend to accelerate the early retirements of the coal-fired power plants. Since right now we still, as the mandate of the Article 3 of this presidential regulation, we still try to prepare the roadmap of the coal acceleration of CFPP right now. And regarding the renewable energy investment and incentive facilities, we have some fiscal incentive and also non-fiscal incentive. You can see this in these slides. And we have also how to provide the online single submissions and online licensing that can provide that every investor in Indonesia that can join with the investment of, and also in the government incentive here. The last but not least, I think we also have to consider about the energy conservations or energy efficiency parts, because we can't talk about the supply side only for the renewable energy, but we have to also consider about the implementation of policies on energy efficiency. And the last year, we have revised, or we have the new renewable regulation that for energy conservation, that we actually we try to expand of the threshold of the energy management. In the last presidency, in the last government regulation, we only regulate the 6,000 of the energy consumption coming from the companies more. But right now we expand it for the industrial sector and also the transportation sector and also the building commercial sector to implement energy management. That is very important to for this government regulation to promote the energy efficiency activities in terms of to achieve the NZE and also the net zero by 2060. And the last, maybe my last slides, we have also the challenges. You know, the technology, supply chains, infrastructures, funding, incentive, and as well as the just energy transition are amongst the challenges towards the energy transitions. And technological advancement of the non-renewable energy efficiency and low carbon technology are also still necessary for a successful transition of the net zero emissions. We know that by doing the infrastructures, we have an opportunity to be developed by expanding and improving the current energy infrastructures, by to accommodate the large scales of the renewable energy and while maintaining the energy security and safety. And there's also the advancement of technology itself to develop. There must be accompanied by the increasing of the renewable energy value chain, comprehensively ranging maybe from the mineral extractions to the downstream component of the manufacturing. That's to support of the renewable energy industries in Indonesia. Maybe that's all our presentations. Maybe 10 minutes or more, I don't know. Yeah, okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Give applause to Pak Cahyo. So, the government calls. Now, the business response. Bu Caroline, please. Sustainable forest management and biomass energy. Please, 10 minutes for you. Thank you.
How to turning back? Okay. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope everyone's here is in a good health and enjoying the COP event. I'm very honored here to having this opportunity as the representative on behalf of Sampurna Kayu. As you can see on the screen, we are here to talk about our milestone in dealing with the global climate issues that we started with the baby steps from the sustainable forest management strategies to escalating business model to renewable energy. Okay, we are part of the Sampurna Kayu group. As the introduction, our group has 4 business sectors, namely Agro in agriculture, Sampurna Bank in banking and financing sector, and Sampurna Strategic in property. And we are here, Sampurna Kayu, as a timber manufacturer. Established in 1978 as Indonesia's market leader, Sampurna Kayu have more than 15 manufacturing facilities to ensure our engineered wood production meet the standard needs of our customers worldwide. The group contributed a total production capacity of more than 850,000 cubics annually, allowing us to be a major wood engineered manufacturer in Indonesia and one of the largest globally. We are currently distributed our products around the world, more than 36 countries around the world, including the Asia-Pacific region, Europe, the Middle East, Southeast Asia, Australia, and United States. With nearly 45 years of experience in the wood products industry, our products such as plywood, wood decking, wood doors, flooring, pianos, truck body parts can be found in residentials, houses, commercial buildings, and industries. Currently, we export, we have more than 400 global customers around the world, and we are currently listed in a Singapore Exchange Main Board, or SGX. Starting from Indonesia's commitment to contributing to global climate issues and maintaining global temperatures in clearly feasible through NDC document with GHG emission reduction target of 29% increase to 31% increase, while also target with international support rise from 41% to 43%. We also see our home country effort is reflected in Indonesia's FOLU Net Sink 2030 national agenda, where emission from the forestry and land sector, or we call it FOLU, will reach a net sink by 2030. In line with the world mission, our home country's commitment, government's objective, and alongside with the businesses and societies, Sampurna Kayu as a private company also want to directly involve and contribute in the national agenda. As a timber manufacturer, we hope to be able to work together mutually through enhanced implementations of climate mitigation actions, look after, maintain, preserve, and restore ecosystems while ensuring the social, economic, and environmental benefits of these actions. The effort to achieve the Indonesia's FOLU Net Sink 2030 need to be followed by selective and controlled land allocations for development in order to improve fair and equitable welfare across Indonesia. And in these situations, we as a private sectors, Sampurna Kayu main foundations are sustainable forest management, environmental governance, and carbon governance. So to begin, these are our plywood supply chain that involves a complex network of activities, starting from the sourcing of raw materials and ending with the delivery of finished products to consumer. The value chain represents our current supply chain in our 6 main factories. From the upstream right here, we source our logs from community forests, and just about this year, we start running our plantation. We are maintaining our forest management that involves planting, providing nursery, agroforestry, non-timber forest product, and compliance to mandatory local regulations, and also voluntary best practices, such as FSC certification, PEFC, high carbon stock, and chain of custody. They are crucial to ensure the long-term viability of our industries and minimize environmental impact. Then all the logs that meet our requirements go into the log pond that uses recycled water from the wastewater treatment plant that we have in our factories here. In the midstream process, the logs or woods are processed to produce plywood products, and the process of plywood production has a yield of 50%, Therefore, the other 50% will be a wood waste. Most of wood waste will be used for wood pellets, and the waste that ineligible into the pellet product will be utilized as a fuel for our boiler to produce steam that is needed in our plywood productions, right here. In addition, we try to develop and widen our sustainable business strategy by generating and using renewable energy from the solar panel in some of our factories as our baby steps to help reducing emissions. And our products are more or less known in 36 countries with more than 40 global customers worldwide. And our the wood pellet products are used by end user as fuel for power plants to replace coal, right there. So, as a processed wood manufacturer, we are aware that the principle of sustainability must be rooted in our business principle in order to be successful in today's global market and be ready to overcome the challenges in the future. From the global missions and the national agenda has been discussed previously in the slides, we respond to the current global climate situations by prioritizing a sustainable business strategy as our business framework. We have officially unified this concept as a pillar in our corporate strategy, which also align with the United Nations agenda manifested in a Sustainable Development Goals. We work to optimize our impact, reevaluate our priorities, and ensure that we have more core business strategy from a sustainability perspective. We focus on 4 pillars, in a people, sustainable forestry, productions, and conservation. As mentioned earlier, in a value chain, all our products are sourced from community forest and plantation. First, from the raw material. The raw material itself started from community forest. We have access to more than 600 eligible local farmers, and now also with industrial plantations that provide high-quality woods. And by using the high-quality wood sources, lead us into high-quality product as well. And that's where we are very dependent on a healthy forest and sustainable plantation. So by implementing our framework to create long-term sustainable forest management principle and the chain of responsibility, we came up with a couple of programs, the nursery and the replanting program. Sorry, can we go back to the... Boleh nggak sesuai ini aja? Sorry for the technical issues. Okay, the nursery is one of our programs to developing and maintaining the SFM, the Sustainable Forest Management. The program aims to create a temporary place so that the plant seeds can adapt to actual conditions, producing the best quality of seeds. We have contributed approximately 400,000 Falcataria seedlings in Pandeglang Public Nursery, 30,000 in Jambi Private Nursery, and 450,000 of Kadamba seedlings in Taliabu Nursery in North Maluku. This program aimed to develop a cultivations of the Sangon trees, starting from the planting, maintaining, harvesting, and marketing. That's the public nursery. The farmers just need to prepare the land, and we provide the seeds, the forest management assistance, and in the end, we fully utilize the yields. We try to make use of vacant land and maintain sustainability forest growth, which as well is expected and increase the economic potential of the community forest. And then we have the replanting program. The company began with a small action through the implementations of more than 71 million seeds distributions to more than 7,000 local farmers. We know that replanting plays an important role in our sustainability log sourcing process, as well it encourage the community farmers to plan and to preserve the high conservation value areas, but also put a synergy with the Indonesian government's program. Our distributions approach is carried out evenly in the line with the annual distributions to the community forests, the wood suppliers, and local communities. This is our sustainability journey in community forests. Currently, we have 2 areas that we have been maintaining, one in Jambi and one in Jombang. As we know that our products are sourced from community forests and plantations, that we committed to engage, assisting, and maintaining smallholders farmers in their forests responsibly. We are compliant to national timber legality verification system standards, and then we expanded our commitment to international best practices, and first initiated the Forest Stewardship Council certification program for the small-scale farmers. These programs provide best management practices, including replanting activities, seeds distributions, protections of biodiversity, and currently we're managing more than 1,300 certified farmers with a total hectares of around 1,800 hectares, or equal to 60 farmers groups. We will continue to expand our sustainability mission on both national and international scales. So this is our chain of custody. Through a framework and creating long-term sustainable business principle, we built a chain of responsibility by implementing chain of custody. We have several branches of factories that has been timber VLK certified, and then we expand to the FSC chain of custody. We got Samco Timber Limited, we got our Singapore branch, Samco Timber certified, and then the Jambi branch, Semarang branch, and Jombang branch, and lastly, we have the Mangole Timber Producer in North Maluku that has been a PEFC chain of custody certified. This is our forest revitalization program. Currently, we work on more than 29,000 hectares of the forest management certifications. We do the high conservation value, the social impact, and the carbon stock, and we just got PEFC certified in one of the forest management. And from the upstream side, we go to the downstream robust framework. We start and expanding our business into wood pellet and solar panel, from the sustainable forest management to the renewable energy. We use a solar panel because obviously the sun continues to shine, that creates no harmful greenhouse gas emissions, and for us it is a win-win strategy. As two general scheme of the solar installations, there are normal EPC and the build, operate, transfer, and we go for the second one that required zero capital with discount rate from normal tariff. So this will be a value added for us. It is a zero cost and high impact, also provide a cash flow efficiency for us. We are pioneered the largest installations of solar panels among Indonesian timber manufacturer. Currently, we manage solar panel plant with a capacity of 1.74 megawatt peak at the two factories in Jombang Regency, and produce 4.3 million kilowatt hour of energy, equivalent to avoided CO2 2,630 tons so far. We can see here in the slides the breakdown number of each factories for its benefits contributions to the environmental impact. And we're expanding our sustainable strategy to eastern island of Indonesia, North Maluku. We implement solar panel in Mangole Island with potential output of 16 million kilowatt hour per year, and will be running in April 2024. We installed in 5 areas with a PV modules of 16,000 in total, with PV capacity 10.1 megawatt peak. This is probably my last slides. We are expanding our emission reductions to the wood pellet productions. Sampurna Kayu preparing to expand wood pellet productions in Java and Sumatra with total region capacity of 500 tons per year, including Maluku factory. In the end of 2025, we start from the Mangole and then the Central and East Java, and lastly in the Palembang and Sumatra. To that expand business in the North Maluku, we try to develop the area with a manpower size of projected 3,450 people, and we hope this could increase our employment opportunities. We are mainly covering the forestry and manufacture, and most of the employment would come from the eastern Indonesia, and we upgrade for about 12% of employment rate in the North Maluku. Lastly, this is what we work among the communities. We work collaboratively with our stakeholders to create and comprehend sustainable visions for the future of communities. We work in 6 sectors: in economy, health, education, environment, and infrastructure. And we hope that our new expand business in North Maluku will accelerate community development, which includes the establishment of small and medium enterprise. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Caroline. Yes, all of the presentations will be available at the website of Pavilion Indonesia, accessible to all. Yes. Now I would like to invite Bapak Boyke from Star Energy, Geothermal. Please, 10 minutes for you, sir. Thank you.
So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So it is a nice Sunday morning. So it's usually people relaxing at home, but we are here. So my name is Boyke Bratakusuma of Star Energy Geothermal Indonesia. So Star Energy and I are very pleased and honored to be here to discuss on how we are shaping sustainable energy for future energy, especially from Star Energy perspective. So geothermal energy harness the Earth internal heat to generate clean power, and the world potential of geothermal is enormous. With total more than 300 gigawatt, and in fact only 15 gigawatt or 5% only that is utilized. So 95% basically waiting to be harnessed. So we are lucky, Indonesia position within the ring of fires basically grant us abundance of geothermal resources, and there are numerous geothermal hotspots across the country, from the western part of the country to the eastern of the country, making Indonesia is basically one of the richest region globally in terms of geothermal potential. So the total Indonesia geothermal energy potential is about 23 to 24 gigawatt, with only about 10% to 2,400 megawatt. About 10% is basically utilized, and Star Energy contributing about 35 to 40% of it. Yeah. So we are generating 886 megawatt. So we are the largest and the leading geothermal energy producer in Indonesia. So we have 3 operating fields. The first one is Salax. We are operating 381 megawatt, and Derajat for 271 megawatt, and Wayang Windu for 231 megawatt. And we have also 2 exploration area, which is in Hamiding and Skincho, so North Maluku and Sulawesi. And we have also long history of excellent operational performance, and we have also a highly experienced technical team from exploration, development, and of course from operation. And also we never stop. We committing to growth, to contribute to Indonesia geothermal development goals. As geothermal basically is one of the pillars in achieving the mixed renewable energy target based on our or Indonesia General National Plan, which is 23% in 2025 and 31% in 2050, as mentioned by Pak Cahyo. So The next slide. So we have been providing clean electricity for millions of homes, or about 7.2 million megawatt hour per year, or about 2 million homes. And as mentioned earlier, we are also committed to grow to achieve our target 1,200 megawatt by 2028. So these three picture on the top, it shows our operating power plant, Salak in West Java. So all three operating asset basically in West Java. So Salak contributing 3.2 million megawatt hour per year, and Derajat contributing 2.1 million megawatt hours per year, and Wayang Windu also in West Java in Pangalangan contributing 1.9 million megawatt hour per year. So the bottom picture is basically our exploration area in Hamiding, North Maluku, and South Kincho in West Lampung, with total potential up to 1,000 megawatt. So geothermal is abundant, clean, and renewable energy, sustainable, and of course, environmental friendly energy sources. The benefit of geothermal, at least there are three areas. One is a closed system, where the majority of the fluid produced basically injected back into the earth or into the reservoir. So if you look at the diagram on the left-hand side, basically shows how geothermal energy is produced. So the geothermal fluid, which is produced from the wells, if you look at the well wells, the production wells, and then it is flowed to aspirator to separate basically the steam and the brine. And the steam basically goes to scrubber to be clean, and whereas the liquid is reinjected back into the earth or into the reservoir. And then the steams basically turn the turbine, and the turbine basically rotate the generator to produce electricity, and then the steam is condensed into the cooling tower, to be a condensate of water, and basically re-injected into the earth or into the reservoir. So it is a closed system. So the second benefit is low CO2 emission to compare with fossil fuel, or less than 95% that of coal emission. And the third benefit is, of course, small footprint, which is only 4 hectares per megawatt, to compare, suppose, with coal or solar, which is 90% less land required. And the other benefit are geothermal can produce 24 hours, 7 days a week. So it is a reliable energy producer, and definitely it can be served as a base load. So the other also benefit of geothermal is low pollution and environmentally friendly, and definitely it can be used to reduce our dependency on fossil fuel. So geothermal business require high initial investment and risk, as involves exploration and drilling. So to make geothermal energy more competitive compared to fossil and other resources of energy, Star Energy looking at technology to reduce costs. So we realized that drilling costs is one of the key components of geothermal energy costs, so which is around 60 to 70% of the development costs, whereas the rest basically goes to the development of the power plant and the steam field construction. So there are two key factor of in investments. One is the internal, and of course the other one is external. So Star Energy focus on the key internal factors of investment to compare with external factor such as tariff, tax, and financing rate, yeah, which is maybe more or less controllable. So we are focused on three things: internal factors, well cost, success ratio of drilling, and production decline of a well. Two minutes to go? Wow, okay. So this is just to show how we control our costs. One is the well cost. We control our drilling days. So the longer well is drilled, the more expensive the well is. So we are trying to complete the well as soon as possible, as fast as possible. So we focus on three factors: drilling days, in this case, rate of filtration when we drill, well bore stability, and long cementing time. So how we solve that three issues? We improve our bit designs, re-engineers our drilling fluid and the flow, of course, our new formulation on our cement. So as a result, we'll be able to reduce our drilling days from 60 to 70 to become only 20 days. So basically, it reduced the cost of drilling very much. So the second key internal factor is reducing or improving our drilling success ratio. So finding a good subsurface target in drilling wells that lead the high production is always a challenge. So to improve probability of success of having a good production wells is really important, because if we can reduce the number of wells, basically we be able to reduce the development cost of geothermal. So to improve that, we basically using state-of-the-art of modeling technique to develop permeability map for us to identify our sweet spot area for our subsurface target. So as a result, we can improve and optimize our well costs, and of course our production, and reduce our well costs. And the third slide, the next slide is basically how we improve our production decline rate. So, basically, we are develop a cost-effective and efficient surveillance and intervention program, and use best industrial practice of modeling tools, as well as applying adaptive and productive injection strategy. And as a result, we'll be able to prolong our well life and maintain our production with no generation loss. So all technological breakthrough and innovation we initiated, it helped reducing our costs or cost of electricity produced from geothermal power, which is further, of course, it would help geothermal to be more competitive to compare with fossil or other renewable energy. So this is the last two of my slides. So we are not focusing only to our technical aspect of making geothermal competitive to other source of energy. We also emphasize on the environment aspect of our operation, proven by receiving multiple prestigious recognition and award from the government of Indonesia. Two of them, we received proper gold award. This is the highest award on company performance rating in environmental management from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, and also Subrato award from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources in safety and environmental protection. So the last slide, this is our final word. So as mentioned earlier, geothermal definitely can help reduce greenhouse gas emission and mitigate climate change while supporting government of Indonesia to meet net zero emission by 2060. So it is clear that geothermal energy contribute toward environmental sustainability as it has low greenhouse emission, as I mentioned earlier, minimum carbon footprint, and it can be used as baseload power. It has low pollution effect, environmental friendly, and definitely it is a viable energy to replace fossil fuel. So however, there are some challenges requiring support from all stakeholders, such as service company, university, and of course the government, as geothermal has high initial investment costs, high risk, especially drilling risk, and some of geothermal prospects are within the conservation area. So supportive regulation and simplicity in permit need to be relooked at to promote geothermal development. Last but not least is low awareness of environmental benefit of geothermal energy. So extensive introduction of geothermal energy is crucial to basically to boost understanding of geothermal. So thank you.
Thank you, Pak Boyke. Next, I would like to call and to invite Ibu Iman of ACWA. 10 minutes, you know? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm very glad to be here. And thank you for the Indonesian Pavilion for the invite. I will be speaking very shortly about aquapower. And then moving to describing more projects that we have done on ground. So for those who don't know aquapower, aquapower is a Saudi-funded company by 4 Saudi families back in 2004 that became now a very international company working on projects for water desalination. Aquapower is actually the biggest water desalinator in the world, but that's for a very specific reason. It's because they started in the Middle East, and at the time, this is where water was scarce. The second business line was renewables. So aquapower is also an independent power producer. As you can see here, we have around 45 to 46 gigawatts of installed capacity. That represents maybe 4 times the grid capacity of Belgium or Morocco, because I'm Moroccan. And so we do have around $75 billion of investments in our portfolio. So aquapower was in the past a startup and grew up very quickly into being a leader in KSA and in the world for the energy transition. Because green hydrogen is one of, well, the future fuels, and the price of hydrogen, green hydrogen, comes primarily from the price of power. And we have actually broken the records for solar and wind, I think 5 or 6 times. You can check in Guinness records where we actually broke the Guinness record 4 times in different regions in the world. So aquapower decided to start working on green hydrogen as well. We started our first project. So just to move to the next slide. So here you have some numbers about our assets in wind and solar. We exist now in 13 countries around the world, outside of Europe and the US, Americas in general, that aquapower strategically decided not to go to because of merchant markets. Aquapower usually just does contracted power purchase agreements. And now in green hydrogen, we also do a committed offtake. So 2 projects already closed. One is NEOM Green Hydrogen Project that will be a bit detailing afterwards. And the second one was closed earlier this month and now is under construction in Uzbekistan. The third project coming up is actually in Indonesia, and we just signed the JDA for the project with PLN and Pupuk Indonesia here in COP in the first week. So maybe I'll just explain a bit about what we did for NEOM Green Hydrogen Project, as I was the project lead of that. We can move maybe to talk a bit more about Indonesia, what we do there. So the NEOM Green Hydrogen Project is the first and the only, for now, gigawatt scale green hydrogen project in the world. It's in Neom City in KSA. Neom is actually a region and not really a city. It's of the size of Belgium as a country, but it's a region in Saudi Arabia. As you see here, we have developed a wind farm of about 1.8 gigawatts and a solar farm of 3.6 gigawatts that will be powering a ammonia facility around this area here, which is actually a new city called Oxagon. So we have a few slides about, well, what exactly are we doing, who are the partners, etc. So I'll just present that quickly, and maybe I can discuss a bit more about the technical part. So this project was done actually by NEOM, because NEOM is actually a company handling the NEOM area. Air Products, which is an American company for chemicals. It's actually the leader in chemicals worldwide. They are our partner, but also our off-taker on the project. And Aquapower as the leader in renewables at the time, and now started being working on green hydrogen as well. So the project company was established back in 2021. The project is now under construction, advanced construction, since mid last year, and will be operational by 2026, inshallah. So this is just a slide for the features of NEOM, because when people hear Saudi Arabia, they think that it's very hot and it's just the desert, which is the case in most of the country. But actually, NEOM is a much cooler place with very rich corals. It's around the Red Sea and Aqaba Gulf, so very close to well, Palestine, Egypt, etc. So this is where the project took place. But actually, the project is an industrial project in NEOM, but they will also have all across NEOM a lot of touristic projects as well. So I invite you to go and visit because I went there. It's very nice. And our project will be actually in Oxagon, which is a small city that will look like this. You can see there as well. It's a city that will be half on land and half on sea. And our production facility, so the hydrogen production facility, which is going to be converted into ammonia and stored and then shipped to the US and Europe, will actually be in Oxagon. Okay. Maybe to some, yeah. So this is the production process flow, so that you can understand what the project is about for people who are not familiar with green hydrogen production. So green hydrogen is actually produced through electrolyzers that take water, power, and split the hydrogen and oxygen atoms into molecules, H2 and O2. We do that with power, so the power has to be green, and that's why in this project we're using a mix between solar and wind. We're actually pretty much off grid, so this project is not using it's using minimal grid power to just keep the ammonia loop running when we don't have enough power. But the hydrogen is 100% produced by our internal grid, so wind, solar, and some battery storage. Sorry, I might be shouting. And so the electrolyzers actually produce the hydrogen, and we have what we call an air separation unit that separates the oxygen and the nitrogen in the air, takes the nitrogen into the ammonia loop, and then hydrogen and nitrogen react to give NH3, which is green ammonia. Green ammonia is actually a way to store hydrogen, because hydrogen is a very volatile molecule. It's very hard to ship long distances, so that's why we're storing the hydrogen in green ammonia, shipping it to the US and Europe for several uses, but mostly for transportation in this case. Ammonia will be cracked back into hydrogen to be used in fueling stations. Ammonia is actually also a primary molecule for fertilizers. So that's why in Indonesia, we actually partnered with Pupuk Indonesia who is a fertilizers company. I'm just going to talk about that a bit later. So the project doesn't actually do, yeah, okay. The dissociation, that part is actually handled by our off-taker, which is Air Products. Just a few figures: 600 tons per day of hydrogen produced, which is the equivalent of 1.2 million tons per annum of ammonia. That's a pretty massive project. However, if you see, well, this is what the project will look like in Oxagon. But when you see actually, so this is the construction started already. But when you see actually the impact, it's huge, but it still gives enough space to have hundreds of NEOMs in the future. I think that the world would need hundreds of NEOMs for us to decarbonize. So this is a $8.6 billion project, which is huge in one go, but it's still not huge enough to cover all the efforts that we need to do. So that's why Aquapar is not working on duplicating the experience a bit everywhere. And this is where the Indonesia Green Hydrogen Project came. Well, you can see here when we signed the first agreement with Pupuk Indonesia, which is the fertilizers company of Indonesia, and PLN, which is the utility company. This project is actually going to be using Pupuk's existing facilities that produce gray ammonia already, try to convert part of it into green ammonia by using new hydrogen from electrolyzers, and we will be producing solar and wind in Java Island. So this is a very, let's say, big project for us. We have been in Indonesia for a while now, for 6 or 7 years, doing renewables, but now green hydrogen. So yeah, I see that the moderator wants me to stop talking. So thank you so much for listening to me. I'm open to any questions or maybe discussions after the panel, so we can discuss a bit more about green hydrogen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Iman of Aqua Power. Now the time for dialogue, discussions. I would like to invite from the audience if there are any questions, comments, or invitation for more projects? Not yet? Well, maybe I will take the opportunity, yeah? I have 2 questions. How to involve, how to communicate, what do you communicate with the public on this renewables energy? Yeah? And number 2, how long will it take for you to deploy this renewable energy throughout Indonesia and perhaps in, I don't know, in Saudi, in many regions? How long will it take? Because can we wait for that long for this transition, for renewable energy is ready to replace the fossil fuels? That will be the 2 questions. So I would like to, all the speakers would like to address one of these 2 or maybe both.
Okay.
Please,
So,
Iman, we'll start.
yeah. So just to address the first question about the timelines, I think the speed at which a developer can go is depends on the country they're in. So to give the example of NEOM, that project took 3 years door to door to close.
Whoa.
For a project of this size, that is very fast. I think the key enablers are the fact that we had one-stop shop, which is NEOM company. They did everything on ground, permitting, authorizations, and everything. I think this is what takes most of the time. Convince the local authorities of the project, of that transition, and even if, well, let's say it, green hydrogen and green ammonia and green fuels in general come with a premium. It's not the case for renewables though, but for green fuels it is still the case. Countries need to be aware that they need to invest money for this transition to happen. Mm-hmm. So, for example, to give the example of NEOM will take 3 years and a half to construct. This started 2 years ago, 1 year and a half ago. It will finish in 2026. For this project that we have in Indonesia, we expect 2 years, which is fairly fast because developing maybe a hydro project will take 5 to 6 years.
Okay.
Developing renewables takes, solar and wind can take 1.5 years if it's done fast.
Okay.
So I think, just to give you an idea about the timelines.
Thank you. Pak Boyke, would you like to address those questions?
Yeah, maybe just to add, yeah. So, as you know, geothermal development is always a challenge because it involves high capital costs and it took longer as well, usually. So most of the times, I guess, in the past, it's more than 10 years. But Star Energy looking at fast track, so we are trying to make everything fast. So we aim to 5 to 6 years to basically complete. And definitely, we need to engage our local peoples and telling them that geothermal basically is a good energy for futures and because it's environmental friendly and the footprint to compare with other energy is definitely less, much less. So it's around about 4 hectares per megawatt. So it's in terms of if we compare to other energy or fossil energy, it's definitely much less. And then green energy, as I mentioned earlier.
Okay. But Caroline, would you like to address those questions? Biomass, are you sure that we can fulfill the need of the biomass throughout Indonesia and ASEAN region and perhaps in Asia or maybe in, I don't know, in Middle East? Are they interested in the biofuel in Africa?
Yeah, I think we aim for the next 5 to 10 years to expanding our biomass productions. It's been a while that we improve and adapt our responsible practices, especially we continuously improve our technology and efficiency consistently to achieve the FOLU net sync 2030. We first started in a community forest and then we expanded our plantations and then we go for the chain custody and it takes I think more than 5 years to build from the community to the plantation and we certified all our raw materials and we make sure the traceability and then we make sure that the end product is representing the sustainable business strategy and encourage other business sectors to use and replace coal in this renewable energy in terms of wood pellets. So I think it will take I think 5 to 10 years extra. It's been a milestone, a very long journey for us, and we keep to maintain and expand our sustainable business strategy framework. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Pak Cahyo,
Yeah.
how do you see Indonesia can keep up with the time?
Yeah.
2060, 2050?
Yeah.
Because everyone talks about this net zero something by 2050, by 2060, by something. Can we catch up
Yeah.
with the need?
Yeah, sure. Actually, we are based on our government's perspective. Yeah, we have to maybe the spirit, the approach, because we have to define with the commodity from the renewable energy. Because if you talk about the green hydrogens, the kind of geothermals, biomass, it's different. So the government task is to prepare the regulations to support the investments, to support the development of the renewable energy. For instance, if we talk about the green hydrogens right now, currently we have the strategic document for the national strategic government from that has been prepared for our Minister of Energy, and this included like what is a standard of national Indonesia SNE, the procedures, and also how to put it into the project, like the correlation between the regulation from the electricity, for instance, and also if we come up into the geothermal, for instance, we know that we have RUPTL from the PL, and also that we have to make it in the strategy to achieve by 2030. And for the biomass perspective, for instance, last week we have issued the government, ministerial regulation number 12, 2023 23 about the coal-fired biomass. Yeah, actually, yeah, it depends on the commodity that we will encourage, and we will try to catch up in terms of the renewable energy boosting by 2030 to achieve the NDC target, and also we have roadmap to achieve the net zero emission target.
Okay.
Okay, that's from the government side.
Okay. Optimism.
If I
Must.
may add, if
We
I may
must
add
be
something,
optimist. Yes.
I think the only thing is not just timelines; it's also the size. What I've seen in other countries is that well, they have been bold to implement gigawatt scale projects in one go, especially KSA. KSA is the lead in this. So I think it's also a commitment to like have bold moves and have bigger projects in gigawatt scales instead of having hundreds of megawatts. That also helps a lot.
Yeah, we're talking about big numbers. Yeah, huge for the global change. Yeah, I see some hands raising. Faisal, would you like to have some questions?
Thank you. Faisal Parish, Global Environment Center, Malaysia. One question on geothermal. Can you just tell us a little bit more on the economics and the scale required for geothermal, and how cost effectiveness at the moment compared to the non-renewable sources, and what are the challenges to implementing it? And then on biomass, we do have a challenge in Southeast Asia of the burning of biomass at the local level by farmers, by others. What progress is being made on downscaling biomass power production to the smaller scale that could maybe operate at the village level or local level, where there is not a big cost for transporting to a central facility and then generating power from that? Thank you.
Thank you, Faisal. Pak Boyke, please.
Okay.
And
That's a good question. Thank you very much for the question. So I think in general, I think in the past, people when talking about geothermal development, so 6 million per megawatt, but I think nowadays industry try to focus on about 4 million per megawatts. So definitely high cost upfront and high risk as well, because it's involving exploration and drilling a well. So, you know, exploration is always a lot of uncertainty. So that's probably the challenge of developing of geothermal.
yes, thank you. Ibu Caroline? Yeah, would you like to address the issue? Because you're producing biomass for the power plant, but there is a need for biomass energy for village or maybe a household. Do you see that in the future of the business plan? Or only for power plant? Are you specialist for power plant, or do you consider biomass for also the house?
Well, we were looking for it, but currently we're focusing on the specific our end users power plant right now. But we're looking for it to support all the village and etc. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of areas not developed yet, but the future is there. And we talk about big numbers. Yeah, I am afraid that the time is up, 10:20, and so I would like to wrap up with this view that renewable energy, welcome, and we talk about big numbers because renewable energy we have been waiting for this renewable energy available to us to replace fossil fuels, because there is a big discussion about phase down, phase out of fossil fuels. The answer is in the renewable energy. When will we reach the scale that renewable energy can substitute the fossil fuels as well? Yeah, the opportunity is there. The challenge is huge numbers, but I see that we are optimistic that we can catch up with time, and not to forget that employment opportunities there. So for the young generations, please look at these opportunities, and this business needs new talents and need new team to reach the capacity for renewable energy. Not to forget that we need more blood in this renewable energy. With that, I would like to close this session with a big thanks and applause to all of our speakers and to all of our audience here in Pavilion Indonesia and in YouTube. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pak Nur.
Thank you.
Couldn't agree more. Renewable energy is not just about transitioning from fossil fuel, but it's also to improve livelihood, enhance the health and well-being of the world. And of course, renewable energy is a promise for a greener environment. But of course, it comes with a premium cost. But it's our job to act now, maybe 2 years, some of you 5 years, or over 5 years, in shaping even longer. But it's our responsibility in shaping a responsible future. Thank you very much. And with that, I have Ibu Nur. We have Pak Nur here, but we have Ibu Nur. She's the expert in negotiating. We really rely on depending on her. She does a great work in negotiating in front of the world. She's representing the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, and she'll be presenting a token of appreciation to all the speakers. Thank you very much for your contribution. So we have 3 privates on stage from various industry. I mean, same industry, but different sector. One biomass, one geothermal, and aqua power for hydrogen. Okay, so we look forward to your continuous support and, of course, collaboration. Okay, great, we're all good. Thank you very much once again. We're going to continue with the next session, which is we'll be talking about the ASEAN Transboundary Haze pollution control. We'll see you in 5 minutes, I think. 10:30. Thank you. Nanti saya undang Ibu Nur untuk Ibu Nur, apa saya lempar semua ke Ibu Nur, apa gimana? Saya sesuai. Apanya udah? Belum. Tunggu Ibu Ami. Hello.
Thank you so much.
Hi, thank you. Oh, were you? I worked for Public Indonesia a couple of months ago. Not, they have this symposium or forum, and they introduced the green ammonia. And I can't remember. It's Aqua.
My
Came to the
colleagues were
panel.
there, yes.
Oh, you were
But
not
now-
based in Jakarta.
No, I'm based in Dubai, but I'm the project lead for the for the Indonesia project. Because the green hydrogen team is actually here, and we have a representation locally.
Your slide, the one with the background, the green background, is very, very great. Like, before I was trying to understand what the concept is like, but you make it very, very simple and it's easy for our general public to understand. Thank you so much.
Well, that's what I try to do.
Good job.
Very good to meet you.
Warna Indonesia bukan?
Look at the pictures that you took, because your photographer took pictures.
Foto akan ada di mana ya? Mereka
Di website
on the website.
photo for today. I will share you the link. Okay.
Once you have the pictures, just share them.
nanti yang untuk yang 2 keynote speaker itu nanti katanya dari MC aja kata Bu Nur. Jadi nanti keynote speakernya satu kan ada Bu Dirjen.
Iya, saya sudah komunikasi dengan Bu Nur.
Oh ya, oke, sudah. Terus yang kedua juga yang Pak Gubernur juga nanti dari Ibu juga. Nanti Bu Nur baru yang untuk yang 4 speakersnya ya. Oke. Udah oke berarti. Ya Mbak Ulan ya. Oke.
Mbak siapa?
Mona.
Mbak Mona. Jadi nanti
Pak Gubernur.
rencananya Pak untuk keynote speaker udah di-invite maju ke depan atau gimana?
Jadi
Sistem
keynote speaker
pembicaraan.
itu di podium, kemudian akan kembali ke tempat duduknya dan mengikuti sesi.
Kita ikut kalau gitu.
Berarti yang duduk di depan hanya
Nggak ada.
speakers,
Panelis.
hanya panelis.
Nanti ya setelah keynote speaker.
Oke.
Ya.
Jadi keynote speaker di sini, Ibu Dirjen di
dipanggil aja
sini.
semuanya.
Yang pertama dipanggil untuk Ibu Dirjen, kemudian Pak Gubernur. Sudah diinfokan belum Pak Gubernur nanti Mbak? Jadi sistemnya kan nanti kan Mbak semua kan ambil alih kan, nggak sama Bu Nur kan? Bu Nur hanya untuk sesi speaker kan?
Betul.
Nah jadi Pak Gubernur ini di penyebutannya Bapak ketika disapa di awal boleh Dr. Agus Fatoni, tapi nanti setelahnya cukup Bapak Fatoni saja. Jadi untuk penyapaan beliau jangan Bapak Agus tapi Bapak Fatoni, A Fatoni. Ya, jadi untuk sapaannya di awal aja.
Ya.
Ada ini sebagai penjabat Gubernur Sumatera Selatan, PJ Gubernur Sumatera Selatan. Ya, udah. Terus nanti beliau akan membuka speech-nya itu dengan bahasa Inggris, tapi nanti ada kode dari beliau. I'll be using bahasa Indonesia, but the slide will be presented in English. Jadi nanti aku juga ikut untuk ngelit sambutan Bapak, nggak masalah ya. Atau nanti Mbak Mona juga boleh kalau misalnya sedikit merangkum nanti di akhir setelah Bapak sambutan yang dalam bahasa Inggris gitu, bisa nggak kira-kira?
Oke, kita usahakan ya.
Cukup intinya sebenarnya yang disampaikan oleh dibagikan nggak ya untuk narasi ininya?
Pak Kadis ini lebih bikinin di sini.
Jadi di sini. Iya, ulang bagiin. Jadi nanti pada saat setelah Bapak sambutan, itu kan sebenarnya slide-nya pakai bahasa Inggris. Nanti Mbak Mona boleh deh dibuat kayak lebih brief conclusion. Intinya Sumatera Selatan itu setiap tahunnya selalu berusaha untuk mengurangi kebakaran hutan dan lahan. Yang mana itu terbukti dengan data kalau tahun 2015 hotspot itu sekitar berapa puluh ribu gitu ya, 20.000 turun jadi 18.000, turun lagi jadi 15.000. Ini komitmen dari pemerintah daerah khususnya beserta Forkopimda, kemudian Polri, TNI dan juga masyarakat setempat untuk menanggulangi kebakaran hutan dan lahan. Dan tentunya juga Sumatera Selatan ini siap untuk berkontribusi dalam penerapan FOLU Net Sink 2030 and Haze Free ASEAN by 2030 gitu aja deh.
Siap.
Untuk ini ya, secara general aja lah. Datanya ada di slide semua nanti.
Oke.
Makasih ya Mbak Mona. Ini gimana ya, bisa dibagiin nggak ya?
Biasanya sih langsung ditaruh di tempat duduk, tapi kalau sudah yang duduk langsung dibagikan nggak apa-apa.
Iya, oke.
Panggil sama
Mbak protokol. Mbak, itu kenapa bookletnya dalam bahasa Indonesia ya?
Yang mana?
Yang dibagikan.
Bahasa Inggris? Kayaknya bahasa Inggris ya. Oh, ada dua. Ada satu dari Dinas ESDM, satu dari yang dipakai tapi yang ini. Aku semuanya tetap dibagiin aja. Yang ini bahasa Inggris. Yang ini kan bahasa Indonesia kan? Tiga bahasa Indonesia, 9 bahasa Inggris.
Oh, oke.
Jadi yang dibagikan juga udah ada yang pakai bahasa Inggris kok.
Siap. Dirjen.
Bu Dirjennya udah datang? Bu Laksmi datang nggak?
Ya, iya.
Masih nunggu Bu Dirjennya.
Kamu kan bukan B, ini B ya?
Bukan, iya. Ini aku suruh jaga dulu sama Mas Yoga. Tengah kelas aja.
Bu Rosa bergerilya. Ya kan?
Asrornya di mana ya Mbak Mona?
Apanya?
Operatornya di mana ya?
Ini.
Di dalam sini. Belum datang semua.
Nah, kayaknya udah deh bapak-bapak yang lain.
Bu Ami ya.
Tinggal Ibu Ami. Ini masih disuruh jangan mulai kan? Nunggu kan? Berapa?
Udah lewat 13 menit ya Mbak? Udah lewat 13 menit ya?
Iya, aku sih tinggal mulai.
Iya benar. Maksudnya pas yoganya juga agak cepet yang masuk. Kalau minggu kedua kayak gini sepi banget, apalagi 2 hari terakhir, 3 hari. 3 hari kemarin masih rame ya?
Perutku capek kalau enggak, hektik banget. Ini mau itu, ini berubah, ini itu. Enak begini.
Biarin ya?
Iya, biarin. Itu Ibu Ami. Ibu Ami sudah datang, Pak. Selamat pagi, good morning Ibu Ami. Thank you for making the time to join us this morning. Good morning, everybody, our distinguished guests and honorable speakers. Welcome to our pavilion. Sorry for the delay. Thank you very much for your patience. Well, in case you found a booklet on your seat, please keep it. As one of our speaker will deliver his speech in Bahasa, so he's already specially prepared a booklet for your guidance. So with that, I would like to say thank you for your special consideration. Okay, let's get started. Our topic for this morning is about ASEAN Coordinating Center for Transboundary Haze Pollution Control towards FOLU Net-Sing 2030 and Haze-free ASEAN by 2030. So forest fires are considered a threat to sustainable development. Peat fire produce smoke haze which has a negative impact on citizen lives. Following severe land and forest fires in late 90s, ASEAN member states signed the ASEAN Agreement on Transboundary Haze Pollution, or in short, AATHP, to control transboundary haze pollution. So Indonesia, with its experience, has a strong commitment to host ACCTHPC. So this session will discuss around the function of this organization, ACCTHPC, and its potential support, collaboration, as well as cooperation on forest and land fire management. The role of related stakeholders or partners or donors in supporting ACCTHPC, as well as the challenge on tackling haze issues in the region. So to commence our discussion, we will humbly invite our first keynote speaker. She's the Director General of Climate Change from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Republic of Indonesia, Ibu Ami Dewanti. Please give Ibu Ami a support by giving her a huge round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May the peace and the blessing of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala upon you. Very good morning, and I do apologize because of my late arrival. The session was a bit delayed because today is the third day of the second week of COP28, and everything's are happening very fast. There are quite numbers of consultations, many other things. So again, my apologies for being late. Distinguished Dr. Agus Fatoni, the acting governor for South Sumatra Province, Dr. Nur Masripatin, our senior advisors to the ministers of Environment and Forestry, my colleagues, Dr. Arda Sena, Deputy on Climatology, Indonesian Agency for Meteorology, Climatology, and Geophysics, Dr. Fong Saud, the head of Environment Division, ASEAN Secretariat, Mr. Faisal Faris, nice to meet you again. He's now the director of Global Environmental Center. My colleagues, Pak Thomas, the director of Forest and Land Fire. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, it is a true pleasure for me to welcome you all at the talk show. Role on ASEAN Coordinating Center for Transboundary Haze Pollution Control. Should not try to put it in acronym because it's too long. ACCTHPC toward FOLU Net-Sing 2030 and Haze-free ASEAN by 2030. I'm very grateful for all the speakers for taking your time in a very busy schedule. And it's very challenging because we are now in the very interesting city of Dubai. But again, thank you for participating in this talk show. I also would like to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Nur Masripatin and all the Indonesian Pavilion team for supporting this event. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, 8 years ago, when our leaders committed to Paris Agreement, we are trying to ensure that by the end of decade, the global temperature rising is now above 2 degrees Celsius. And we even try to emphasize or to try our best effort to even not exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius. So Indonesia, as part of the global community, we are very committed and we consistently doing our best effort. We know that the climate change and the forest and land fire are two phenomena that we are happening around the world, including Indonesia. Not mentioning the environmental pollutions, loss of biodiversity. And especially in ASEAN region, because ASEAN is very interesting region. We are in the same time a very potential region, as well as very vulnerable regions in terms of the climate change negative impact. And this year, we are experiencing a very severe, dry season. After 3 years in a row, we are experience the La Nina effect. Now the El Nino effect is coming to this region. So in the context of forest fire, it is indeed very significant to be more prepared, to be more engaged, solidarity hand in hand in like we do in ASEAN, to ensure that this region will be survive and will be gain or winning the challenge that we are happening in nowadays. The forest fire has become more challenging from day to day as Indonesia and other ASEAN member states committed. If I would like to quote one of the statement by our leaders back in the ASEAN summit this year, that in ASEAN will be continue to do its effort, the best effort in dealing with the current challenges, the triple crisis challenge that we are facing now, namely environmental pollutions, loss of biodiversity, as well as the climate change. In this year, Indonesia 2030 ASEAN Chairmanship with the theme of ASEAN Matters, Epicentrum of Growth, underscore ASEAN's commitments to ensure that its continued relevance, resilience, and effectiveness, and as well as responsiveness to the future regional and global challenges. And its vision to be the center and driver of economic growth in the regions and beyond. The establishment of this center, the ACCT-HPC, is one of the deliverables during the ASEAN's chairmanship. Only 2 days ago, here in this pavilion, we are talking about other deliverables, including the ASEAN Platform on Community-Based Climate Action, ASEAN Center for Climate Change, and this center will be one of these remarkable deliverables of this year's ASEAN chairmanship. And Indonesia, as the host of this center, will continue to commit it to ensure that this center will be operationalized soon, as well as will contribute benefit to the regions. We realize that in order to address the forest and land fires challenge, no single country could face this problem themselves without cooperating and coordinating with other stakeholders, other countries, or other agencies. So this is one of the reasons why the ASEAN Center, Coordinating Center for Transboundary Haze Pollution Control is important for the ASEAN region. It has a function to increase cooperation and coordination among ASEAN member states to address the forest and land fire problems, as well as to contribute the significant reduction of greenhouse gas emission in the region. So in this talk show, we're gonna to hear from the respective speakers on how they're gonna to put their best effort in addressing the land and forest fire in Indonesia, in their region, in their jurisdiction. And we hope that we also listen and learn from all the participants that how you your experiences, your lesson learned, and how you gonna to be part of our joint effort in this center. So again, as we do in ASEAN, we will jointly hand in hand to address the most challenging happen this of this century, which is the climate change. So to conclude, I hope that we all will have a very interesting and very fruitful discussion, and should not forget that the most important of a session of a talk show is exactly to walk the talk itself. I thank you, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ibu Ami, for the reminder, as well as, of course, your time to squeeze in some time in between your busy schedule to deliver a keynote for all of us today. Okay, as Ibu Ami mentioned earlier, tomorrow will be our last day. We're going to say goodbye to this charming pavilion. But we're truly honored that we have the presence of some esteemed guests in the audience today. He is the acting governor of South Sumatra Province, Indonesia. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Agus Fatoni.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, distinguished figure, ladies and gentlemen. Her Excellency Ibu Laksmi Damayanti, Direktur Jenderal Perubahan Iklim, Kementerian Lingkungan Hidup dan Kehutanan. The Honorable Head of Environment Division, ASEAN Secretariat, Mr. Dr. Fang Sok, and Director of the Global Environment Center Malaysia, Mr. Faisal Paris. Yang kami hormati penasihat senior Menteri LHK Republik Indonesia, Bidang Perubahan Iklim dan Konvensi Internasional, Ibu Dr. Nus Masripatin, dan juga Direktur Penanggulangan Kebakaran Hutan dan Lahan, Kementerian LHK, Bapak Thomas Nivin Luri, dan juga Deputi Klimatologi, Badan Meteorologi, Klimatologi dan Geofisika Republik Indonesia, Bapak Dr. Ardasena Sopaheluwakan. On behalf of the South Sumatra government, I would like express my gratitude to be a part of the prestigious event. Let's make this forum as a sharing section to share our expertise, experience, and hopes in creating a better world. As we all know, Indonesia has strong commitment and contribution in preventing and overcoming forest and land fires problem. The national regulation has been made as guidelines for local government, including South Sumatra. Ladies and gentlemen, in the section I will share our experience that has been done in South Sumatra as a collaboration between government, local government, Indonesian police, armies, companies, NGO, and local citizen, including fire care community atau masyarakat peduli api. I will be using bahasa Indonesia, but the slide will presented in English. Sumatera Selatan merupakan salah satu provinsi yang ada di Indonesia. Dari 38 provinsi, salah satunya adalah Sumatera Selatan. Sumatera Selatan memiliki 17 kabupaten kota, di antaranya adalah 13 kabupaten dan 4 kota dengan luas wilayah kurang lebih 86.769,34 kilometer. Jumlah penduduknya saat ini lebih kurang 8,7 juta jiwa. Secara tipologi, lahan di Sumatera Selatan terdiri dari lahan gambut seluas 1.277.116 hektar atau sekitar 14,7%, dan lahan non-gambut seluas lebih kurang 7.399.818 hektar atau sekitar 85,3% dari total wilayah yang ada di Sumatera Selatan. Berdasarkan tingkat kerawanan kebakaran hutan dan lahan, lebih kurang 75% lahan dan hutan di wilayah Sumatera Selatan masuk dalam kategori rawan terjadinya kebakaran. Tingkat kerawanan tinggi dan juga sangat tinggi. Mengacu pada data hotspot yang muncul pada tahun-tahun terjadinya fenomena El Nino di Sumatera Selatan, yaitu tahun 2015, tahun 2019, dan tahun 2023, terlihat adanya penurunan jumlah hotspot yang signifikan. Pada tahun 2015 jumlah hotspot tercatat 27.043 titik. Kemudian menurun pada tahun 2019 menjadi 23.818 titik, dan pada tahun 2023 turun menjadi 19.849 titik. Kondisi ini sangat menggembirakan dan menjadi indikasi keberhasilan upaya pencegahan kebakaran lahan dan hutan yang efektif dilakukan di Provinsi Sumatera Selatan. Secara paralel, kecenderungan penurunan yang sama juga terjadi pada luas kebakaran hutan dan lahan di Sumatera Selatan. Sebagai gambaran, pada tahun terjadinya El Nino di tahun 2015, areal yang terbakar mencapai luasan 6.308.582 hektar, mengalami penurunan pada tahun 2019 menjadi 317.885 hektar, dan kembali berkurang sangat signifikan menjadi 109.460 hektar pada tahun 2023 ini. Data ini menunjukkan bahwa adanya keberhasilan upaya pemadaman kebakaran hutan dan lahan yang dilakukan oleh semua pihak secara kolaboratif dan koordinatif di Provinsi Sumatera Selatan. Apabila dicermati dari data sebaran asap berdasarkan arah angin yang dikeluarkan oleh lembaga-lembaga resmi, terlihat bahwa tidak terjadi pergerakan asap yang melintasi batas negara yang berada di sekitar Sumatera Selatan maupun yang berada di Sumatera. Hal ini ditunjukkan dari gambaran sebaran asap pada puncak kemarau di Sumatera Selatan pada bulan Oktober hingga November 2023. Berbagai upaya pengendalian kebakaran hutan dan lahan telah dilakukan dan menunjukkan komitmen yang kuat Provinsi Sumatera Selatan selaku local government terhadap komitmen penanganan kebakaran hutan dan lahan melalui berbagai kegiatan, baik monitoring, pencegahan, kesiapsiagaan, kemudian penanganan, penganggaran, dan termasuk juga penegakan hukum. Terkait dengan upaya monitoring, pemerintah Provinsi Sumatera Selatan bersama stakeholder terkait dalam upaya pengendalian karhutla telah menggunakan dan melakukan inovasi dengan memanfaatkan aplikasi Songket Sumsel, yaitu Sistem Operasi Pengendalian Kebakaran Hutan dan Lahan Terpadu Provinsi Sumatera Selatan, yang ini merupakan suatu sistem informasi berbasis web GIS untuk deteksi dini karhutla. Aplikasi ini merupakan hasil karya pemerintah Provinsi Sumatera Selatan sendiri, yang mana melalui Songket Sumsel ini pengambilan keputusan dalam pencegahan dan pemadaman serta penegakan hukum karhutla di Provinsi Sumatera Selatan menjadi sangat efektif dan efisien karena lebih murah, lebih mudah, lebih cepat, dan tepat sasaran. Upaya peningkatan kesiapsiagaan juga telah dilakukan dengan mengeluarkan berbagai kebijakan terkait dengan karhutla di Sumsel, antara lain penetapan status siaga darurat bencana asap karhutla tahun 2023 dengan keputusan gubernur. Juga pembentukan pos komando Satgas siaga darurat bencana asap akibat karhutla juga dengan SK gubernur dan diketuai langsung oleh Gubernur Sumatera Selatan. Upaya kesiapsiagaan lainnya dilakukan dengan secara rutin melakukan apel kesiapsiagaan dalam pengecekan personil dan peralatan dalam pengendalian karhutla bersama TNI, kemudian dengan Polri dan kepentingan lainnya beserta seluruh masyarakat. Sebagian dari upaya pencegahan dilakukan beberapa kali rapat koordinasi untuk percepatan pengendalian kebakaran hutan dan lahan dengan Forkopimda, dihadiri lengkap oleh Forkopimda Provinsi, Forkopimda Kabupaten Kota, dan juga pimpinan perusahaan, masyarakat peduli api, dan juga masyarakat terkait untuk kepentingan dan kebutuhan penanganan karhutla sebagai skala prioritas. Ini dilakukan di tingkat provinsi, tingkat kabupaten kota, sampai dengan tingkat kecamatan dan desa. Selain itu dari kepolisian bersama dengan TNI, bersama dengan BPBD, Dinas Kehutanan, Pol PP, serta masyarakat juga melaksanakan beragam bentuk kegiatan sosialisasi, termasuk juga edukasi kepada masyarakat dalam rangka mengajak masyarakat agar tidak melakukan pembakaran lahan atau pembukaan lahan dengan cara membakar. Upaya pencegahan juga dilakukan oleh pemerintah provinsi, TNI Polri bersama pemerintah kabupaten kota, serta juga melakukan penyadaran dan pencegahan dini, serta penyebaran maklumat terkait dengan larangan membuka lahan dengan cara membakar. Untuk perkuatan upaya pencegahan juga dilakukan penempatan personil dari berbagai kalangan, dari berbagai instansi, mulai dari personil BPBD, ini Badan Penanggulangan Bencana Daerah, TNI yaitu Babinsa, kemudian Polri, Babin Kamtipmas, Manggala Agni, Dinas Kehutanan, dan juga lembaga-lembaga lain di daerah-daerah yang rawan karhutla, dan juga ditambah personil-personil TNI Polri dari daerah-daerah lain. Kegiatan patroli bersama secara terpadu juga dilakukan bersama-sama dengan TNI Polri, Manggala Agni, BPBD, Pol PP, pemerintah provinsi dan kabupaten kota untuk memperkuat upaya pencegahan kebakaran hutan dan lahan. Sementara untuk upaya penanganan telah dilaksanakan operasi TMC hujan buatan kurang lebih sebanyak 12 kali yang terus-menerus dilakukan dan dilakukan perpanjangan dari mulai Juni sampai dengan November. Dan kegiatan ini ditujukan untuk membasahi wilayah-wilayah yang sudah cukup lama tanpa hujan, terutama pada lahan gambut. Sementara untuk kegiatan pemadaman hutan, lahan terbakar juga dilakukan melalui pasukan darat secara terkoordinasi dalam satu komando oleh Subsatgas Operasi Darat. Kemudian untuk wilayah yang sulit dijangkau dan tidak ada akses masuk melalui darat sungai, maka dilakukan upaya pemadaman udara oleh Subsatgas Operasi Udara yang dikoordinasikan oleh TNI Angkatan Udara bersama pemerintah pusat, pemerintah provinsi, serta pihak swasta. Ada pula upaya penerapan kearifan lokal dalam rangka untuk menangani karhutla ini, yaitu mengaktifkan Satgas atau Subsatgas Doa disebutnya untuk melakukan sholat istiqo. Memohon kepada Tuhan yang Maha Kuasa, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, untuk menurunkan hujan secara serentak, melibatkan seluruh unsur, dan ini dilakukan berkali-kali secara serentak pada hari Jumat dan hari-hari berikutnya, termasuk oleh masyarakat, pesantren, masjid-masjid, di instansi pemerintah, provinsi, kabupaten, kota, kecamatan, dan desa untuk berdoa meminta hujan. Dan alhamdulillah bersama doa dengan usaha ini menghasilkan hujan yang cukup signifikan di Sumatera Selatan. Pada sisi lain juga dilakukan pengelolaan prioritas penggunaan anggaran melalui skema belanja tidak terduga. Pada saat saya menjabat Gubernur Sumatera Selatan, Bu Dirjen, banyak mengeluhkan anggaran daerahnya tidak ada. Kebetulan saya di Jakarta sebagai Dirjen Keuangan Daerah, maka kita sampaikan bahwa boleh dilakukan pergeseran anggaran dengan menggunakan belanja tidak terduga untuk penanganan karhutla ini. Alhamdulillah provinsi dan kabupaten kota melakukan pergeseran anggaran sehingga anggarannya cukup untuk penanganan karhutla ini. Terhadap pelaku pembakaran dan hutan dan lahan juga telah dilakukan penegakan hukum yang konsisten oleh aparat penegak hukum baik dari Polda, kemudian Gakum KLHKRI bersama juga Kejaksaan. Dan juga ada inovasi di Sumatera Selatan, ada gel yang digunakan untuk lahan-lahan gambut sehingga bisa menutup pori-pori gambut yang terbakar sehingga kalau sudah terbakar tidak bisa menyebar di lahan gambut yang ada di Sumatera Selatan. Berdasarkan upaya yang sudah dilakukan oleh pemerintah provinsi, seperti yang tadi sudah dijelaskan, maka Sumatera Selatan siap untuk mendukung penuh implementasi AATPHP sebagai bagian dari local government. Pemerintah provinsi juga siap untuk bisa atau siap untuk berharap beroperasinya ACC THPC agar bisa dilaksanakan dan juga best practice dan kerjasama dalam pengendalian karhutla dalam mitigasi kabut asap dan lintas batas negara ASEAN dapat lebih ditingkatkan hingga ke tingkat lokal. Mudah-mudahan AACT HPC yang harus ditandatangani oleh 10 negara itu bisa segera diimplementasikan. Demikian, terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Fatoni, for the insightful presentation. And thank you once again for the commitment and, of course, support for ACC THPC. I hope I pronounced that correctly. It's a mouthful for me. Well, we believe under your leadership, South Sumatra will continue to cooperate with the ministry in controlling forest and land fires to mitigate the cross-border haze and pollution within ASEAN. Okay, we have heard two perspectives from both central and local government. So let's have a discussion on what we can do moving forward. So with that, I would like to invite our moderator for the session. She's the Senior Advisor to the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Please welcome Ibu Nur Masripatin.
Thank you. Good morning and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bapak Gubernur Sumatera Selatan, Ibu Dirjen Perubahan Iklim, Bapak Ibu semuanya. Good morning, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. We have listening the keynote speech from the Director General of Climate Change and from the Governor of South Sumatra on the lesson learned and what the South Sumatra province has been doing, also the commitment to support the ACCT-HPC. This is very important for us. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, ASEAN Coordinating Center on Transboundary Haze Pollution Control is a reflection of the long journey of ASEAN member states in agreeing the establishment of the center. ASEAN Agreement on Transboundary Haze Pollution was signed in 2002 and entered into force in 2003. Later, it was agreed that Indonesia hosting the center. It took us so many years to agree to negotiate on the establishment of the center. The establishment agreement finally was endorsed in August 2003, this year, during the chairmanship of Indonesia, the ASEAN chairmanship for Indonesia. Today at this session, we would like to share with all participants about the center, and we would like also to use this opportunity to explore potential collaboration with international community. We have four speakers who will share with us interesting topic related to the center. First, I would like to introduce Bapak Thomas Nivin Luri, the Director of Land and Forest Fire Management, Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia. The second speaker will be Dr. Fong Sok, the Head of Division, Assistant Director of Sustainable Development, ASEAN Secretariat. The third, Dr. Ardasena, Deputy Head for Climatology at the Agency for Meteorology, Climatology and Geophysics of Indonesia. The fourth, Pak Faisal Paris, the Director of the Global Environment Center. Now I would like to invite all speakers to join with me here. Thank you. Considering that we have to be disciplined with the time management, we have about 35 minutes and we need to leave 5 minutes at the end. It means we have 30 minutes for presentation and discussion. So apology to the speakers that I have to reduce the allocated time for presentation from 10 minutes to 5 minutes. So please convey your key messages and we will invite a question from the floor. So first I would like to invite Pak Thomas. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for for giving me the opportunity, distinguished guests and colleagues. The title of my presentations is to share lessons learned in managing forest and land fire that may contribute to reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and to avoid transboundary air pollution, and how the role of ACC will be managed in the ASEAN region. To start with, let me share the national policy. Let me share the national policy of forest and land fire management. Indonesia applied 3 pillars. First, prevention aspect. Secondly, suppression, and then post-fire management. Since 2015, the main focus of forest and land fire management is mainstreaming of fire prevention, covering a proper policy and regulation, early warning system development, improving local people participations, as we know as the fire care community, and implementation of cloud seeding technology. For suppression aspect, a task force is set up in the province level to carry out ground fire suppression and also the waterbombing, as our acting governors just share experience and learning in South Sumatra province in Indonesia. While post-fire aspect, burn area measurement and law enforcement are also conducted. In prevention, in focusing a new paradigm of forest fire management, Indonesia has been developing a monitoring system for about 25 years. Since 1997 up to 2011, monitoring of forest and land fire is carried out in a one-way communication system, for instance, by using media of radio, faxmail, and also email. However, since 2014, when an information system called Sipongi was launched, a fully automatic system were applied and followed by dual interface and social media practices, such as Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, also YouTube, as a communication strategy. And the utilization of hotspots, NASA, Terra Aqua, SNPP. And within the last 2 years, the use of Haze HP, automatic online-based reporting and company reporting were also applied. Besides monitoring hotspot, Sipongi also equipped with the early detection called a fire danger rating system that can be identified by using fine, moisture code, and draft code as an indicator. The risk assessment of forest and land fire in the ASEAN region, called as PATAN, Integrated and Interactive Forest Fire Warning System. This was developed by a National Agency for Climate and Meteorology in Indonesia, or BMKG. The FDRS service is also provided by our colleagues from Malaysia in the region. And another monitoring instrument that used as reference is peatland monitoring system. This system is specifically monitoring peat groundwater level on a bi-weekly basis from about 10,000 manual monitoring points covering almost 3.6 million hectares of peatland area. In terms of fire-prone village target, prevention action also carried out by Manggala Agni, the Forest Fire Brigade, jointly patrol with Indonesia Police and Army and local community in approximately 4,000 fire-prone villages throughout Indonesia. The patrol team used is Sipongi, the early warning system database, such as hotspot distributions. And concerning the Manggala Agni Fire Brigade existence, at present our Forest Fire Brigade, Manggala Agni, consists of almost 2,000 persons distributed in 34 districts, fire stations in Sumatra, Kalimantan, and Sulawesi region. One of entity in handling forest and land fire management is fire care community who live in fire-prone villages. One group fire care community consists of 15%. The community were grouped as a representative of local community, and most of them are youngsters and practicing land preparation without burning, sustainable agriculture, and also agroforestry practices. In the pillars of suppression of fire, the second pillar of forest and land fire management, in case of massive fire encounter, the combination of ground suppression and water bombing is carried out by task force at the province level, and subsequently mopping up to make sure the fire is fully controlled. And for the post-fire management, at least two main activities are conducted, notably law enforcement and burn area calculation. Law enforcement is carried out by the team from the DG of Law Enforcement in collaboration with Indonesian police, while burn area calculation is conducted by an integrated team using Chitra Lancet data, Sentinel, hotspot, and fire spot data. How about the contribution at regional? With the lesson learned, we experienced Indonesia support by all ASEAN member states is very confident in hosting the center of the ACC-THPC. As has been mandated in Article 5 of the agreement, the purpose of the center is to facilitating and coordinating among parties in managing the impact of forest and wildfire. The center also should provide assistance once needed, and the committee should oversee the operation of the center. The role of ACC, besides carrying out the main tasks, besides carrying out its maintenance to facilitate and to coordinate the preparedness of the impact of forest and land fire, the center should also assistance to ASEAN member states if needed, maintains exchange information, expertise, technology, and know-how among parties. Other tasks of the centers are to maintain and exploring potential partners for funding, providing equipment and technical facilities, and maintain experts within and outside of the ASEAN regions. In the governance structure of ACC, the centers is chaired by an executive director and responsible for managing three divisions: monitoring, assessments, and joint emergency response, technical cooperations, and information and knowledge management. The head of division will technically conducting their role and function according to the main tasks, and executive director will report to the committee and seeking advice for actions. In terms of process of establishment of ACC, there's been a long process of negotiation of the establishment ACC with the ASEAN Haze Agreement in 2003, and then the intention of Indonesia to host the center endorsed at the decision COP11 in 2015 in Hanoi, Vietnam. Since 2016, the series of negotiations with ASEAN member states conducted and in August 2023, and the establishment agreement on ACC was endorsed during a meeting in Vietnam, Lao PDR, and finally adopted and launched at the 43rd ASEAN Summit, September 2023 in Jakarta, Indonesia. For that, we're thanking ASEAN Secretariat that continuously support and facilitating the negotiation process for the establishment of the center, and appreciation also goes to all member states that committed and cooperations. To conclude, we hope the center could provide contribution in managed forest and land fire, regional and global, at the same time to increase close collaborations among member states in reducing greenhouse gases in the region that reflect to the achievement of NDC of member states, in particular to achieve target of FOLU and Haze Free ASEAN 2030. The challenge of the center remains relevant to explore potential partners in providing sustainable finance to meet above goals of the center. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pa Thomas. I hope that the center will operationalize soon. The second, I would like to invite Dr. Fong Sok.
Thank you very much, Ibu, and very good morning to all of distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's one of the most important message today. It's by the Bapak Governor of South Sumatra. Yeah, South Sumatra. It does provide important sort of commitment and with a long sort of achievement. You track down from 2015 until now. This is not a normal. The local government made a significant achievement and commitment. This is one of, the proud of ASEAN to see this great leadership from the local, this uniqueness. So now I'm talking here about this, the ASEAN Center, ACCT-HPC, and the potential support for operationalization of ACCT-HPC. And this about also, I would like to highlight the linkages to this sort of climate change sort of opportunity. So, like Pak Thomas highlights about ASEAN Agreement Transboundary Haze, and also this also highlight about the standard operating procedure for monitoring, assessment, and emergency response, challenge and opportunity in that respect. So I may not be talk more because this is about the haze issue, and you may learn that haze is about the seasonal sort of climate change issue. It happened during the dry season. That the time it's really critical when it comes to El Nino come to the region. This is the thing that come more serious. And then, of course, the impact of haze is significant. It's from economic, health, and also from other aspects of economic activity. This is the ASEAN Agreement on Transboundary Haze. You see the objective is clear: to prevent, monitor, mitigate land and forest fire, to control the transboundary haze pollution throughout the concerted national effort, regional and international cooperation. So with that, I would like to highlight that the ACCTHPC, a center who's in charge to implement and to coordinate this ASEAN Agreement on Transboundary Haze. So with that, the role is quite important to contribute to prevent, monitor, mitigate, and so on and so forth, as shown in this agreement. This institutional structure of the ASEAN Agreement on Transboundary Haze Pollution, you see the yellow line. It's a ministerial level that come from the what we call contracting of the party, a conference of the party, and then the committee, and then go to the pitland. And then both sides, you have the purple color, that's for the northern and southern sub-region because of the seasonal difference between the north and the south region, where we have to come up with different sort of arrangement in order to respond on time, whatever the transboundary happen at each side of the sub-regional. Now, this ASEAN Center on ASEAN Coordinating Center for Transboundary Haze. So currently operated by ASEAN Secretary Interim ACC, but in collaboration also with ASEAN Specialized Meteorological Center, and also we use also the Malaysia for Fire Danger Rating System, and close collaboration with National Monitoring Center. So in order to implement this agreement, we have a number of guiding documents. That is a policy document. One of the things about roadmap, the haze-free roadmap, we have a new version, 2023 to 2030, the Asian peatland management strategy, we have the root cause of the haze issue, and then the SOP, standard operating procedure, to guide how to implement the ASEAN agreement. So this to show you what the SOP look like, tell you about how the thing can start and can coordinate. And this is the mechanism for monitoring, assessment, and joint emergency response as well. So I flashed this because all the different material available online, and I leave the opportunity for you to have more questions instead. So all this about the way it's SOP inform about the current practice for monitoring and assessment. So, but the ACC in interim term, I think we have some challenge and constraint because of the data is not complete and so on and so forth. And we have a minimal sort of level of team to make this interim ACC work. So the opportunity with the support here and there to operationalize of the center. But I mean, in the near, here the reference material for you to access about the Haze portal. So if you need that information. And there's knowledge, as a part of knowledge repository, also all the information available there. I think I end here, but I would like to highlight why this center is quite important. The center, I mean, it contributes to the prevention. How this involve? I mean, involve all that sort of mapping, involve all that sort of stock taking, and also involve all that sort of coordination. So with that center, not only working with ASEAN Secretariat, but working with all ASEAN Center, working with all member states, working with local our National Monitoring Center in coordination with the local authority, and importantly, working with any partner, international, regional, and so on. This would be opportunity to look at the different sort of opportunity that partner may have, including the investment framework and also other opportunity from the climate lens. That could be important because of when we address the haze issue, it means that we manage well the peatland, we manage well that the sustainable practice land and forestry as well. So with that, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Fong Sok, for the presentation and also for the very well time management. The next, I would like to invite Dr. Ardasena to give the presentation.
Thank you, Ibu Nur. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to everyone. I would like to speak about our support, the Agency for Meteorology, Climatology, and Geophysics, in supporting the function of and the operation of the ACC-THPC in monitoring the fire as well as monitoring the greenhouse gas emission from fires. And we are a great supporter for the operationalization of the ASEAN Center or the ACC-THPC. So 2 parts about my presentation. First is our services related with forest fire monitoring and prediction. And the second part will be about the greenhouse gas monitoring as well as the initiative that are currently undertaking in the agency. So we have several services related with forest fire monitoring and prediction. Adopting this timeline from nowcasting, from real-time observation. So I have to compete with the neighbor, sorry. As well as to the coming days, to the time scale of weeks, as well as the seasonal time scale. We have a suite of services that employs satellite technology, model technology, as well as some further advanced modeling. So from real-time observation for hotspot monitoring, the FDRS, which we are familiar, and also the seasonal timescale forest fire risk prediction. This has been mentioned by Pak Thomas as well. We are using several satellites to monitor in almost real time the occurrence of hotspots using Himawari, for instance, spheres using NPP, etc. And for the daily up to weekly time scale, we have this forest fire danger rating system, or the FDRS, which is operated and updated twice daily, actually up to a weekly time scale. And to add for the longer time scale, we have this seasonal scale. So seasonal meaning a monthly time scale up to 6 month lead time. Seasonal scale forest fire risk prediction. And if you see this prediction from this year, we have been quite actually accurate in predicting the risk of this year forest fire. So the area which is colored in yellow are the areas which we highlighted as a very highly potential for fire. And you see, even starting from April, we got it quite right that this the climate in 2023, the season as well as the occurrence of El Nino will have quite an impact on the fire occurrence in Indonesia. Also, we have air quality modeling. So, for instance, we can monitor well and simulate the biomass AOD, or the aerosol optical depth, simulating the dispersion of biomass particulate, and as well as, for instance, other pollutants such as PM 2.5, as well as the CO, or the carbon monoxide, as a tracer of the forest fire. And for our approach on estimating greenhouse gas emission, this graph is actually presenting an inconvenient truth of the work that we are doing, is that since in Rio, since Kyoto, and also since Paris, we see this greenhouse gas concentration globally keep on increasing. And actually the climate and also the adverse impact responds to the greenhouse gas concentration. It does not respond to the commitments of the greenhouse gas reduction, but rather to the actual concentration that has been taken place in the atmosphere. And how well do we actually understand the overall CO2 budget? So for the top level global budget is quite well understood. We can use global measurements, we can use satellite. But the uncertainties from the fluxes are still quite high, especially the land use parts and also the natural sinks. So the message is to understand our future climate, we also have to understand the whole carbon cycle. And to cope with that, we have the vision of this implementing of the overall carbon monitoring through atmosphere and as well as ocean monitoring in Indonesia. We have built several towers too for the time being in Sumatra. For instance, one you see here is 100 meters tall greenhouse gas monitoring in West Sumatra. And we have the vision to cover most of important area in Indonesia using this system. And one derived benefit, for instance, we can estimate the emission of CO2 from forest fires through the combination of these in situ measurements from satellite and as well as for model. One way of example, for instance, this historical event from 2019 where we can estimate the emission from forest fire event. So the way forward, we will continue in employing this in situ measurements in Sumatra and Kalimantan. And also, the way forward is, so for ACC, THPC, BMKG is very well ready to support the operationalization with technical information, with weather services, with climate information that are suitable and also relevant to the operationalization of the center. And we would like also to continue the support with this comprehensive monitoring of the whole carbon budgeting in the country. So for that, I think I would like to conclude, Ibu Nur. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Ardesena, for sharing the progress and the contribution from the agency, and also for good management of time. So the next, I would like to invite Pak Faris.
Good morning, everyone. So I will give a short presentation. Time is very short, so and we'll focus on introducing a new framework adopted by ASEAN in August. That's the ASEAN Investment Framework for Haze-Free Sustainable Land Management. And this is intended to complement the work of the ACC and the existing roadmap for Haze-Free ASEAN and other plans by helping to leverage resources from a broad range of stakeholders, from international, from private sector, from investors and others to support the action to prevent and control fires and associated transboundary haze. So I think everyone is well aware about the issues of transboundary haze, but maybe not everyone from Indonesia is aware that there is similar but actually even more severe problems in the northern part of ASEAN, in the Mekong sub-region. There have been earlier this year, you can see very extensive fires, very large smoke clouds covering 5 countries, 1.2 million people hospitalized, so it's quite a severe situation in the north. But the origin of the smoke is different to the south. It's more from the burning of agricultural residuals and some other land clearing, but other similar solutions, but different solutions are needed in that region. So it's been a quite severe haze in the northern ASEAN, affecting many people and companies. Overall, haze has been having a very severe economic, social, and environmental impact with more than 70 million people significantly impacted by the smoke, 50 million hectares of land which is fire prone in the region, up to $35 billion just in 1 year alone, estimated in Indonesia, and hundreds of billions overall. So to address this very severe impact, it's important to encourage multiple investment, multiple financing, which if we can stop the fire and haze, then it's a very cost-effective way. So that is why ASEAN has developed this ASEAN investment framework for haze-free sustainable land management, to bring together different multiple stakeholders and to support the implementation of the ASEAN peatland management strategy, the ASEAN haze-free roadmap, and various national plans and strategies. So to do that in a coordinated way and building on the existing plans and programs. It's also very much aligned with the national emission reduction targets in the NDCs of the member states, and it's aimed to build on an integrated approach. There are 5 key objectives. They're in this leaflet, which will be available at the back at the end of the meeting, so I won't go into detail. But one of the critical areas is to expand use of sustainable haze-free practices in the agriculture and commodity sector, and to engage better the commodity whole cycle to drive haze-free production practices, as well as to the objective 4, to integrate fire and haze prevention into sustainable financing frameworks. ASEAN has made a lot of progress with the ASEAN taxonomy on sustainable finance, and to integrate resources to sustainable land management into the commercial banks and other financing mechanisms is a very key way forward to eliminate the haze. So indicative, based on the feedback from the member states and various analysis, we've identified about $2.2 billion of critical, immediate priority investment and funding that is needed across the region, including to support the work of the ACC and action at the country levels. We've already identified about just below $1 billion of existing and pipeline activities that are aligned with this area, and we'll be working over the coming months to really link up with these pipeline and plan projects, as well as identifying critical gaps that need to be filled with additional finance. So just the next steps, the process is ongoing. The initiative was endorsed in August in the process of ASEAN establishing a task force and development team to facilitate the implementation phase and have a detailed implementation plan and portfolio projects, and then to work with the different member states as well as the ACC and ASEAN Secretariat to advance this in a timely way, as well as organize a range of consultation meetings with interested stakeholders. So I'd just like to call on those attending the meeting today physically and online. If there are those who are interested to learn more, this information is available online at ASEAN Secretariat, and for those who want copies can get it here, and to engage with the Secretariat and others and build together a coordinated profile, fill in the key gaps, and define new and innovative finance ways to address in a win-win way climate change, transboundary haze, as well as sustainable land management. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Pak Faisal. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, we don't have time to take up a question, but I would like to recall from our team. The theme of our session today is ACC-THPC towards Indonesia FOLU Net Sink 2030 and ASEAN Free Haze also 2030. With that, from the presentation that we are following, Indonesia is vulnerable to climate change as well as prone to forest and land fire. We saw the commitment as reflected from the presentation and also the speech from Excellency South Sumatra Governor. And also the support from ASEAN Secretariat, partners, and the good news is about ASEAN Investment Framework, where we have a framework to mobilize resources. This is the key messages that I could take up from the session today, and I would like to request all of us to join me to give a big applause to our speakers and to Excellency South Sumatra Governor for being with us till the end of the session. With that, I will give back the floor to MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all speakers. Despite all the noise, you were still able to deliver a profound presentation. So like Ibu Nur said, let's sustain the momentum. Let's support each other so to achieve a vision of Haze-free ASEAN by 2030. So to celebrate this partnership, our acting governor from Sumatra Selatan Province of Indonesia will be presenting our special token of appreciation to the speaker. So, and Pak Thomas, will you kindly accept this special gift? So Pak Thomas, representing the Ministry of Environment and Forestry Republic of Indonesia, has accepted this special gift from our governor. So this is like a joint commitment between the local government, the central government, as well as our international partner to work together in combating the adverse impact of the climate crisis. And being one of the solution is controlling the land and forest fires in the region. So if all the speakers can be together and move forward to the center so we can have a group photo together. And we invite Ibu Nur to be in the middle together along with the governor. Ibu Nur, you need to be in the center stage because you're the only woman represent the gender inclusivity and equality. So as one of the SDGs, one of the 17 SDGs point. Okay, do we have anybody who wants to join on stage or that's it for today? One more? Pak Kadis dimohon untuk maju. Okay, thank you very much all the speakers and participants for your attendance and contribution. We shall see you again in the next session, which will be started at 12 o'clock. We'll see you then. Thank you for now.
Bali Bapak. Oh iya, saya Yoga Adipasa dari Direktorat Jenderal Terima kasih banyak Pak. Terima kasih bantuannya. Terima kasih banyak Bapak. Sampai ketemu lagi. Sampai ketemu lagi Pak. Insyaallah. Foto? Boleh foto dengan Bapak. Biar nggak di bangku. Mas Andi, Kak.
Mbak aja, kenapa? Delegasi Sumsel ini OPD.
Oh, delegasi Sumsel mohon untuk ke depan, kita akan foto bersama. Maksudnya foto, Mbak? Oh, oke. Oke. Ya, Ibu Nur. Thank you ya Mugi. Iya. Oke, terima kasih. Kita pernah ketemu loh. Waktu aku masih jurnalis. Ya di BMKG.
Di mana dulu?
Berita satu.
Oh, berita satu.
Udah dari tanggal 30 tapi ikut yang negosiasi agriculture.
Kawan-kawan jurnalis bukan ya? Jadi
Ya,
narasumber.
kadang-kadang sih.
Iya. Ke ini juga, ke studio juga ya kadang-kadang diundang.
Pernah.
Maksudnya yang diutus dari BMKG kan Mas Arda kan salah satunya kan.
Antara lain.
Karena namanya agak unik jadi kayak inget gitu. Oh mukanya oh iya.
Kan nama pasaran.
Justru namanya nggak pasaran jadi nyantol.
Ya, bukan.
Karena susah nyebutnya ketika live report. Dengan
Kepala satu.
Ibu Dwi Korita kan awal-awal
Ada,
kan.
saya.
Terima kasih.
Panggil speaker apa Ibu?
Manggil saya.
Welcome, our dear guests, to Indonesia Pavilion. Thank you for joining in this session. Today we'll be talking about the power of religious teachings toward climate justice. So the current acceleration of human power has created global problems. Climate change is a global crisis that requires diverse perspectives to address its multifaceted challenges. So faith communities around the world possess profound moral and ethical values that can contribute significantly to the discourse on climate justice. So this session will outline climate justice from the perspective of various faith traditions, aiming to foster a deeper understanding, dialogue, and of course, most importantly, action in addressing the climate crisis. To commence our session today, please welcome our moderator, Ibu Nana Firman. She's from Green Faith, and she's the Senior Ambassador of the organization. Over to you, Ibu.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Assalamualaikum. Greeting of peace to all of you. And my name is Nana Firman. I'm currently, as mentioned, the Senior Ambassador of Green Faith, which is a global grassroots multi-faith action network for climate justice. And I'm also here as a member of Ummah for Earth, which is an alliance of Muslim climate and environmental movement in the MENA region, Southeast Asia, and also in Europe, Africa, and North America. So I would like to invite my wonderful speakers. First of all, I would like to call to the stage Hokabet Solano, my dear sister, who is a member of Gunadule indigenous people from Panama. She's the director of Memoria Indigena, which walks, learns, and facilitates dialogues based on the narratives and the memories of indigenous peoples. Hokabet, would you like to come to the stage? And next is Deborah Bodro, who is the CEO of Buddhist Suchi Foundation in the US. And Deborah has a long list of her voluntary work, her humanitarian charity, working with Medicare, education, and also like leads the Buddha Suchi and Catholic Interfaith Dialogues, and also serve as the co-chair of Multi-Faith Advisory Council with the UN Interagency Task Force for Religion and Sustainable Development. And also, yes, please give round. And also I have here Kamran Sezat. Kamran is the Faith and Climate Action lead from Bahu Trust, a network of 22 mosques in the UK. And he served on the Civil Society and Youth Advisory Council on the presidency of COP26 in Glasgow a few years ago, and recently was appointed to the Multi-Faith Advisory Council to the United Nations Interagency Task Force on Religion and Sustainable Development as well. And he's a strong advocate of using faith-inspired approaches in promoting the message of the environment and guiding behavior change. And he has worked with diverse faith groups and has produced toolkits, practical guides, and mobilized communities for climate action. So Kamran, please come to the stage. Yes, and we actually have another person online, our sister Hening Parlan, who cannot make it in person to Dubai, but she's live joining us from Medina, which is the city of our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. All right, so as we know, as we gather here today, we realize that around the world, the climate connection between human rights and our natural resources makes the pursuit of climate justice an urgent priority. Without a clean and healthy environment, economic and social development cannot be sustained. Therefore, climate justice connects the climate crisis to the social, racial, and environmental issue in which it is deeply intertwined. It recognizes the unequivocal and unequal impacts of climate change on the issues, on the low-income and marginalized community, as well as people of colors and indigenous community around the world, who are, in many cases, in most cases, are the least responsible for the problem. And so without further ado, because our sister Hokabet also in high demand, so she has another session after this right away. So I would like to give the space first to her. And so, bueno, mi hermana, el tiempo es tuyo.
Hola, hola. Sí. Thank you, Nana. Well, I speak Kuna. Maybe many people here speak indigenous language and Spanish, but I try in English because I know the majority here speak English, understand English. My name is Jocabet. I come from Kuna Dule people. This is an indigenous people in Panama, in Latin America. We have 400 islands. We live in the islands. We have 6 territories. One of them is in the island. And then you know about when my people call everyone to go to the council house, they have a song for that because we believe in the strength of the spiritual life, and we believe the faith in our context is very important. And then we call like that, Gabi Damalar, que no hay tomalo. And then the guys walking around the island, and everyone listen this call, and they are coming to the Congress House to listen the song of our grandmothers, our grandfathers. And that song is come from many, many centuries ago, and it's very close about our relation with the land, with the earth, with the all living beings in our community. For my people, Kunaduli people, it's very important this relation. We have many ceremonies. We call the land Mother Earth, in my language, Nana Olo Wadule, and we call the sea Great Grandmother. In my language, Mubili, we call the sun that Ive, it's mean Great Grandfather. And we call the tree sisters, because for us, the entire living beings, they are older than us, and we are like the else, how do you say that when you are the new generation, and the old biodiversity is the old generation. And then I want to tell you about one ceremony, and then to talk what we are doing here as indigenous people, what we wanted in our statements as indigenous people in the court. One of the ceremony we want to share with you is about the first tree. When the woman has a baby, they call, the elders call all community, because they took their umbilical cord and the placenta and cultivate one seed. It's a native seed. In my community, because the native seed is cocoa, we have many cocoa because we are the island, a coconut, cacao, and banana. And then when we cultivate our umbilical cord with placenta and this seed, the mother, the grandmother, sing a song like that. It's mean, pay attention, sisters and brothers. And then they put the seed in the land, and when the seed is grow, we call everyone to drink the first juice, and then we say we are united with the Mother Earth, we are united with the ancestor, we are united with the baby, we are united with the sister and brother, we are united with the community cosmos. And that's mean very important for us, because when we grow out as a child, a youth, and elder, we remember the importance of our relation. All the relation is important. And when we have some broke with our relation, we have this kind of crisis we have today, the emergencies of climate change. And Dixon say like that, Ai je de gi je, nana burba vala mi de nueito malo de gi je. And the grandmother sing because they remember sometimes our spirit is sleeping. And one time our spirit need to awake. And to awake means we have to have a good relation with all the community. And what we are here as indigenous people, because we believe some of broken, it happened with the humanity in our relation. And we are here because we want to share our knowledge and we want to call an other sister and brother come back again with our relation with the Mother Earth, with the Creator, as a human beings. And the other things, because when we're talking about human rights, we're talking about human indigenous rights. And in many territories, governments, states, as my people, you know, in Latin America, I come from Latin America, we have a lot of displacement because climate change. We have a lot of genocide because some company want our lands. We have many die because defenders of climate change. And then here we want to say how we can working together as a community of faith, how we can work together as a human beings to stand with indigenous people. And the other thing is because when we read the papers, you know, and we are waiting about final paper, we want to see some phrases about indigenous people, but we need to recognize that in the statement, final statement. And that's important because we are here. In the COP28, we have 450 delegations from indigenous people, and they're around here. But it's not only faces. They are stand very with the community. They're working a lot in their context. And for us is to know how we can relate our knowledge with the scientists, how we can relate our knowledge with the government political, how we can relate our knowledge with the community of faith. And then, well, finally, maybe say, and that's important for us because when we listen these voices in the community vulnerability, we know the 18% of the biodiversity is cared for indigenous people. But the ironic thing is we are most of the vulnerability. But the thing is we believe in the strength of our faith and spirituality. And we believe in the, we say in Spanish, in Guarani, this is our other indigenous people, una tierra sin males, I like a air without evil. And then we believe in that, and we believe in the el buen vivir, good living way. And that means for all planet and for all cosmos, we want restoration and reparation. And that's part of our strong message for the COP28, how they integrate, include, in take of decision to indigenous people. And that's important to follow and continue, because if we only want to listen but not really take actions and include indigenous voices in the decisions, I think we have to indigenize our system because our capital and system is broke. How we can indigenize our system and how we can come back to remember the son of my grandmother say, Ay, ye, de, gi, ye, sister and brother, pay attention. The knowledge is come from the Mother Earth. Pay attention, because when you pay attention, you can be free. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, mi hermana Jocabet. Very, very powerful because, like she said, if we don't include the indigenous people in any of our action, in any of our response from this climate crisis, then we're like probably will be a failure. So otherwise, we need to indigenize ourselves, and many around the world, all our natural resources are being taken care by the indigenous communities. So, and then today also, the theme of the COP is human rights and indigenous communities. So that's why we are wearing red. It's the color for the indigenous people. So then, again, Hokabet, thank you so much. Thank you for your voices, and thank you for being here. She is a very, very good friend of mine. Even though she's busy, she tried to make it because I begged her, please come to my session. So thank you. And next, I would like to invite Deborah from the Buddhist Suchi Foundation that also have worked a lot. And oh yeah, Hokabet, thank you so much. Please, everybody, say thank you to Hokabet because he has to go to another session. But yes, Deborah, we want to hear what Buddhist Suchi have done. And I know like Buddhist Suchi have a lot of incredible work around the world, not, like also with the multi-faith. So like the floor is yours.
Thank you, Nana, and thank you everyone to spending the time here. We are from the indigenous, our sisters and brothers. Now we're going to the Buddhist arena to understand, to learn from each others about the climate change, climate crisis. May I have my PowerPoint? Yes, wonderful, wonderful. So, the power of the Buddhist teaching toward climate justice. From the indigenous brothers and sisters, I remember 2022 United Nations already indicate that humanity is indeed, we are all at a crossroads. And we have been slow to recognize the ecological degradation and climate crisis. But awareness is now dying that consequential choices will need to be made in the coming years. And this coming years is at every scale, from the individual ourselves to the firm, to the national, and to the international governance. So response has been entirely not enough to maximize the impact. So for the Buddhists respond to fossil fuel deforestations, in the Buddhism, the 5 precepts form a basic code of morality to guide human actions. The first precept is the abstaining from the taking of life. And the Buddha clearly stated that taking of humans or animals' life would lead to negative karma. And the negative karma would lead to negative, unproductive to liberations. So the right livelihood includes not trading in weapons or hunting or butchering animals. So the response to climate justice, our founder, Dharma Master Zheng Yan, she delivered a very clear path. So can I ask our technical expert to help me to share the videos about Dharma Master's delivery the message? Can you do the full screen? Thank you.
这种的不调和的天气，自然的法则，大地被破坏，因为人的意念越来越大，所以我一直说来不及了，来不及，来不及怎么办呢？回收不可，恢复不可，许许多多的国家。就是因为气候变迁， 带来了人间的不调和。
Babita. Halo Babita.
这么大的愿力啊，出自于一念心。你的心，他的心，我的心，共同呢是一个方向的一念心。这都是呢我们心灵的方向。所以我们要把握这一生，我们共同为人间来净化人心，这就是大道。
Purifying minds for a peaceful world. That's a very important direction for every one of us to think about. So may I have my PowerPoint back? Thank you. The Buddhists believe climate urgency. The urgency really leading to so-called suffering. So the suffering really leading to how we're going to coexist with the earth. So our sister just indicate that brother and sister, the ecological balance and how we're going to reduce the suffering. We all know we have 2 hands, 1 hand, 10 fingers. And the environmental really give us a capacity for the Buddhism to share how to develop the idea to protect our Mother Earth. So this idea empower of every single one to look into it, the desire of getting something from our hands to do it. So you can see on the 10 hands, 10 fingers, each one can play a very important function to support the climate change. As a Buddhist perspective or environmental, psychological, the dimensions of the human spirits in nature offer a lot of spirit to support the essence of the earth. And the deep human connection is revealed from a Buddhist perspective, a sense of spiritual freedom refined in nature. From the stillness of the woods comes joy and awakening. So, the oneness of life and the environment in Buddhism is in a world, a living being and its environment are single integrated. This single integrate dynamic enhances the fundamental inseparable. So for the Buddhisms, everything around us, including work, family, and reflection of our inner lives. Currently, Buddha Tzu Chi Foundation have 133 countries with the volunteers around 68, around 5 continents. Every one of us deliver 4 major missions: charity, medical, education, humanitarians. So as a Buddhist, we try to serve the model of humanitarian and Buddhist effort to amplifying the Bodhisattva path by relieving suffering and nurturing the hope and building community. Relieving suffering, nurturing the hope, and building community. We have 3 major pillars we'd like to share during the COP28. Our rooted in the principle of compassion and non-harm and mindful living. So we center around number 1, humanitarian actions, like our indigenous sisters and brothers call for, go back to the humanitarian support. Number 2, we need to environmental conservation, our Mother Earth, we have to working together. Number 3, to promote vegetarianism. These 3 pillars integrate into Buddha's value of kindness, sustainability, and respect all sentient beings. So we always follow our Dharma Master Zheng Yan's wisdom. This mission is very challenging, like a little ants trying to climb to the top of the mountain. It's not an easy task. However, this mission can be accomplished with everyone's support. So, 慈 means compassion. Ji means relief with joy. We all can work together to make this one home, one planet, one nature. So every one of us from all walks of life, from all ethnic capacity, we all can working together to face the current challenges, but the fundamental solution is love. Love, respect, and gratitude can really bring everyone together in this platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Deborah. Love, respect, and gratitude, very important 3 words. And yes, I mean, like we have only one planet to live in, and we are, at the end of the day, we are actually one community, no matter where you come from, no matter what your ethnicity or your religions, we only have this one planet to share together, and we are one community. If we don't work together, then we're going to face a big problem. So this is part of why we are at COP. We want to learn from each other and also how to be better to work together. So I would like to invite Kamran from my right here to share what you've done a lot. So maybe you can share to us so then we can all learn also everything.
Thank you very much. I may need to shout because the person behind me is still pretty loud. My name is Kamran Shahzad. I'm from the UK and I work for an organization called the Bahu Trust, which is named after a Sufi saint, Sultan Bahu, from South Asia, in India, in the Punjab, which is now known as Pakistan. The Bahu Trust runs 22 mosques around the UK, and they have mosques around the country. And it's somewhere where I've been very much involved in since my childhood. And the one thing that mosques and any place of the worship really brings to the table is people, very people-orientated. And the mosque and all faith places, again, are involved in life cycle events. We're involved in births, we're involved in deaths, we're involved in weddings, we're involved in funerals, we're involved in memorial services, everything, name it, the church, the mosque, the temple is involved in it. So, and because of that, then the place of worship becomes very influential in people's lives. They're able to bring about behavior change. You know, hey, you shouldn't do this, you should do this. So why not use the same model to bring about behavior change for environmental conservation and for care for creation? So I'm going to give you a series of practical examples of how the mosque has been our guinea pig for experimentation and how we've slowly taken the slow route to bring about behavior change amongst our congregation, and how the mosque over the last 7 or 8 years now is involved in significantly more work than other mosques in our region. So the first area is our imams. Like it or not, faith leaders are influential, for good or not for good. Yeah, mostly good, I believe. But so our main aim was to use let's train our imams on climate action first. Because it's important that we don't just tell them what to do and what not to do, but bring about spiritual transformation. Get them to look at the Quran in a different way. Get them to look at the stories of prophets from a different lens. So for example, if I was to give you an example, the story of Prophet Noah. Yeah, the story we take from that is, oh, if you don't believe in God, and God will send a flood and wipe you all away, and then we'll start. But no, there was another story in that God asked Noah to take all the animals. Why? Because biodiversity and nature sustains the planet. They are more important than us, if need be. So get them to look at things in a different way. And then also, if you're able to influence the imams, then when they're speaking on the pulpit, they can speak from passion because they've been through training. They've been involved in work. They can convince people. And it's not just about talking, it's also when they're praying. When they're praying, they'll say, oh, Ya Allah, oh God, please protect nature, or please help guide the leaders at COP. And when thousands of congregations are listening, they come and talk to the imam later and say, Imam, why did you say this? And that becomes a talking point. And so how do we do that training? It's very simple. A very simple behavior change model is the GROW model. It goes through goal, reality, options, and way forward. Very simple. It's a day workshop. So what's the goal as given to us by God as Muslims? Where do we want to reach? We want to reach in paradise, obviously. But how can we reach in paradise? How can we love the Creator, be with the Creator, if we can't love His creation? So it's getting them to explore the Quran. So now they know where they need to be and why. Then they go through reality. What's the reality? Because sometimes our faith leaders are so sheltered in their own little world that they don't see what's happening outside, especially those that are involved in urban cities or in the developed countries. And then we also don't use jargon. We get them to relate to what's happening. So if you talk to your imams about the polar bears drowning, it doesn't relate to them. So you relate to them about what's happening in their local city where they serve, and you relate it to air pollution, to food inequalities, to climate injustices in their local area. And then they tie that up with the goal that, oh, we've just learned this about the Holy Quran, but we're not really, the reality is different. And then options are, okay, they all suggest different things that they can do. And then the way forward is they will leave making some pledges. Yeah? And so just like here's some examples, I will motivate other imams and mosque committees to support in the cause of environmental issues. A walk to the masjid scheme. I will try to educate people on Friday khutbah. So they all leave with very tangible steps that they will individually do. This is then also led to the mosque creating more visual messages. So we're now starting to normalize environmental language within our scriptural teachings. We're getting local people to be involved. So the mosque is giving the platform for local youngsters who want to be involved. And then the imam will help them tie it in with theological verses. And then that becomes a discussion in itself. We also, in 2018, we started our plastic-free iftar campaign. Again, Ramadan, where the whole month is supposed to be a month of consuming less. But actually what happens, we end up consuming more because we've fasted the whole day, but then when we open our fast, we eat the equivalent of 5 or 6 meals, and the amount of waste we generate. So in the mosque, the first year we started as 1 day as a plastic-free iftar to educate and raise awareness. The following year, it then went to 10 days. And then the third year, the whole of Ramadan became plastic-free. So you can't expect, because behavior change you can't just tell people, you have to take them on a journey. And then that then also, you can see we have every day approximately 300 people open their fast. And you can see our imam on the far, my left or my right? That side anyway. Yeah, he now starts to bring his own tiffin box, and here's the story of his is quite unique, which I'll tell you later. He refused to get involved in the plastic-free iftar, and I'll tell you his story later, how he changed. But now this becomes the norm, and then what people learn from the mosque, they then implement in their own events. And then we compare the waste generated at the end. And now what the mosque has done is we've created our guide to an eco-conscious Ramadan. So it's not just about waste, but also water, also the power of prayer, how the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, fasted, zakah. It goes through a whole series of things about how to make it eco-Ramadan. And we've called it an eco-conscious Ramadan, not an eco-Ramadan, because we're trying to reach out to people's minds that you need to make the change, not the mosque. It has to come from you. And so we're reaching out to their psyche. And then we do, within our mosque classes, we have weekly community cleanups where we encourage our youngsters to be involved in cleaning the streets so that they understand the role of stewardship and community ownership. Our 22 mosques, 20 of our mosques now have solar panels, green, clean energy. But we didn't win the argument by telling our trustees that, hey, this is environmentally friendly or net zero. No, it'll go in one ear, come out the other. We won them over by giving them the economic argument. And it won and it was job done, but slowly then we use this as a way to educate. And we've also, because of this, the mosque has been very successful because our mosque is based in a very deprived area of the UK. So I'm third generation Pakistani. When our grandparents came, we are still living in those same homes. Even though we own our homes, they're very poor quality homes. So we've secured 7, because of the power of faith places, 2 mosques, 2 churches came together and they secured £7 million from the local government in order to improve the standard of the homes to make them more climate friendly, and which I can talk about later. Our madrasa syllabus, so we have added sustainable living into our madrasa syllabus, and this was in partnership with Green Faith. Because environmental issues, climate change can be a very big issue, so we've broken it down to a Muslim's guide to climate change, a Muslim guide to food and climate change, a Muslim guide to energy and climate change, a Muslim guide to transport, and because you break it down into very simplified language, and the science comes first, and the religion is used to endorse what we're asking people to do. And then we've also created small videos, like cartoony videos, to help our youngsters understand. So I'm just going to play a quick 2-minute video. So you can see as a mosque, we're trying to make these topics a little bit more trendy. So just always asking the imam to say something from the pulpit isn't as influential as it used to be. So we're looking at other ways to get people, to get them involved in what we're doing. And so we have videos like this, which we send to parents and children and it generates a conversation. And then we've also developed an interfaith program called Small Footsteps for children, where they learn about different faiths and the environment. So children play a huge role because children influence their parents. They hold their parents to account when they see them doing something at home. And just as importantly is campaigning and advocacy has become a major part of the mosque in Birmingham, because at one point, and I didn't mention this earlier, is we banned all single-use plastic in our mosque. It only lasted a few weeks because plastic is everywhere. No matter how hard you try, people bring it in. So then that encouraged us to actually, the only way we're going to ban plastics, and now we understand that this is an act of faith. It's not just, hey, this is what we need to do. We need to be involved in calling for policy change, in bringing about law change. And so we then got involved in policy, in advocacy, in campaigning on a government level, on a local government level. But part of that is having people involved. So we have our children involved in our climate marches. So again, this has been brought into the madrasa syllabus, that standing up for climate rights, human rights, climate justice, standing up for the right of others is an act of worship. So especially in climate marches, you quite often don't see people of an Asian background. It's normally, so our youngsters get highlighted and then they get in the press and then their parents are very proud of it. And then it encourages to bring more. So we're able to pick on the motivations of children. And then our imam also at COP26 was involved in going to Downing Street to talk about climate justice. So it's not about activists being there, but our imams should also be at the forefront of it. And finally, like the Bahu Trust as a mosque has accreditation with UNEP and UN Climate Change. And I believe we are the only mosque in the whole world that has UN Climate Change accreditation. And why is that important for us as a mosque is because we have a large community. And it's a sense of pride for our community to know that what they do gets highlighted at a UN level. And then it gets them more involved. It's like a spoon of honey. We're able to say, look, the work you're doing will be highlighted at the UN level. And we are able to bring what we've learned onto the table, around the table. So that was just a very short snapshot of what we're doing. You can learn more on our website. Those resources, you can just scan the QR code and you can download those resources and learn more a little bit about what the Bahu Trust are doing. Thank you very much.
Yes, please give a round of applause. Thank you so much, Kamran. That's very interesting because I didn't know, like, yeah, you're probably the only mosque in the whole, like, the UN system that got, like, you know, like, accredited. And also, like, I think, like, you highlight something important about, like, including the children and then, like, the interfaith also. And also, like, the pride of the communities. I think, like, when they do something, maybe in the beginning they didn't know, like, why we do this, like, you know, but we do it, and then when they got acknowledged, they started to feel like, wow, we are part of a bigger picture, and, like, you know, and they're proud of it. And I'm also having that experience with my community in San Diego, California. In the beginning, when the Green Ramadan started, they're like, why you're telling us to do this? Is this hard? You know, you're giving us, like, more work to do, or, like, you know, trying to convince the board, you know, on installing the solar panel. They're like, oh, it's so expensive. But then when they did, this is, like, one of the mosques that is being highlighted, like, you know, in the whole, like, Southern California, like, oh, the mosque with the solar panel. So, like, you know, the community, like, take a pride of that, their like, you know, their mosque. And also, like, when they talk with you know, like in the multi-faith space, they, like, you know, if they find like, you know, communities where the church has solar panel and other temples, so they feel like, yes, me too. We, like, you know, us too. We have also solar panel in our house of worship. So I think that's very important. We also highlight our community, like their success story, because that's also making them invite other people to do the same. So thank you so much for Deborah and Kamran. And now we are going to Medina, to our sister Haning, who's she's supposed to be here, but something happened. So she's joining us live through Zoom from Medina in Saudi Arabia, the city of the prophets, peace be upon him. And she just finished her Umrah, which is the small pilgrimage to Mecca for Muslims. And Haning is the Green Faith Coordinator for Indonesia program. But she's also the advisor for Muhammadiyah Iku Bhinneka, which is a multi-faith initiative aiming to build a resilient and inclusive interfaith community to support freedom of religion or belief through environmental preservation and action. She previously was the lead for Environmental Council of Asia, which is the women's wing of Muhammadiyah, and currently she is one of the deputy chairs for Muhammadiyah Environmental Council in Indonesia. She has a long list of experience and expertise in the interfaith humanitarian responses. So Haning, without further ado, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Nana. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and my apologize because of I cannot come to the event. Finally, at 2 days ago, I try again and I got the visa of tourist, but the tourist cannot come to the COP. So, okay, I cancel my ticket and okay, I move to the Madinah. So I'm so sorry with this, but very happy to be here because of this is the big opportunity for me from Indonesia. That's we will sharing about the climate action from multi-faith. As before, we hear about each of faith like a Buddhist, a Muslim, but in Indonesia, I coordinate multi-faith with 2 listeners. I will sharing from the Ecobinica and also from the Green Faith Indonesia. Before this, please sharing my video, our video for the community. Please sharing Indonesian video from us. Thank you so much, Nana and everyone. So I will start with my presentation. As, as we see, I'm from Indonesia, so I will start with the sharing the power of religious teaching towards climate change from the multi-faith. As for your information, Indonesia, you can and always remember that we have the Pancasila. The Republic of Indonesia is based on the Pancasila, a state ideology and foundation for all aspects of government and governance in Indonesia. The Pancasila is derived from the Sanskrit language, which means 5 principles. Number 1 is belief in one God. Number 2 is a just and civilized humanity. Number 3 is unity of Indonesia. Number 4 is democracy by the wisdom of the congregation representative from the people. 5 is social justice for all Indonesian. As the Pancasila state, Indonesia is secular religious state. Secular means the state is based on certain religions or theocracy to respect and fulfill civil rights. To state provides religious, health, education, child, and environment for sure. And our picture in Indonesia is according to the data of the Ministry of Home Affairs 2022, that the population is 7.75 millions. We are big countries with thousands of the islands and population of the religions. We have 6 religions and also indigenous communities. So we have the Muslim is more than 87.02%. The Christian included here, Christian is 20.85 or 7.43%. Catholic is 3.08%. Hindus is 4.69%. Also, Buddhist is 0.73%, and Confucians, or we call Konghucu, is 0.03%, and others is 0.04%. It is no like that's our indigenous community. So there is no official religion. All religions have equal position before the law. So don't worry, in Indonesia that we have many Muslim community, but we have the big family from the Christian, Catholic, Hindu, Buddha, Confucius, and also the community and also indigenous people. The Indonesian context for the environment relate with our title, that the ecological disaster, poverty, and humanitarian conflict are the fact experienced by people from the east to the west is Indonesia. The fate and safety of the people continue to be mortgaged by state administrator who run to corporate economic paradigm and a system. A development paradigm that relies more on the extraction of the natural resources, including energy development that is pro-coal and other fossil energy that's very high destructive power on the environment, people, and even state finance. The paradigm was chosen because state management still in much corrupts and ignores of the human rights. And we need the reconstruction multi-faith teaching views on the climate justice. Why? Because of the environmentalist religious movement on the grassroots have started various initiatives to help people find alternative, creative, environmentally friendly and solution. In Indonesia, there are also local environmentalist movement. Many of views are led by the local community. In this movement, local communities seek to protect their land from the exploitation, convey the local wisdom, formulate the the policies for the environment, and confide the rights of displaced indigenous communities. The challenge posed by climate change demand collective action, transcending border and ideologies. Multi-faith teaching initiative place a strong emphasis on, cooperation, bridging together communities, organization, government, and international partner. By the sharing successful of the collaboration, the event aims to create alliance to work synergistically to address climate-related issues. With the mostly 85% and the world population belonging to the faith group, the Earthrise series explore the role, power, and commitment of faith, religion, and spiritually in creating change for the environment and how these communities can work together on this common goal by taking action on climate change. We can see in the diagram here that they have powerful of the religions. Number one, we have the references or a base of the our teaching. Number two is respect or mutual respect. Number three is restraint or self-control. So why our colleagues share about our control, how the individual have responsibility. And also number four is about the sharing, and number five is responsibility. So in the religions, we have five important things that in each of the people have it. The one I will sharing about the Ekobenika Muhammadiyah. What is the Ekobenika Muhammadiyah? In the Muhammadiyah is Muhammadiyah have the mandate from the 48 Muktamar or the big meeting. That is the dealing with the radicalism is not sufficient and can lead the other exist when the eradication approach is taken. Muhammadiyah offers solution and promotes Indonesia path to moderation. The face Indonesia and Indonesian Islam, which is moderate, tolerant, advanced, and modern, in the middle way to the pluralism extremes of the national and state life. The Muhammadiyah initiate the program. The name is the Ekobenika, is an environmental conservation approach. So Muhammadiyah is consist in the 37 provinces, 440 pondok pesantren or Islamic boarding school. That is more. That is 200. Sorry. 2,000 kindergarten, 3055 hospital, 562 orphanages, 171 university, 2,000 school, 13 mosques, and also members in around of the 60,000 60 million members in around of Indonesia, and we have also in 30 many countries in Indonesia. And that is the Eco Bhinneka is eco is coming the ecology, and Bhinneka is a Bhinneka Tunggal Ika in the Pancasila, that is the unity in the diversity. So comes of the national value, namely is Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, which means that even we are different, but we are still united. So we are in a part of the CISRA consortium at the 7 countries, Ethiopia, Iraq, Kenya, Mali, Nigeria, Uganda, and also Indonesia. In Indonesia, we have a working in the national level and also 4 provinces. In the West Kalimantan, East Java, Banyuwangi, Central Java, and North Maluku. What are we doing in there? So we are working in 3 approaches: intra-religious, interreligious, and also extra-religious. So we work together with the young generation and also women. So we can see here that the interfaith community formed by 4 religions. And we success here that in each of our places, like a Pontianak, the coordinator of the Pontianak community is led by our friends from the Christian. In the Surakarta is by Muslim, Ternate is by a Catholic, and Banyuwangi is by Hindu. So in Pontianak also we have our support and more active by our college at the Konghucu. So majority that's interfaith community that we have is not by the Muslim community. It's only in the Surakarta or Central Java. They have the leader from the Muslim community. And how we work? So we work together between multi-faith in the each of the region, how to make a campaign and action together in the field. And also we have the Fight Inspired Changemaking Initiative together with Asoka Foundation, that we have the 70 religious leaders from the multi-faith in Indonesia. And after this, we have the name is Asoka Bumi, that is a green of the Asoka. And we have also developed books. The name is Caring for the Environment and Preserving of the Environment. That is from the multi-faith teaching. That's from the six of the religions in Indonesia, and we socialize and also we make a training together. Next, about the Green Fit Indonesia. So we work on the awareness and campaign, education and training, policy development, and also campaign and training for the climate justice that will be done at this year. And we work at the our network at the from the national level, but it is our network for the climate justice that we see here. The last year we have consist with 277 action at around of the our countries. It means from here that from the religion actor is very active to make and to taking awareness. So we can see from the Java, Madura, Sumatra, Kalimantan, and Sulawesi, Maluku, Papua, and Nusa Tenggara. So there are infos from the community, from religions, by women, student, youth, religious leader, and also grassroots the community. From this, Ecobenica and also Greenfit, we get the lesson learned that encouraging all the religious leaders to take the important role by holding movement based on the respective faith and reflective in the community activities to protect and preserve the environment and socialize of the harmony and the environmental that's build mutual understanding. The basic abilities to need to improve are related to understanding about the substance of the program. So we start with the belief and to teach in socialize of the multi-faith perspective and understanding for all. And after this, we can do action together wider in the group and carrying activities on the field. Finally, we can collaborative multi-faith approach to promote implementation teaching to the action. So usually we the teaching is only used in the on the most used at the churches, but in the action we see that the collaborative and also implement teaching to the action is very powerful. So also giving the alternative solution in the communities. Usually at the for the multi-faith, they have more and more solution or alternative solution than others organization. So finally, we can strengthen the values from the diverse faith communities and to make the establish of the network in the my country in Indonesia. So we can see that the multi-faith have a big opportunity to tackle the climate change. Thank you so much, and I will back to Nana. Thank you, Nana.
Thank you.
This is some of the
Give her a
picture.
round of applause. Thank you so much, Hening, for for sharing all this wonderful work in Indonesia, like our youth in Indonesia, and also the women groups, the faith women groups are very active in doing climate actions. And so this is like amazing. And video that you saw earlier, it was done by our volunteers, like the youth. I mean, when I saw it, I was like, wow, how did they do that? So, but yes, it's amazing. And so we have only 10 minutes left and then we heard like wonderful things from our awesome speakers here. So I'm going to give this last 10 minutes to any of our audience here. If you have any questions, I think I can give like 4-3 people if there's any question, comments. You have questions? Okay, one.
Okay.
And then another one. Anyone else? If not, then I'm going to give the mic to you. Please say your name and where are you from.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Chioma and I'm from Nigeria. So we came in when the presentation was already ongoing, but something caught my attention. There is a similarity between our circumstances with that of Indonesia, being that we're also the most populous nation in Africa. So and also we have the domineering Muslim community too. So most of the lessons that you have showcased today also speaks to our circumstances. So I don't have a question per se, but we want to learn from these experiences because I came here with 2 of my other colleagues, and we are in the policy making of the government of Nigeria. We formulate policies and programs and actions to address issues of climate change. We need to learn from Indonesia. So how do we deepen the conversations around learning what you have done that worked for you? And to also beautify the whole content, I saw the characters of the cartoon, and we can use that also to communicate to the younger generation on how things are going to be done, and also catching them young for future climate warriors. So this is my summation, and thank you.
Thank you. I can give you my contact afterwards, so then we can communicate, and then you can have contact also to my speakers. Anyone else? Oh, yes, sir. Go ahead.
Sir, I don't know your name, but I thank you.
Can you mention your name and where you're from?
My name is Ishola Tolani Isiak from Nigeria also. I'm sure I appreciate your presentation and other presentation. It's give me a lot of idea. But I wanted to ask, sir, how did the people take it at the first instance? You know, what's their reaction when you first start that program in the mosque with imam and other congregation? Thank you.
I think I mentioned I started this in the mosque about 7 years ago. I had more hair then. People don't like being told what to do. People like to go about their everyday life. So it's very important is don't enforce change on people. Do it slowly, over time. Just drop by the nudge theory, I think, works really well. Because people don't like to be patronized. And you also need to make something fashionable. And so, it takes a little while. Give yourself patience, time. And I don't think there's ever a perfect solution. You're never going to get everything right. But it's important to take things step by step and take people along the journey with you. So there's no point saying to me, Imam or Pastor, I want you to do this speech from the pulpit. That comes afterwards. What you should be saying to them is, I want you to join me in this meeting, or I want you to go with me to this event, or I'm organizing something, I'd like you to be a part of it. So I'll give you an example. For instance, the Imam I spoke about. So you've asked me the perfect question. The Imam was against the plastic-free iftar. Yeah. So I had said to him, look, I want you to, I scripted a speech for him. I kind of learned this the hard way. I scripted a speech for him. I said, at iftar time, there's going to be 300 people. I want you to read this speech out to everyone. So he read it and he said, well, I'm not going to let go of my plastic bottle. I prefer the bottled water rather than tap water because there's chemicals and all this other thing you're asking is too hard work. We don't have time to do this. We have other things going on. So unofficially, I had to threaten him and say, look, you're doing this, whether you like it or not. So he did it. You know, like he prepared it. But when he came to the mosque, he didn't do the speech I asked him to do. What he did is he bought his tiffin box, he bought his reusable, and he bought a few other things. And to everybody, he narrated the story between me and him, and how what I had asked him to read, how the Quranic verses had inspired him to do something different. And then so he went to the shop and he bought these things. But when he spoke to the congregation, his journey and his story was more powerful than what I had scripted for him. Yeah, so he had an opportunity to, because he spoke from passion. So it's just getting there slowly. And the other one is jargon. Don't baffle people with your jargon. And everybody in this room is different. We have different motivations, we have different languages, we have so much, and we have to understand that everyone is different and the language for everybody is different. So, thank you.
Thank you, Kamran. Deborah, you want to add?
Yeah, regarding about your country, how we're going to work together as a Buddhist, unity is all the time. So if you have a chance, go back to the community, bring everyone together. COP give us a lot of resources, but we need to digest the resources and give opportunity for everyone to share the common goal and common value. I totally agree. Cameron mentioned about children. It's so easy to share this kind of info. So start it from education. Bring the community together, use education. Now the smartphone technology is so many information resources available, but we have to create one suitable for your community. I really want to take opportunity to say, COP is changing. Our voices has been heard. Do you remember COP, you were 6 years ago, 8 years ago. We started 10 years ago to share the concept for interfaith. Now, today, we have a faith pavilion. We talk about reduce the plastic bottle. Do you know all the staff working around here wear a t-shirt made by plastic bottle? What does that tell you? Our message does impact. It's count. What we need to do, faith. We all need to work together. Nana, bring everyone together on this platform. And from Indonesia, we need to work together to get our voices heard in positive energy, in positive karma. Then we can bring the whole team together as a universe to work for our home, our future planet. That's all I want to share.
Thank you, Deborah. Yes, that's a very powerful closing. Do I still have like 1 minute? Okay, I'm looking at my time. So thank you so much for Kamran, for Deborah, and for Hokabet, and for Haning, all the way from Medina, online. And I think this is one, as Deborah mentioned, we, as faith communities, we always run around from different pavilions to have our session, but this is the first COP that has a faith pavilion. If you haven't been there, I know tomorrow is probably the last day, or the next day is the day after tomorrow is the last day. But please check it out. It's in the front, you can see it, Faith Pavilion. The building is very very unique. It's white building, and again here I'm really humble and very proud that I have maybe I can call you some of you Reverend Susan Henderson from the Interfaith Power and Light in the U.S. and also Reverend Leo Woodbury from the U.S. also. These are the people that is they're very involved in the faith, the multi-faith climate action. And also I give a shout out to Ilka Vega from the Methodist Women network. So we all work in all, not just like, in the US, I just mentioned because I know these people in person, but also like in many part of the world. I know Kamran, how many years I've known Kamran? Many years. Yeah. Oh, yes, yeah. So like with Kamran, many years. With Henning, don't even ask me. I don't know. Like people say like we know each other since we were kids, and it's been like, distance and back again together. And I think like that's what the power of this kind of work. Always bring people together, like you said, and then we need to involve our children and our youth because the youth is very powerful. I'm so amazed how the youth make all the social media of this, awareness of climate crisis. They're amazing. And also like their initiative, they're very creative. So with that, I would like to thank everyone for coming to this session, and I wish you all the awesome time for the remaining days of COP. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for
Assalamualaikum.
sharing all your knowledge and experience, how to influence community with faith, love, and passion to the issue of climate change. And we would love to present to you a little special merchandise on the behalf of Pavilion for all your contributions. And before you leave, we would love to have a group photo together. Thank you. We're going to have a group picture.
Susan is here. Susan?
The speakers first, and then we can have another take with everybody else, okay? It's okay. It's more natural that way. Okay, let's do another take with everybody else. All the team, all can jump on board. Excuse me.
The Director General of Sustainability, SFM, is present in both production and conservation and sustainably according to their primary The Director General of Sustainable Forest Management, or SFM, is present in both production and conservation forest areas throughout the archipelago. Forest areas are managed effectively, efficiently, and sustainably according to their primary function and purposes by forest management units, or FMUs. Sustainable forest management is carried out by FMUs from upstream to downstream. To ensure effective and efficient management for all parties, every stage has been digitized. It all begins with area patterning, structuring, and FMU development. In this process, the FMU organizes the forest for logging, planting, or relogging. In forest utilization, business actors can apply for business permits through Forestry multi-business according to the indicative map for forest utilization. By applying for a Forestry multi-business license, business actors can carry out several business activities. This license will establish a new forestry business ecosystem, not only rely on timber. The range of application includes the usage of land and environmental services. Trees as sources of timber and non-timber products, both those that still have the physical characteristic of timber and products that no longer have the physical characteristic of timber. To ensure proper compliance with forest regulation and prevent exploitation or violation, accurate, precise, and consistent evaluation and controls are conducted. This measure also contributes to decrease deforestation rates and increasing carbon absorption and storage, which are essential priorities for the FOLU net sink. Managing all forest products, forestry fees, and revenue from forest products is also an important chain in the business process of sustainable forest management. To streamline administrative process, SFM provides 3 digital platforms that business actors can access. The estuary of the sustainable forest management process is the processing and marketing of forest products. Many aspects are managed here, including forest product production, marketing product certification to export. Integrated management from upstream to downstream has resulted in high productivity of sustainable forests, including extent of forest planting and enrichment, forest use coverage, total log production, and the export value of forestry industry production. This showcases the accomplishment of sustainable forests. By promoting multi-business, integrating management, and digitizing the business process, we can conserve forests, increase carbon absorption and storage, intensify planting, and restore the environment towards achieving ecological, economic, and social sustainability. From the Directorate General of Sustainable Forest Management for Indonesia and the world. The Director General of Sustainable Forest Management, or SFM, is present in both production and conservation forest areas throughout the archipelago. Forest areas are managed effectively, efficiently, and sustainably according to their primary function and purposes by forest management units, or FMUs. Sustainable forest management is carried out by FMUs from upstream to downstream. To ensure effective and efficient management for all parties, every stage has been digitized. It all begins with area patterning, structuring, and FMU development. In this process, the FMU organizes the forest for logging, planting, or relogging. In forest utilization, business actors can apply for business permits through Forestry multi-business according to the indicative map for forest utilization. By applying for a forestry multi-business license, business actors can carry out several business activities. This license will establish a new forestry business ecosystem, not only rely on timber. The range of application includes the usage of land and environmental services. Trees as sources of timber and non-timber products,
Welcome, our distinguished guests and honorable speakers. Hope you all have a good lunch, enjoy your break, and ready to have a dialogue on promoting good forestry governance. So the world clearly recognized the gravity on global climate challenge. On the other hand, the world has also recognized the role of forests to tackle the global threat in all aspects, include economic, ecological, and social dimensions. So this session, we will explore on how to conduct a good forestry governance, how to utilize the advancement of technology, digitalization, and information system in order to promote a good forestry governance. So we will start the session by presenting to you a short video which is about to unfold before your eyes. So please enjoy.
the Director General of Sustainable Forest Management, or SFM, is present in both production and conservation forest areas throughout the archipelago. Forest areas are managed effectively, efficiently, and sustainably according to their primary function and purposes by forest management units, or FMUs. Sustainable forest management is carried out by FMUs from upstream to downstream. To ensure effective and efficient management for all parties, every stage has been digitized. It all begins with area patterning, structuring, and FMU development. In this process, the FMU organizes the forest for logging, planting, or relogging. In forest utilization, business actors can apply for business permits through forestry multi-business according to the indicative map for forest utilization. By applying for a forestry multi-business license, business actors can carry out several business activities. This license will establish a new forestry business ecosystem, not only rely on timber. The range of application includes the usage of land and environmental services. Trees as sources of timber and non-timber products, both those that still have the physical characteristic of timber and products that no longer have the physical characteristic of timber. To ensure proper compliance with forest regulation and prevent exploitation or violation, Accurate, precise, and consistent evaluation and controls are conducted. This measure also contributes to decrease deforestation rates and increasing carbon absorption and storage, which are essential priorities for the FOLU net sink. Managing all forest products, forestry fees, and revenue from forest products is also an important chain in the business process of sustainable forest management. To streamline administrative process, SFM provides 3 digital platforms that business actors can access. The estuary of the sustainable forest management process is the processing and marketing of forest products. Many aspects are managed here, including forest product production, marketing product certification to export. Integrated management from upstream to downstream has resulted in high productivity of sustainable forests, including extent of forest planting and enrichment, forest use coverage, total log production, and the export value of forestry industry production. This showcases the accomplishment of sustainable forests. By promoting multi-business, integrating management, and digitizing the business process, we can conserve forests, increase carbon absorption and storage, intensify planting, and restore the environment towards achieving ecological, economic, and social sustainability. From the Directorate General of Sustainable Forest Management for Indonesia and the world.
Okay. I hope the video would have give you a brief idea of what our government do in conducting a good forestry governance. But to have a better idea on it, let's invite our moderator. She's a representative from Indonesian Association Forestry Concessionaries. Let's welcome Ibu Trisia Megawati.
Wow, it's a blessed day today. Honorable Director General of Sustainable Forest Management, Mr. Agus Justianto, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, hello and good afternoon. My name is Trisia Megawati. I'm from the Indonesian Association of the Forest Concessionaires, and I will be moderating today's discussion. First and foremost, I want to convey my warmest welcome and heartfelt gratitude to everyone who has been willing to attend this session. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite the speakers. But before that, Indonesia, as one of the mega biodiversity countries with nearly 63% of its terrestrial areas being forest areas, promotes a new paradigm of sustainable forest management based on 5 pillars: legal certainty of forest areas, business legality, productivity, product diversification, and product competitiveness. To put the 5 pillars, the one that I mentioned just now, into action, technological advancement is critical in strengthening forest governance. The Indonesian governance encourages the incorporation of the technology, digitalization, and information system into forest management services and approaches. Indeed, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry created an information system on forest product administration to demonstrate the government's strong commitment to supporting planning, decision-making, management, implementation, and monitoring of forest resources, even land cover, forest utilization, and other activities that contribute to transparent and good forestry governance. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, today's talk we will be on promoting, good forestry governance in managing production and protection forests. Now, I would like to invite distinguished guests to come to the stage. I would like to invite Dr. Drasos Polino, Secretary Director General of Sustainable Forest Management, Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Please, Mr. Ino, to come forward. The second speaker, I would like to invite Mr. Ade Mokadi, Director of Levy and Forest Product Administration, Directorate General of Sustainable Forest Management, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Mr. Ade, please come forward. The third speaker, distinguished speakers, the lady over there, I would like to invite Natasha Schickman, Acting CEO and Climate Policy Manager, the Australian Forest Product Association. Please give a big applause to her. And the last speaker, I would like to invite Dr. Han Okma, Project Manager, the International Tropical Timber Organization, ITTO. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to, introduce the distinguished speakers here. And dear speakers, we have only 1 hour and 20 minutes. So please, all the speakers, be mindful of the time constraint. And then I would like to invite the first speakers, Mr. Dr. Drasos Polino. Dr. Drasos Polino has a senior position at the Directorate General of Sustainable Forest Management. His areas of expertise include GIS, forest conservation, forest management unit, and forest planning and utilization. He has 32 years experience in the Ministry of Ministry of Environment and Forestry. He currently serves as Secretary of the Directorate General of Sustainable Forest Management, in addition to functioning as Director of Forest Planning and Utilization. He has a doctorate from Brawijaya University, a master's degree in science from Edinburgh University, and a forestry degree from Bogor Agricultural University. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Ino.
Thank you, Bu Tricia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, selamat siang. Honorable Bapak Dr. Agus Yusianto, Director General of Sustainable Forest Management, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, and honorable speakers and moderator, and distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the Ministry of Environment and Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia and the Indonesian Pavilion Secretariat here. I am honored to be present today and share this digital data management in sustainable forest management of Indonesia. Distinguished participants and ladies and gentlemen, referring to the government of Indonesia Nawacita, the government presents by building a clean, effective, democratic, and trustworthy governance. Information is made available for public and to encourage public participation in policy making and transparent management. Data is new world for our nation, now that it's more valuable than oil. Indonesia has about 120 million hectares of forest, with proportion of production forests about 68 million hectares and 20 million of production forests. With these two functional forests managed under the Sustainable Forest Management of the Directorate General. The spatial information of forest provide information such as the indicative map of forest utilization as a reference for granting a multiple business permit. We call it Indonesia's PBPH, for utilizing the protected forest and production forests. And for the sustainable forest management business process, SFM business process from upstream to downstream, and the implementation of the constitution and regulation in the forest utilization, in protection forest and production forest. The process began with the assessment of forest resources as a basis data for forest management plan, and will be used as a reference for the general work plan and annual work plan. for all activities related to the forest management and digitalization of production forest and protected forests. Forest-related activities implementing multiple business in managed forest land, namely timber and non-timber forest product utilization, and or environmental service utilization. This is designed to optimize the utilization of forest area in protected forest and production forest in a sustainable manner and consider carrying capacity of the environment. The sustainability of forest management is also ensured through traceability of forest product and or the legality and sustainability verification system. We got in Indonesia is SVLK. The business process defined in legal product is implemented in electronic government system based on the needs of the community and forest entrepreneur, considering the involvement technology to make it accessibility, effectively multi-stakeholder. Sustainable forest management, the DG provide application information system to support business process from upstream to downstream, including SFM online services. From upstream, this is the spatial information portal, and then we also have the information system for developing of the management plan, the information for the online single submission, and then the information for the forest management technical personnel, and the information system for the monitoring, reporting, the implementation of forest management by the PBPH for monitoring and evaluating. And up to fee timely and secure issuance of legal document for forestry industry export. We call it SEAL. All of this information system and digital platform is designed to provide a transparent service for public information by Satu Data SIPHPL. In Indonesia, Satu Data SIPHPL, or One Data for the Sustainable Forest Management Information System. Satu Data SIPHPL, it aggregate from data from upstream to downstream, source from various system and application. And the goal of the digital data management, the digital data can support SFM by providing easy access to data for multi-stakeholder and other benefits such as better and confident decision, provide a strong basis for allocating budget to various strategic program or activities, and then reducing the risk of inconsistent and improving overall data quality, and encourage better collaboration by facilitating data sharing between various organization unit, and then providing public information can strengthen public participation in decision making and ensure government accountability. And the last is enable quick access to information, supporting fast decision making and responsiveness. Special information provide information such as the indicative map in forest utilization as a reference for granting a business licensing or PBPH for utilizing protected areas, protected forests, and production forests. The spatial information is important to monitor the dynamic of the condition of the forest resources. And forest planting is one stage of forest product utilization activities that aims to increase the productivity of forest area. Forest enrichment is the planting of trees in forest area that has low level of regeneration rate and focus on areas that have been harvested. Forest enrichment can also be carried out through the intensive silviculture technique, or we call it silin, which is involved increasing the diversity of trees by optimally utilizing growing space. This metadata is sourced from PBPH reporting online system, or CPAS HUD. We can see the planting and enrichment in Jambi provinces. Forest production in Indonesia is one of the largest in the world. In 2022, the production of forest timber in Indonesia reached 56.6 million cubic meters, marking a 3.14% increase from the previous year. As of November 2023, the timber production has reached 54.2 million cubic meters, an increase from various sourcing, including plantation forest, natural forest, plant, Perumperutani, our state-owned forestry company in Java Island, and community of forests. This achievement needs to be maintained and improved to ensure that the benefit of the forests are optimally by community and private sector. And ladies and gentlemen, the dashboard provides information on transportation or movement of log originating from the production forest. Data include type of wood, sender recipient of transportation document, and then volume, transportation route, document time, and other information can be traced. And the DG of SFM provide information of the circulation of logs transportation. For example, from the province of East Kalimantan, the circulation of the logs, rimba campuran, for example, eucalyptus log from PPPA plantation forest. Another example is from the province of Central Kalimantan, the circulation of the Soria species, roundwood such as red Soria, occurring from PPPA of natural growing timber forest. NTFP, non-timber forest product, and timber production from forests are both important contribution to the economy and the environment. In recent years, NTFP production has increased significantly as countries have sought to diversify their forest resources and reduce pressure on timber from natural forests. NTFP are a diverse range of products that can be derived from forests, namely resin, latex, rattan, forest root, and species. NTFP production can have positive impact on both local and national economies, providing economic opportunities for rural communities and generating added value from the feasible use of forest resources. You can see in 2022, there was 67.3% increase in the Indonesian NTFP production. In 2023, NTFP is produced the amount of about around 692,800, which are distributed from several provinces, such as Central Kalimantan, East Java, and Lampung. The increase of the non-tax state revenues from the forest utilization show that forest management in Indonesia is starting to show positive results. This certainly needs to be maintained and improved optimally for the benefit of the forest for community and state. Non-tax state revenues from the forest utilization sector is improved through strengthening law enforcement in forestry sector, and then improving the efficiency and effectiveness of forest management, developing the market for forest product, and this effort need to be carried out in an integrated manner in order to provide optimum result. The Indonesian government is simplifying regulation in the forestry sector to improve the efficiency of non-tax state revenue services. One of the efforts is to implement the PNBP information system, or Indonesia we call it SE-PNBP. To ensure the availability of timber raw materials in the downstream, the DG of SFM conducts monitoring and processing and marketing business permit for forest products that receive raw material to be processed into the industries. This is done through the SERPBPHH, ensuring the market demand are fulfilled. In 2023, the production of wood product has been dominated by wood chips, plywood, sawn timber, veneer, blockwood, and wood pellet. This system is profiling the distribution of these products by provinces, such as wood chips are produced in the Riau, South Sumatra, and Jambi, plywood produced in the province of East Java, Central Java, and South Kalimantan, sawn timber in East Java, Central Java, North Sumatra, veneer in East Java, Central Java, and Papua, blockboard in the province of East Java and Central Java, and wood pellet in the province of Gorontalo, East Java, and Central Kalimantan. Export of forest product. The export data of wood product is based on the issuance of fee legal document and flexi license for the European Union, which are documented evidence that guarantee the sustainability and legality of the wood product to be exported. The issuance of the fee legal document is carried out through the verification process at the Independent Verification Assessment Institution, or LPVI, after the prospective exporter has met the standards stipulated in the Timber Legality and Sustainability Verification System, or SVLK, and obtain as legality. From the data of the last 3 years represented in the Satu data ACPHPL, the progress of the forest product exports saw an increase of 4.4% in 2022 compared to the previous year. As of 2023, the total has reached $11.7 million US, which the majority of exports 69% to Asia continent, North America at 14.7%, the European Union is 8.1%, and the rest to other continents. For example, the European Union imports a significant portion of the Indonesia product, including 35.6% of wooden furniture, 31.5% in paper, 19% in panels, and 13.9% in other products. Another major export destinations are China, United States, Japan, India, Korea, Vietnam, Malaysia, Australia, Taiwan, the United Kingdom, and the United Arab Emirates. Export to China, for example, is dominated by forest products such as pulp, paper, woodworking, and panels. Similarly, export to the United Arab Emirates include forest products of paper, pulp, panel, and furniture. The government of Indonesia would like to emphasize that our forest products adhere to standard legality and sustainability verification system. In the midst of demand for transparency and data accuracy, Satu data ACPHPL emerged as a solution that provides answer to this challenge. This platform offers access to data related to sustainable forest management from upstream to downstream. The data is obtained from various systems and applications used in business processes. And the most important thing is that data analysis become a measure of the success of the regulation or policy that have been implemented. I think that's all my presentation, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, like I mentioned at the beginning, so he's explaining about the technology. And I was mentioning about that technological advancement is critical in strengthening forestry government. And he's explaining that. And I think one thing that I would like to underline also, what he's explaining is digital data is very important. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear from the next speaker. And he would like to explain more, on the digital things. And I would like to introduce the second speaker, Mr. Ade Mukadi. Mr. Ade Mukadi, Director of Levy and Forest Product Administration, Directorate General of Sustainable Forest Management, Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Mr. Ade Mukadi is an accomplished forester with 25 years of experiences in the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, beginning as a junior staff and progressing to the head of section for forest planning use and head of regional South Sumatra and West Kalimantan extension offices. The most recent appointment is as Director of Levy and Forest Product Administration. Mr. Ade Mukadi graduated from Bogor Agricultural University with a forestry degree and a Master of Public Administration. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Ade.
Thank you, Ms. Moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Dr. Agus Justianto, Director General of Sustainable Forest Management, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, the Republic of Indonesia. Honorable speakers and moderator, and distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. My name is Ade Mukadi, Director of Levy and Forest Product Administration. It's a great pleasure that I can be here and share information on transparency in forest products and ration system to support good forestry governance in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, what is forest products administration? forest product adoption, here and after we call it as PUHH, is the activity of recording and reporting on production planning, harvesting, or logging, measuring, testing, marking, transporting, distributing, processing, and marketing forest product. There are three aspects of forest product adoption: legality, traceability, and sustainability. Legality: forest utilization is an activity to utilize forest areas, environmental certified timber and non-timber forest products, extraction to optimally produce and support for the welfare of the community while maintaining sustainability. Legality principle is forest products from legally sourced of forest legal license. Legal wood timber if the requirement meet the origin of the timber logging permits, logging system, and procedures, transportation, processing, and trade or transfer. Traceability, the ability to track the source of forest product in finished products through the supply chain to their point of origin. Sustainability, forest management to meet the needs and demand of sustainability forest resources. Forest product evaluation, recording and reporting activities on production planning, harvesting or logging, measuring, testing, marking, transporting, processing, and marketing forest product. The objective of forest product evaluation, legality assurance, forest areas and forest products, distribution of forest product and forest sustainability. The benefit of forest product evaluation, two available data and information, effective and efficient monitoring tools, and 24 hours. Legality, traceability can be done through document at each timber delivery node. Traceability document covering the supply chain from the forest agent, sawmills, product supplier. To ensure traceability of log from upstream to downstream, the process is guaranteed through SPLK certification that considers legal, production, ecological, and social aspect. The process of chain of custody including registration audit plan publication, audit process, audit report, and issuance of certificates. Business process of forest product evaluation can be observed in the diagram. Traceability available through information system, namely SIPASHUT, SIGANESHUT, SIPU, SIPNBP, SIPBI, and SILK. Traceability for high-level decision makers has been presented through one data atau data. Ladies and gentlemen, 5 pillars of sustainable forest management are: first, area certainty. The Indonesian government has been undertaking measures to clarify the boundaries and administrative designations of forest areas to ensure greater legal certainty in their management. Second, business guarantee, strengthening business certainty of revitalizing forestry business and optimizing value chains. 3, productivity. There are various ways to increase the productivity of forest product in Indonesia. 4, product diversification is an effort to develop a variety of products from forests, not just limited to timber. Several initiatives relate to forestry product diversification. 5th, competitiveness. There are several ways to increase the competitiveness of forestry products. By implementing this, it's hoped that it can increase the competitiveness of Indonesian forestry products in the global market. Ladies and gentlemen, next is the video about the implementation forest product implementation in Indonesia. please.
Sistem penatausahaan hasil hutan atau SIPU adalah aplikasi pendataan berbasis digital dengan sistem kredibel yang menjamin legalitas pemanenan, pengangkutan, pengolahan, dan penelusuran kayu. SIPU hadir sebagai wujud inisiasi pemerintah dalam memberantas pembalakan liar dan pemanfaatan kayu yang dipanen secara ilegal. SIPU adalah alat identifikasi praktis untuk membedakan kayu legal dan ilegal yang menerapkan prinsip sustainability, traceability, dan legality. Setiap kayu dapat diketahui asal-usul dan legalitasnya. Data yang tercatat dalam SIPU, satu kayu, satu ID, berbasis transaksi, dilakukan di setiap titik distribusi kayu, mulai dari penebangan hingga industri. Melalui SIPU, seluruh perusahaan yang bergerak di bidang pemanfaatan hutan wajib melakukan pencatatan menggunakan aplikasi SIPU pada setiap simpul rantai pasok. Pencatatan dilakukan secara digital. Sebelum penebangan, setiap pohon dipasang ID barcode berisi data petak tebangan, nomor pohon, jenis pohon, dan letak geografis pohon. Pencatatan selanjutnya saat pohon telah ditebang, antara lain pencatatan data ID barcode berupa jenis kayu, panjang, dan diameter. Jika pohon yang ditebang dipotong menjadi 2 bagian atau lebih, maka setiap bagiannya harus diberi kode batang ID baru yang merupakan turunan dari barcode ID sebelumnya. Wajib disertakan dokumen pengangkutan yang diterbitkan secara digital melalui SIPU dengan barcode ID sebagai identitas tunggalnya. Selanjutnya, pencatatan saat kegiatan penerimaan di lokasi tujuan pengangkutan. Setiap log yang diterima, dilakukan pemeriksaan fisik dan dicatat dengan memindai barcode ID log. Barcode tanda pengenal kayu atau dokumen pengangkutan yang tidak diterbitkan melalui aplikasi SIPU dapat dipastikan log tersebut tidak sah atau ilegal. Itulah rangkaian pencatatan rekam jejak log yang terdokumentasi dengan baik di database aplikasi SIPU dari penebangan hingga industri.
SIPU merupakan terobosan integrasi sistem hulu hilir sampai di industri lanjutan dan ekspor.
Penerbitan dokumen yang sangat cepat hingga produktivitas kerja kami juga meningkat.
Proses pelayanan dokumen angkutan sangat jauh lebih cepat.
SIPU ini meningkatkan efektivitas.
Dengan SIPU, setiap log dapat diketahui asal-usul dan legalitasnya. SIPU untuk pengelolaan hutan lestari.
Ladies and gentlemen, lesson learned. First, regulatory preparation as a legal basis for carrying out activities. Second, system development commitment from top management. Third, facilitation, dissemination, mentoring, and help desk to provide optimal service. Fourth, system management in line with regulation to ensure compliance with applicable regulations. Fifth, law enforcement. Law enforcement related to forest management license is also involved various aspects, including the application of administrative sanction to ensure compliance with applicable regulations. Ladies and gentlemen, forestry is not just about timber. It's about the sustainable management of our natural resources. That's all. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ade. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, like I mentioned, whether we like it or we don't like it, technology is part of our daily life, right? So one sentence that I would mention here, just to summarize a little bit about his presentation, technology plays a central role, evident in the information system and forest product administration, which is created by the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Give an applause to Pak Ade, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, you know, the most beautiful lady here in this session from our neighbor, from Australia. I would like to invite the third speakers is Natasha Schickman. She is acting CEO and Climate Policy Manager, the Australian Forest Product Association, EFPA. Natasha is an experienced policy manager with a track record of crafting policy for the forest product business. She is competent in research, analytical skill, communication, presentation, and strategy, of course. She is a strong community and social services professional with a Bachelor of Applied Science in Psychology from the Australian National University. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Natasha. The time is yours.
Good morning, and thank you for that warm welcome. Just going to quickly get my notes up. Okay. Yes. So I'd like to really start by thanking the Indonesian government for welcoming Australia here today and to have us part of this really important discussion. My name is Natasha Schickman, and as it's been said, I'm the acting CEO of the Australian Forest Products Association. We represent the entire sustainable forestry and forest products supply chain. And like our other speakers have discussed today, forestry and the products that we produce are critically important to our everyday lives. We have companies in our association who plant the trees, grow the trees, harvest the trees, process those products into products that we use in our everyday lives, and also make the products that are our fibre-based paper and packaging products. Much of our work is about advocating on behalf of our members to governments to ensure that Australia's forest legal and policy frameworks that regulates not only sustainable forestry, but also the broader land sector is robust and has high integrity. This work is critically important because if forest governance is not robust and has high integrity, it's actually been shown to be, it can actually be quite harmful to forest landscapes, but also to the ecosystems and the local people, communities, and the broader society. And, you know, being at COP, and I think it's really important since we are at COP, that we recognise that there's been lots of discussions about forests and forest products and also, you know, how we need to protect forests and the role that nature-based solutions will play in achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement. And I just want to touch on the fact that you need to be able to measure the forests and the impacts of forests, but not only on the forest, but also those peoples and communities, to ensure that we do have really robust legal frameworks and governance for the forests and the sustainable management of those forests. Otherwise, what we could end up doing, and some of the decisions that Australian policymakers have made have actually been have been detrimental to Australia's forests. What we've seen in the 2019-20 bushfires, and I know that many countries are experiencing the same issues, is that the impact on the forest from these bushfires can be really severe. In Australia, it's estimated that in the 2019 and 20 bushfires, that over 3 billion animals were displaced or killed during those fires. It's critically important that we manage, that we collect the data from that, but that we also understand the impact of the changing climate on those forests. And I think that's something that the data collection really can support good policy making as we move forward. So yesterday, at the discussion about the Forest and Climate Leaders Partnership on delivering the Glasgow Pledge to halt and reverse deforestation, we saw that key to this pledge was a recognition of the legal recognition and of Indigenous peoples and communities, but that also data was going to be critically important. And I think when we think about data, and we see it in other sectors, so if we think about the health sector or the education sector, they've been using what we call big data for a long time. Forestry needs to understand how we can better utilise that, and that data has to be freely available across jurisdictions so that we as a global society understand the impacts of on our forests. Because our forests and those ecosystems around them are not isolated just to our own countries. It's really important that we protect biodiversity and actually, those impacts on those forests in a really robust way. So we know that climate change is putting pressure on nature and biodiversity, and it's important that we value it, that natural capital and also our ecosystems. Ecosystems are very complex systems, and I think when we see them working in good harmony, we actually have really good outcomes for our forests, also our people and society in general. But without the data, and if we're not measuring the impacts, we won't be able to actually have those good policy and governance frameworks to ensure that we are delivering really good outcomes for our forests. In Australia, to undertake good governance, our government has actually looked at that digitisation of the forests, and I think, I'm only looking, I've just decided to just look at something like drones in forests. I think being able to understand the multiple benefits that large data and collecting this information can actually provide to those policymakers. Policymakers often are not innately connected to the work that we do within our forests, and I think it is having those people who actually protect and manage those forests at the decision-making table is really critically important. In Australia, the government has set up a strategic working partnership between the unions representing the people in the forest and those who are affected by the livelihoods of the jobs that go with those forests, and also industry. So it is a co-chaired management system providing advice to government. And I think that that's a really powerful thing that the Australian government has done in recognition that policymakers don't know it all, and that is something I think that as we move forward and we start to collect the data and policymakers can start to create the policies that actually will be beneficial for the forest, and understanding that holistic system, that sustainable management of forests is actually very good for forests across all jurisdictions. So not just not trying to divide the forest into those conservation type forests and production forests, but understand that forests actually impact across the whole wide spectrum of all forests together. And so I think that then brings into this concept of systems thinking. We need to think about it, and I talk about ecosystems, but really it is that systems thinking and bringing it to that higher level so that we understand what role data will actually play in the forests policy management. And of course that just comes down to, what is good forest governance, and I just really wanted to just put this on here to remind people that good forest governance is actually a collection of different actors coming together in order to make good policies. And this is really critically important to allow this space, and thank you to Indonesia for allowing us to have this conversation, is to actually bring those different voices to the table and for everyone to work together for the betterment of our forests. And through that, we need to really understand what role data will play in the development of future policies. So I don't want to go too deep into exactly all the things that Australia was doing as far as a data perspective goes, because I think our other two speakers really highlighted that, how critical data is and what is sustainable forest management. I really want to urge all governments, and when I'm here at COP looking at the discussions that are happening, to actually understand that we've got the technology now. Our forests are doing great things. The products are used in our everyday lives everywhere, but it's really about turbocharging it and starting to really have serious conversations about what more needs to be done in order to meet the goals of the Paris Agreement, but also to ensure that we protect nature and biodiversity, Indigenous people's rights, and also, you know, collectively as a whole, we understand just how critically important our forests are to the future survival and, thriving of our nation moving forward, or our globe, I should say, moving forward. So that's where I'm going to leave it. And thank you for inviting me again to speak. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the panel discussion.
Thank you so much, Natasha. I think this is what I do like it from your presentation, you know. I read that if you cannot measure it, you cannot manage it. Yeah, that's what I think it's very interesting. And you need to value it to manage it. And this is the whole concept of your presentation. And Indonesia and Australia, I think we are the same on the same context and on the same frame, right? So I think let's go to the next speakers, which is, I think he will elaborate more on this digital thing. And what I do understand from Natasha's presentation, digitalization of sustainable forest management is a must, right? Okay, give a big applause to Natasha, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, the last speaker, but not least, of course, is Dr. Wan Okma, Project Manager, International Tropical Timber Organization, ITTO. ITTO Forester Dr. Okma is experienced. He helped create ITTO voluntary guidelines for sustainable management of natural tropical forests and environmental and social safeguard. And the ITTO or CBD Collaborative Initiative for Tropical Forest Biodiversity, Mr. Okma building capacity in mangrove restoration, community forest, sustainable forest management, and RDDD plus governance, forest-based climate change mitigation, as well as adaptation, and of course, biodiversity conservation. He has Bachelor in Forestry from Korea University, a Master in Forest Product Marketing, and a PhD in Forest Resource Economic from University of Washington, USA. Give a big applause of Mr. Ma. Please welcome Mr. Ma. The time is yours.
Thank you very much. Very nice introduction. Good afternoon, dear colleague. I'm very grateful to be here with my other colleague to talk about SFM and good practice. When I learned early stage, I'm forester, we learned sustainability. But today we have seen more than sustainability, like the legality and traceability. In addition, also I learned very much the digitalization. I think this is very, very interesting, today learning. So the presentation more or less, Natasha also pointed out the definition of the good governance. Somehow how to moving up just the governance like definition. We like to share some of the basic guideline or basic principle. How do we define the SFM and sustainability? That is my also presentation. Also, I'd like to share some of the example from smallholder. We had a large producer from Indonesia, wonderful, but I like to share some of the example. So starting point, nature-based solution. I think this COP28, or people COP28, we are very much learning from what is the nature-based solution. Nature-based solution to address some urgent issue, climate change, biodiversity loss. I think the nature-based solution, what? So last year, 22, the UN Environment Assembly, they officially adopt nature-based solution as action to protect and conserve, restore sustainable use and manage of the natural resources. I think this is very much the very straightforward definition. And also Natasha mentioned about the governance, like the stakeholder make a binding decision, management, conservation, management, use of the forest resources. I think that somehow interlinked with this one. So there are several the principles, but nature-based solution also they pointed out this kind of the nature is a mother. Nature kind of solution, provide solution. So based on the such the principle, we can address many. We are the natural disaster or all the issue that nature-based solution. So as I mentioned, this the SFM. We go back to SFM. I think today most of the speaker, I like congratulate our the Secretary General and also Director. Fantastic presentation about how to move forward SFM. So SFM definition is managing forest to achieve one of the clearly specific objective without undue desirable effect on the physical and social environment. Safeguard environment and the people. I think that was, as I mentioned, nature-based solution last year, but ITTO, all the experts defined about 20 years ago, this definition. There are, ITTO had evolved this kind of the guidance for policymaker, practitioner, also NGO or academic to how to promote each together. So there are 7 principles starting from good governance and the security of tenure. I think tropical country, Latin America, Asia Pacific, or Congo Basin equally important issue is how to address the tenure issue and proper land use planning. Those things are really starting out the principle, and then also make a more the healthy forest for productive landscape, and also sustainable investment in the SFM. That's such the important guideline. And the ITTO working together with our member in the 3 tropical region, as well as our member from consumer country, including Australia, neighboring country, Japan, China, United States, European Union. We are working together. ITTO many priority. Currently, we are working very much the legality and sustainability. So we had the capacity building and also consensus about all the with the main stakeholder. At the same time, also we are promoting the biodiversity conservation, more the focus on the product landscape, not instead of the protect forest, more the landscape, and then landscape restoration, etc. And then also we are working very much like the forest fire, important issue. And the previous speaker very much identified the Indonesian situation. Generally, we understand the tropical landscape. There are three types or 4 types we can define. So there are important protection forest, conservation forest, but there are at the same time there are production forests in Indonesia, 68 million hectares. I think the protection forest somehow ITTO we are promoting. Sustainable harvesting is not deforestation. Sustainable harvesting is not deforestation. Sustainable harvesting is making the product for the benefit of the society and the environment. So in the production forest, we are timber production, some case also some waste go to other, like the wood energy many ways. So this is somehow the production forest. How to more we learned the 5 pillar from SFM Indonesia. Productivity also important. So this is our challenge, how to make a more efficient productivity in the production forest. Also, conservation forest, how to more effectively conserve the protect forest. I have been some of the wonderful biosphere reserve in Bogor and Sibodas, and then many area. I think that this is, I believe, the other speaker, and about production forest. So we are also, in terms of the carbon contribution, we understand the carbon can be like the reduced through the reduced impact logging, more environment-friendly logging, and also fuel wood substitution, like the bioenergy production. That is clear. So we understand from production forest, like the annual or concession area, commercial plantation, or the product forest, 1 hectare, like the what the annual plan, annual coup, and we moved to detailed map. And this map within like the 1 hectare means somehow the one soccer field. Similar to one soccer field, that are only allowed to 3 or 4 trees around 20 cubic meter. That is the general way. So we are not allowed, practitioner not allowed the harvest in the mother tree and also slope and then also watershed area. Somehow a lot of some requirement. So based on that good practice, I think the practice they can produce. And then in terms of the reducing backlogging, that a lot of the opportunity, carbon emission reduction, also waste from the harvesting site, around 30–40% of the tropical country, there is a lot of waste. So we can increase use of the waste. And then also wood processing factory, there are a lot of the residue coming up, and those can be go to the wood energy, so that another chance for the carbon contribution. So ITTO, working for legal and social supply chain, we work with the TIC project in the Mekong region, and upstream, downstream, and somehow this is quite important, starting from the conserving genetic resources, and also quality seedling, and also intermediate, also how to improve the some silviculture practice. So we have seen sometime in the case of teak, we have seen smallholder, like 2 hectares, 3 hectares around the world. A lot of the smallholder are working, so how to increase their productivity through more good practice. Also how to add the value, that's somehow the important issue. In case of the teak, we learned that teak is also important species like teak and mahogany and all species. We have seen somehow the teak product go to India and some 94%, and then Vietnam and China 6%. And Africa case, Ghana, Benin did a lot of 25% production, but Latin America, Brazil, Colombia, and Costa Rica, they also produce. They are very much exporting to India. So this is some of the interesting figure. And supply chain. First, I think that we understand the sustainability and certification. So supply chain, from the good seed orchard, conservation area, and then small-scale hold plantation, and some certification, and small, and then also value chain. I think this is also important point. Like we analyze harvest wood product also contain a lot of the potential about the carbon storage. About the 1 cubic meter of wood can store about 0.1 ton of the carbon dioxide. So this is wooden building, important area. And also we see by the design, also value can be increased. So this is interesting development. And just a couple of points, I just like to congratulate this the SLBK, the innovative system. These 3 aspects, I think that the first, this assessment and the traceability. I think this is a good point, and also documentation. So just based on the website, I recognize based on the legal document in this year, wonderful. I saw the, yep, thank you. Yeah, very soon. This is the last, one more the last, yes. I share, and then the legal documentation has been increased around 206, also last year, 220, 230, like that way. So congratulations to Indonesian Ministry of Environment and Forestry. It's a wonderful, remarkable achievement to show the legality to the world. So illegal logging has been a lot of issue. So how to demonstrate legal trade of legal product to European market, Australian market, Japan market, Korean market, China. This is challenge, but this is great effort. And my last slide, also I learned Indonesian scientists working very well to wood identification by the machine, by computer. I think this is what I learned, that this identification ensure not entering into the CITES number 2 appendix exactly, and IUCN and these species can exactly, I think that this case, you know. So I hope that this with the species and scientifically this can come up. And I believe the one more the idea is more the digitalization regarding geolocation. I think that will be somehow the EUDR, European Union free, the initiative, they require more the geolocation. So I think this is a good sign for I believe this is one of the best practice which I have seen in this region. So once again, congratulations in the region of all stakeholders. We are also looking forward to continue the development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ma. Thank you so much. Very interesting presentation, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Prepare for the questions because we come to the Q&A session. But before that, I would like to ask question to the distinguished speaker first, starting from Natasha. Lady first, yeah? Okay, Natasha, from your presentation, I'm very interested in, how you see, Indonesia and Australia. And I'm very, very interested in how the Australian government support the Australian Forest Product Association in promoting good forestry governance. What do you think? What is your perspective on this?
Is this on? Hello. Oh, great. Yeah, I think it is that engagement with the association that our governments and across all sides of governments are actually, they see us as what I would call a trusted partner. And you may have been in Sydney in October. I know your team was, and I presented at the Indonesian presentation there too for the FOU Asia Pacific Forestry Summit that happened in October in Australia. And we did partner with the government to actually co-host that, a marketplace to really be able to showcase what Australia does as far as sustainable forestry, and also that Australia really wants to be known as a jurisdiction and a country that is looking to work across the Asia Pacific to really promote good sustainable forest management. And sadly, the way the Australian government works, or the framework in Australia, is that we have the federal government and then we have state governments. And state governments have their own laws around sustainable forestry in Australia. And it really is not just a challenge, I guess, across the Asia Pacific, but within Australia as well, is that, and when I use that bushfire example, one of the things that has happened in Australia is 2 of our states have banned native forestry. So essentially they don't allow the harvesting or the sustainable management of natural forests, and they're leaning more towards plantations. But what we found is if you take the people out who manage the forests out of the system, the governments themselves don't have the capacity or the knowledge to manage those forests, and you end up with catastrophic bushfires. Too much fuel in the forest, not enough people understanding those ecosystems at the deep level that's needed. So I think, we work really closely with government. We don't always see eye to eye, but we continue to stay engaged. And I think all governments actually should be very closely engaged with their forest associations, and also the foresters and the local people that manage those forests.
Thank you, Natasha. I think we can have a good relationship and communication with the APH, Indonesian Forest Concessionaires. Okay, one question to Mr. Ma. Mr. Ma, I just received the information about, new regulation, UDR. It's a very, very interesting topic. Officially, MSPO for oil palm has been officially accepted by EU authority. For forest product communities, Indonesia has SWLK, you know that, right? Timber Legality Assurance System. And Malaysia also has MyTLAS. And we are both, Malaysia and Indonesia, are producers country and a member of ITTO, And how you see this, how you support Malaysia and Indonesia and as a member of ITTO in facing this regulation? We would like to know your perspective. Please make it short.
our moderator has provided the most difficult question to me. I'm not a politician, but I'm the technician. But I think we work very well with the member. We start from the certification. 20 years ago, full certification. And then now the EU TR, EU timber regulation, and the US LACEC, also Russia, the Illegal Logging Act, Japan Clean Act, all like working. So now we receive this the new EU, the 10% free. So we have discussed also implementation very soon. Somehow we understand there are a lot of the gap, how to implement, how to operationalize. So that also last our the meeting in November, we also discussed seriously about the EUDR. But the point, I think today I learned so much the detailization of the Secretary General and our Director. Somehow this system, SLBK more or less in Indonesia is compulsory. So somehow we, our member, mostly like voluntary. I learned from India case. India also I had to attend some certification, some UN, the country-led initiative. They discussed the certification. We discussed, but some country like India hasn't yet developed their own certificate scheme. So I understand your own SLBK is a wonderful starting point. So still I think there is a gap, but the EUDR requirement is also provide some capacity building program. ITT also very much looking forward, the EU, for the capacity building program, so that we can also produce some of the good documentation requirement based on that. But once again, I trust this the one page of the legal document and the good starting point, and then introduce the geolocation. But once again, also important point, I think mostly the big producer could be, they can accommodate such a thing somehow, but we are very much also concerned about how to do like smallholder, like medium smallholder. I think the government out the Pak Agus Justianto out the DZ will have more idea. So how to provide such some technical service to small and medium producers so that they can also enjoy that food there. I will understand once again, certification, great mechanism, but somehow the producer and smallholder, they are facing a lot of cost, too high, the transfer cost. So how to minimize that also another issue for future of the introducing mechanism. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ma. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have only 3 minutes left. So I think I cannot give, an opportunity to you to ask the question because we have 3 minutes before a closing remark from the DG. One question I would like to ask to Pak Ino. This is the last question before we end the session and before the closing remark from the DG. Pak Ino, I'm very interested in your presentation. And one question for you. What do you think? How crucial in implementing good governance on sustainable forest management? And another question, do you believe that the implementation of one data on sustainable forest management as one of the solutions? What do you think?
Yes. Thank you. I think one of the important things to the implementation of the good governance is public disclosure. And the online management system that already developed by our government is to support our transparency and then how to effectively the data management and then how to monitoring and support in the decision-making process. And the second, the second question is, I believe that one data sustainable forest management, and we call it Satu Data PHL, in the implementation in the Indonesian Ministry of Environment and Forestry, is very promising, and provide public engagement opportunities, and then to ensure that the sustainable forest management in our country. I think that's all.
Thank you, Pak Ino. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we go to the closing remark from the DG, I would like to make a conclusion, even though it is not perfect. But in closing, I would like to say Indonesia's commitment to sustainable forest management, encompassing 63% of its terrestrial areas, is articulated through 5 important pillars, which is Pak Ade already mentioned and explaining about that. And technology plays a central role evident in the information system on forest product administration, which is created by the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. And Natasha also mentioned about that, right? And this technology-driven approach reflects Indonesia's dedication to transparent governance, informed decision-making, and effective resource management. As a global exemplar, Indonesia harmoniously integrates tradition and innovation, showcasing a path toward a sustainable coexistence between humanity and nature. And we learn from our neighbor, from Australia and of course from ITTO. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is part of the session. I would like to invite our Director General of Sustainable Forest Management to give a closing remark. Give an applause for our distinguished guests.
Distinguished speakers and moderator, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon. We have come to the end of this session, and I believe the presentation and also discussion are fruitful and enrich our understanding, especially on promoting good forestry governance in managing production and protection forests. We have discussed several matters on promoting good forestry governance in managing production and protection forests, particularly the opportunities, major constraints, and what effort and technological advance to support the forestry governance. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the next step is to actively continue discussion in other platforms and sharing what is the best practice and lesson learned on promoting good forestry governance in forest management. The recognition of the role of the forest in economic, ecological, and social dimensions on the one hand, and the climate change associated effects on the other hand, have threatened the forest resources to be sustainably managed globally through good forestry governance continuous approach. We highly appreciate lesson learned from the Australia Forest Product Association and the International Tropical Timber Organization. In Indonesia, the Indonesia Ministry of Environment and Forestry developed an information system on forest product administration, or we call it Sistem Informasi Penatausahaan Hasil Hutan, or SIPU, Timber Legality Information System, or Sistem Informasi Legalitas Kayu, Reporting and Work Plan Information System of the Forest Business License, we call it Sistem Informasi Rencana Kerja dan Pelaporan, or SISPAHUS, Sustainable Forest Management One Data, satu data PHL, and Thematic Geospatial Information, Sistem Informasi Geospasial Tematik, or SIGAP, as an effort to show strong commitment from the government to support planning, decision-making, management, implementation, and monitoring of forest resources, land cover, forest utilization, and other activities towards transparent and good forestry governance. These strategies not only promote transparency in managing its 98 million hectares of production and protected forests, but also to help monitor the sustainable use of the resources to achieve forestry and other land use nets in 2030. With the recent and the dynamic of technological advance, there is an opportunity for improving good forestry governance. Thank you for speakers, moderator, and participant for the participation and contribution to this session. I thank you.
Pak Agus, please stay on stage. Sorry, moderator, if I have to take over, because I would like to invite Pak Agus to please stay on stage to celebrate our special union with all the speakers. We would love to present a special appreciation to all of you. So with that, Pak Agus, please kindly hand over a note of thanks from the government. In this case, the Directorate General Sustainable Forest Management of MOEF. Because today from the speakers we've learned that in order to achieve a sustainable forest governance or to manage forest resources, we have to incorporate technology, law enforcement, availability and validity of the data as well. And of course, to engage stakeholders through multiple concerted and collective actions. Okay, so this is a mandatory photo session with all the speakers and the host of this session, and that is our government, together with the Indonesian Forestry Association congregations. I think I said that wrongly. I apologize. I'm not from the environment field, so maybe someone can correct me. Okay, thank you very much once again. And we're going to continue with the next session in 10 minutes, so please enjoy your break and we'll see you soon. Bye for now.
untuk masuk?
Ya, saya dianya belum
Belum
jalan.
respon ya?
Hiroshi-san, it's great that you're very much for the invitation. Yes, indeed. It's going to be a welcome to Indonesia Pavilion.
This is my first time
Yeah?
to be in this pavilion. Yeah.
Fantastic. Okay.
So you're gonna be the moderator?
Yes, I'm moderating the session.
Okay. Good luck.
Thank you, Hiroshi-san.
I don't know. I'll be tired.
Join us.
Yes, yes, Robin.
It doesn't stop.
Nanti untuk Mbak Kita,
Iya.
nanti untuk mic-nya gimana? Nanti
Ada
akan di...
ada 3.
Oh, oke, oke.
Masing-masing.
Semuanya masih mati tapi nggak apa-apa.
Gitu. Sebentar.
Cepat. Nanti lihat aba-aba saya ya Mas ya, untuk mic-nya ya. Oke. Cek, cek. Oke. Ini salah satu speakernya ternyata blue zone-nya habis kemarin. Oh iya. Jadi kita lagi cek apakah bisa join Zoom. Censorship. Iya sayang. So we'll be starting shortly. Tes. Tes, tes. Izin Pak Wakau, kita mulai sekarang. We'll be starting shortly. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the COP28 Indonesia Pavilion, where we will hear from leaders on today's topic, unleashing the potential, exploring carbon trade opportunities in Indonesia and broader Southeast Asia region. For those attending the Indonesia Pavilion outside, and if you are really interested about carbon market, we would invite you to take your seats, grab coffee, and we'll be starting the panel shortly. A growing number of governments around the world and corporates are turning to carbon markets as a way to meet their commitments to address today's climate emergencies. Over 90 countries and more than 1,500 corporations have pledged to reach net zero emissions by mid-century. They now need to decide how to get there, and many are looking at carbon trading and carbon market opportunities. Not only could carbon markets can be an effective decarbonization policy, but they also represent a significant opportunity. Total value of global compliance markets is in the hundreds of billions of dollars per annum, while VCM may worth around about $1 billion US dollar right now, but they could reach up to 250 billion by 2050, based on Bloomberg NAV analysis. Today's session will aim to really deep dive on how we can unleash carbon market potential by scaling up the markets and address number one, alignment with integrity initiatives on quality definition and standard in partnership with local regulators in Indonesia and Southeast Asia, restoring market confidence, much needed, to reset growth in demands and supply. Number two, fostering project developers and originators to shape high-integrity carbon projects. In Indonesia and in ASEAN, especially working in partnership with a new alliance called ASEAN Alliance Carbon Market. You will hear more a little bit about AACM later. Number three, we aim to explore standardized contracts and products as an alternative to more bespoke OTC trades to adjust market infrastructure that fit to support exponential growth in the market that it can project it to see. Today's session is hosted by Indonesia Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Kadin, in partnership with COP28 Indonesia Pavilion and Indonesia Ministry of Environment and Forestry, supported by Feratmos, Equatorize, AITA, and GCMU. We're thankful to our partners and your support on Indonesia and the region. Indonesia is one of the high-risk countries exposed to climate change, with about 40 million of our population living less than 10 meters above sea level, threatened by rising ocean. As a nation with rich biodiversity, including 94 million hectares of rainforest, 3.3 million hectares of mangroves, Indonesia has the potential to be a true global carbon sink hub. This forest and marine ecosystem can store up to 50 billion tons of carbons, offering a significant opportunity to mitigate climate change. Now, without further ado, we would like to welcome Vice Chairman of Environment and Forestry at Kadin and Director of Indica Nature, Mr. Silverius Oscar Unggul, or Bangonte. Over to you. Let's give a round of applause.
Thank you, Stephen. Have a nice evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Indonesian Pavilion. Welcome to Indonesian Chambers of Commerce and Feratmos and ASEAN panel. We are very happy you are here. And on behalf of Indonesian Chambers of Commerce, once again, I want to thank you very much for your time, Dirk, and Felipe. Yeah. Oh, Andrea, sorry. Because Felipe have a problem with the pass, yeah? His pass already finished today. So we are in the last day, yeah? So Indonesian Chambers of Commerce, I think we are very active to support our government to make sure the carbon potential in Indonesia can explore and can we get the opportunity there. I think there are many things already done in Kadin. We are working together to have try to identify policy and etc. And then we give apa namanya, feedback or usulan apa yeah, to the government of Indonesia. So now I think we are getting better, yeah. Last COP, I think there are no trade law in Indonesia, but today we at least can have a trade in Indonesia, yeah, domestic, in a Jakarta exchange. We hope in the future we can do another trade in Indonesia, but at least we are going well. Maybe many people say slow, but I think this is the strategy of government of Indonesia with many thinking, yeah, about the good policy for Indonesia. So in Indonesian Chambers of Commerce, we are active to engage many businesses to explore this opportunity. Also, when B20 and G20 in Bali, I think we are together with friends there. We are the FOLU, we call it Carbon Excellence, Center of Excellence. Yeah? And this is the legacy from Indonesia made along the B20 and G20. And in ASEAN, after that, in ASEAN we have AACM for ASEAN, and I am very happy because in ASEAN and in G20 we are still active until now. And today, the panel also run by Indonesian Chambers of Commerce and ASEAN. So, once again, welcome. We hope we will have a fruitful conversation today with the distinguished panelists here, yeah, and of course our distinguished moderator. I know Stephen is a best moderator. What we have in Kadin now, yeah, we're happy to have Stephen here. So once again, thank you and enjoy the panels. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Banonte, for your continued support. Next, we have an opening remarks from Mr. Dirk Forrester, President and CEO of International Emission Trading Association, ASEAN. Let's give a round of applause for Dirk.
Thank you very much, and it's a real delight to be in the Indonesia Pavilion to talk about carbon markets and some of the exciting developments going on around the world. My organization, the IETA, the International Emissions Trading Association, is a business group, and it's a business group of about almost 350 member companies that represent the whole value chain of carbon markets. And if you're familiar with carbon markets, you'll know that you got to have a buy side and you got to have a sell side, but you also have to have a lot of professional expertise to ensure quality, to ensure proper verification, validation, excellence in contracting. Also, there are a variety of financial players that come in to help underwrite the projects and help get them started. And all of those organizations, those types of organizations, are part of IETA. So we are relatively new in the Asia region. Not that we've had membership there for many years, but recently we opened an office in Singapore so that we can have people on the ground to assist in developing more capacity in the region because we see such great potential in ASEAN. My colleague Andrea Banzani is going to be on the panel, and he'll talk a little more specifically about some of our activities. But I'll say that I think one of the ways that we have approached this is to step back and look at what economic modeling studies tell us about the future of achieving Paris Agreement goals. And what we found is that use of a good, well-structured, high integrity Article 6, there is potential for the same amount of investment to double the ambition if we can all work together. And really it's a common thing in business to collaborate through partnerships, and really that's how we see the world of Article 6. It's a way that businesses can cooperate in helping countries achieve their ambitions, but also in helping to achieve the Paris Agreement goals. This has been a real year of change in voluntary carbon markets because we've seen, as Stephen described, a bit of a pause in those markets. They were larger a couple of years ago, but all of the carbon crediting standards are going through upgrades right now. And part of that is driven by the Integrity Council for the voluntary carbon market that is setting a new bar of integrity, a new threshold of integrity that all of those organizations will rise to meet. And similarly, on the carbon, on the buy side, the VCMI is active in sending guidance on what they think would represent responsible corporate claims. I think that with the two of those building blocks, we're really poised for another wave of growth. Of course, we want to see a good result out of the Article 6 negotiations here, and touch wood, we'll get that, but it's still underway as we meet here. But that's one of the ways that IETA engages with the international process, is to be here as an active voice of business and for high integrity business. We're also really excited about cooperating with the new Asia Alliance, ASEAN Alliance. So we're learning more about it, but we're hoping that this will be an area that we can collaborate bringing our members' experience and expertise to share and to work together to build markets in the ASEAN region that can, again, enable some of that potential to be realized, particularly in the area of natural climate solutions. Indonesia is so rich in natural climate solutions, and it's a benefit that really we'd like to make sure that the global aspects of that are able to, I like the way that you framed it, Stephen, about being seen as a sort of a hub and a high excellence hub. So anyway, you can count on AIDA as a trusted partner in this, and our member companies, I know, would be eager to share their insights and understandings as we advance on this journey together. Unfortunately, I have to go to another pavilion for yet another event, but it's been a delight to be with you, and I'll leave you in the capable hands of Andrea. Thank you again, Stephen, for inviting me, and it's a pleasure to be with you. Thanks.
I don't know if this is it's working. Thank you, Dirk. I think it's great to hear perspectives on IATA around where we are heading, and we also welcome the warmth and the aspiration for ASEAN Alliance Carbon Market and Indonesia. The region can work even closer with IATA as you guys looking at Asia Pacific and Southeast Asia more closely. Now, we are moving to our panel discussion. So let me sit down here, and I'm joined by distinguished panel speakers. The first speaker, we are lucky to be joined by a great champion from Indonesia and Southeast Asia, Natalia Rialuki Marsudi, CEO and founder of Feratmos. Please join me on stage. Give a round of applause. Ria is a CEO of Feratmos, a carbon credit marketplace that offsetting personal or a company's greenhouse gas emission by purchasing carbon credits from the platform, which are sourced only from premium and curated projects. Before launching Feratmos, Ria was a Chief Strategy and Social Impact Officer at Tani Hub, an agri-tech startup which helped farmers grow their business by selling produce on an online platform. She studied international relations at the University of Indonesia and got her MBA from University of California, Berkeley, and INSEAD. Coming up next, we're joined by Andrea Bozzani, International Policy Director at IATA. Let's give a round of applause. Andrea, please join me on stage. Thank you. Andrea is Policy Director at International IATA. Andrea joined IATA in October 2021, where he leads activities on international carbon markets and Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. He's also visiting professor at Sciences Po in Paris and College of Europe in Natolin. Prior to joining IATA, he worked at EDF Trading in London, Statoil, now Equinor, in Brussels. Prior to joining EDF in 2013, he held positions in the EU Public Affairs and Regulatory Affairs for the Norwegian Oil and Gas Group. Great. Now, what we'll do, Ria and Andrea, is that we're going to focus the first round of questions on the region, ASEAN. This year, Indonesia has chaired ASEAN, so it's the successful year of ASEAN chairmanship. Now we're going to do a deep dive on Indonesia, and then we'll come to the audience for any questions that you want to know around Indonesia or the region. We're lucky to have great experts here. And we'll kick off that way. How does that sound? Sounds good? Do you want to check your mic so that you have your mic with you?
Check. Yes.
Yes? Perfect. Great. Okay, well, let me start with you, Ria. Looking at Southeast Asia region, there has been a number of excitement in the market with the launch of Indonesia Carbon Exchange that Bang Onte mentioned, hosted by IDX, and a growing momentum in ASEAN countries around VCM and compliance market. Could you please share how Feratmos and your tech solution can help scaling VCM in Indonesia and in the region?
Thank you so much, Stephen, for the opportunity. Thank you so much, Bang Onte and Kadin, for having me. Just want to check whether the slides are on.
I
or?
think the slides has been loaded, so we'll check.
Okay. Maybe it's great to have a quick introduction, a little bit about Fair Atmos, so then I can also share a little bit about our perspectives in the market. If we go to the next slide, so we are actually a climate technology company based in Southeast Asia and Indonesia. We build proprietary technology to assess carbon stock potential, to actually develop carbon project through digital monitoring tool as well, in the spirit of transparency, accessibility, and democratic access to carbon market. And we already have worked in 3 countries across Southeast Asia, in Indonesia, Malaysia, and in Laos, working with more than 110 asset owners, developing primarily nature-based solutions, and really trying to reflect what does it mean by being high quality, by really being very transparent and very firm in our data source in terms of how does each tree perform in capturing the carbon that we all intend to do. And in this today's panel, I'm also the deputy lead for the AACM, working very closely with Stephen and Pak Darsono in order to really unlock the potential of Asian carbon market. If you go to the next slide, we see that Southeast Asia potential in terms of carbon market, we look at it in 2 types of lens. One as a supply side, and the second is as a demand or some market side. We see that Southeast Asia has always been a major player in terms of supplying quality credits in the global scheme of carbon markets. If you remember the previous regime of Kyoto Protocol and CDM, actually Vietnam is the 4th largest producer of carbon credit inside the CDM, as well as in Indonesia as well. We already produce a couple of the 3 largest nature-based solutions projects in the voluntary carbon market as well. So for Indonesia and Southeast Asia, we see that the market of supply is actually very abundant. And this region is very, very unique to its nature-based potential. I'm not saying that renewable technology-based credits are not there, because a lot of great cookstove project, renewable energy credits, especially in the one that has been launched in Indonesia, SRN or Indonesia Exchange, is also technology-based. But why is nature-based very unique is because we are the region that at least 10.5% of our collective GDP is contributed from FOLU economy. So in the spirit of, developing hand-in-hand a sustainable economy, it matters to think about how do we still produce this economic growth engine sustainably, right? So knowing this potential of being able to extract or process FOLU or like forest and other land use potential in a sustainable way, the question is, in the long run, we actually have a big potential to produce also carbon credit from the FOLU sector. Together with Boston Consulting Group, we assess that at least 300 million is the potential for carbon credit from FOLU sector in Southeast Asia by 2030, and beyond that is actually very, very high. But if Stephen was also asking about, what's the bottleneck, what are the challenges? If you can go to the next slide. This abundance of potential actually has quite a lot of problems in order to unlock that. One is, how do we really solve the technical barrier? The process of certifying credit in any standards at the moment is still very difficult. Of course, the science is difficult. How do you actually measure carbon dioxide that is captured by different trees? How do you measure that the different tree height and growth actually possesses different types of captures as well? So we are already in the level that the technology advancement to really understand more about our forest and forest capability is very different. So how do we actually ease the calculations, the science on the technical barrier, so then not only people who have forest degrees and engineering degrees can do the measurement, but everyone, each and every one of us, previously palm oil concession owner, previously timber concession owner, who only think about the only way to generate economic value out of the land is to extract out of those forests, now can really think about the alternative income, right? How about looking into carbon credits as a potential income as well? The second one is the high capex as well, because the knowledge and the technology, for example, to do a re-wetting of peatland and really to measure, installing all the air flux to really measure the level of carbon that is actually captured is also very, very high cost. How do we also reduce this high capex as well? And last but not least, even if you've done everything right, and I think this is unique to 2022, and I believe Andrea will share more about this, even if we've done everything right, how do we prove that the project is of high integrity to the buyers or to the investors, so then we can basically also communicate the value of the carbon project itself? So these are the three main problems in the supply side that FAIR-ATMOS is trying to tackle by technology. Really automating or making it free for everyone to assess remote sensing technology to assess carbon stock. So anyone, 100 asset owners of them can understand if their area is eligible, because not area is eligible. And I'm very surprised that I thought the term carbon cowboys was only in Indonesia, but apparently it's a global term that apparently people say that, just don't touch the forest, you can make it carbon. No, right? Because there needs to be, additionally, there needs to be a permanence, there needs to be very, very strong reason why your area that you're protecting is worth of carbon credit. So we automate a lot of things to really make the science more useful to people, so then we can know the value. And we also develop digital monitoring technology, marrying airborne devices, sensors that you put in the forest, camera traps that you link into to capture biodiversity health, as well as community performance, community well-being performance by digitizing a lot of the data stock taking as well. Really, the goal is, why don't we have more projects that is, being welcomed by, being championed by communities, by people who didn't have any background in forestry at all, right? Now, that's on the supply side, and do let me know if I have short time, but if we go to the 2 minutes, okay, fine. I'll take that challenge. If we go to the demand side, this is what ASEAN is championing. If we go to the next slide, ASEAN, or Southeast Asian countries, are very dynamic. We have very different approaches in embracing carbon market, but the point is that all of the Southeast Asian countries are very active in actually embracing how to integrate carbon market. Some countries already, Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore already launched their own exchanges, right? And now talking more and more closer towards how do we integrate all of the certification and the registry. Some countries are actually very open already, and doing countries such as Singapore already doing MOUs with other ASEAN countries as well to build the demand and the synchronization between the standards as well. So if we go to the next slide, that's actually the spirit that ASEAN Alliance on Carbon Market wants to uphold. This will be the platform where both private and public engage to talk about what are the experience in different countries in Southeast Asia to really build what is best, what kind of system is best for their own country. Just one, qualifier that I want to make is that Southeast Asia countries, we built the carbon market mechanism not 10 years ago, not 20 years ago, not in the Kyoto Protocol days, actually in post-Paris Agreement days. So there's already a lot of learnings in which these countries need to consider when integrating it into their own domestic systems to really being able to maximize the value and achieve the goal of really preserving the nature. So ASEAN is a legacy project that Indonesia as an ASEAN Summit Chair this year established, but the intention is to have a sounding board for each country to really, is this, what are the different mechanisms to set carbon pricing? What are the different mechanisms when we want to think about carbon tax, right? So it will be like the platform to learn together, and hopefully we can scale carbon markets, be it voluntary or compliance market, as needed by each country, and the best way that they can use to unlock their own potential. Maybe that's a little bit brief and prologue from me, so I'm happy to also entertain any questions later. Thank you.
Thank you, Ria. Welcome back again, Atmos. It's great to hear you have been very active not only in Indonesia but also in Southeast Asia, and I think we need more people who are looking at multiple markets. And we'll come back to ASEAN because I'm sure the audience may want to know a little bit, how to join, how to get involved, that sort of thing. But I'll come to Andrea now. Andrea, how do you see pathways to restore market confidence to boost growth in demands and supply, of high integrity projects across Southeast Asia, right? And if you could share some of specific ITA initiatives that can help key players in the space to watch out, that would be great. Over to you, Andrea.
Certainly. Thanks, Stephen, for the invite. Thanks for the question. Good afternoon, everyone. So if we look at what stopped the growth of the market, which has been remarkable for at least 3 years between 2019 to 2022, it has been primarily two things. One was very negative press, news stories that were highlighting the shortcomings of the market, the lack of integrity of certain projects. And 2023 have been a very bad year on that front. We started in January with the Guardian articles that was picking up some research. And then we had almost every month a new story uncovering the shortcomings of projects. So one is that. The second one has been criticism of companies that were using carbon credits. So there was a perception that carbon credits were the substitute of real action, decarbonization of the company's own operation. It was seen as a way to greenwash, to mislead the consumer. And whether we agree or not, I do not agree. And there have been studies also that show the companies that use carbon credits, also the ones that are decarbonizing faster. But the perception is there, and some NGOs have even taken companies to court. And the result has been that with these two factors playing out, companies that were voluntarily engaging on the market decided to stop engaging, or at least not increasing the purchases that they were making. And the growth forecast, which were very optimistic until last year, now if we look at some of the reports published, they almost look silly, but because they were forecasting growth that just didn't happen. So we have to solve these two problems, and there are two initiatives, and AITA is part of the Secretariat of one of them and coordinating closely with the others. They're trying to look at these two problems. It's the Integrity Council for the Voluntary Market, ICBCM. They're looking at the integrity of the supply of credits. So it was mentioned by our CEO, Dirk Forrester, in his welcome remarks, by publishing a set of criteria that all crediting programs and projects need to comply with. We will have a label very soon, and that label, called the CCP, the Core Carbon Principle, will help us understand what carbon credits are good and comply with these criteria and what are not. So that should give buyers some confidence that the credits that they are buying are of sufficient quality. The other initiative is VCMI, Voluntary Carbon Market Initiative, and it's about providing some guidance around the use of these credits. So they will also issue some labels. They call them gold, silver, and bronze. And basically companies can claim that they achieved a certain level certified by VCMI, and this will show the public and all stakeholders involved that well, the company is doing certain things, is using carbon credit the way they should be used, not as a substitute to other types of effective climate action. So this initiative, must be said, they've been ongoing for a number of years. The ICBCM was launched in 2020 with a different name. that was way before the negative publicity, and it shows that the market was taking this problem seriously. It has for some time. So we hope in the short term we will see the result of this process. As AITA, we're also involved in the Climate Action Data Trust, or CAD Trust for short. It is based in the region, it's based in Singapore. It's a collaboration of AITA, the World Bank, and the government of Singapore. And it's effectively a meta registry, or a platform that will receive data from all participating registries, and that will allow to have data in one repository in a comparable format and public accessible, so that all interested parties can review these information. So we solve the problems related to potential double counting, double crediting, and it will give reassurances to users of carbon credits, to governments, that the registry, the information contained on the registry is robust. We've had some registries of the voluntary market connecting. We had at this COP, we announced that the first country connected its registry. It's Bhutan. We hope to have several more. We do hope to have the SRN of Indonesia connecting soon when ready, and it will enable to have a system where multiple registries can operate without concern. Then the final thing we're doing is ramping up our communications effort. It's not just AITA, but it's the whole industry that needs to do that. Some of the stories that were published were correct. Some projects were not doing the right thing, were not of good quality, but has been a lot of emotional language being used, emotional stories that right or wrong, they resonate quite well. And the industry initially was responding to these stories with technical rebuttals, technical discussions that the reader of newspapers, the consumer of media would not understand, would not care about. So I think we need to respond to emotional stories with emotional stories, and show all the good things that carbon credits do. And this is particularly relevant for an audience in the global north. We are very remote from the MBS projects that you mentioned, the impact of cookstove projects, for example. So, well, when all you hear is about the projects going wrong, you just tend to discount the whole industry as not serious, not capable of playing a role in the fight against climate change, in sustainable development. So I think we really need to do work on that. If I have time, I'll make one last point. It's about moving beyond purely voluntary demand. I know this market is called VCM, Voluntary Carbon Market. That's how it started. But I think if we really want to scale, we cannot simply rely on voluntary demand only. Some companies will continue to go above and beyond their obligations, but I think to provide a solid basis to this market, we need mandatory demand. We need compliance market. And there are some examples in the region. Singapore is signed a lot of bilateral agreements with countries worldwide. They also implement Article 6 in a way that we really like, because they leverage the existing infrastructure of the VCM, the independent standards, and so on. Thailand is another example. They authorized the second ITMO ever after Ghana. It was early this year, carbon credit generated by e-buses in Bangkok. And then also more recently, Norway and Indonesia signed a bilateral agreement for cooperation under Article 6. So I'm really curious to see what will happen next in this case. So I think, and then I can mention also the ETS in Indonesia, that it's a clear case of a new compliance market being established. So I really think I'm excited by this development. I think we should move faster, and so really look forward to the discussion here and the Q&A. Thanks.
Fantastic, thank you, Andrea. And I think it's one thing that really resonates with me is that the media perception on the whole industry, they're hoping for perfection, aren't they? But I think in reality, any commodities, whether they are rice or whether there are silver or securities, whether there are mortgages, whether there are sovereign debt, right? There are the bad, there are the good, and there are the great AAA's rating. And I think, moving to a more pragmatic views, in reality, there will be NBS that are at the greatest quality, highest integrity, and there are those that bad. But how can we work with that sort of classification? So I really applaud what VCMI and ICVCM is doing. I do think that perfection has stopped, put us at a standstill. But if we really want to ramp it up, I do think that we just need to be realistic and let the market price premiums or not, or discount to some of these. Now, I want to go one more specific on Indonesia, to Ria, right? I do want to get your thoughts as a local champion here. What one potential intervention might be that can really help Indonesia unlock its carbon trading potential? And we'll come to Andrea as well. Over to you.
Yeah, no, thanks, Stephen. It's a tough question. It's like, in the startup world, you do like, what is the one thing if you have a magic wand to do, right? So it is definitely a multi-layered. I think learning for all the successful countries who has implemented vibrant and thriving carbon markets, there's definitely not only regulatory but also readiness in terms of project and supply as well as the demand. I would say I think not only for Indonesia but just representing the entire region and maybe the emerging countries that wants to start embracing carbon markets is really also a little bit of clarity on how the global system is defining things. And I guess this is also what Dirk was mentioning as well, about how hopeful we are about this COP to publish what it means, of being high integrity, high transparency, because as an agreement of standard actually reflects also price and value. Because without those clarity, I guess it's still quite difficult. Even if we already have the infrastructure, even if we have the capability and the projects, but market wouldn't be activated if those things are still unclear. I believe Indonesia as well as other countries in Southeast Asia are very active and very progressive in trying to push for different regulation to clear out. I think particularly for Indonesia with the approach of going like what Andrea also mentioned, more compliance route to set up the Indonesia system registry national. I think that's a very bold move, and that would that explains why it requires quite a lot of setup in order to do it right. So I guess having more, guidance and principles that serves both emerging markets as well as more mature markets that would also require good quality of carbon credits will be very, very helpful.
Thank you, Ria. Same question to you, Andrea. If you have a magic wand, what do you think one potential intervention might be?
So I could give you a short answer, but I'll give you the long one and qualify my short one, which I mentioned in the end. So first of all, yes, we're touching wood. We are hoping that negotiations will provide helpful guidance. But I think it's no longer the time to sit around and wait for these negotiations to end. I asked a negotiator on a panel on the first week, when would the negotiation end? And she told me that they will never end because negotiators are very good at keep negotiating. Fortunately, in the Paris Agreement, we have two market mechanisms. We have a centralized crediting scheme under 6.4, and that's a bit like the new version of the CDM. And for that mechanisms to start, yes, we do need guidance to be adopted. We need decisions here at COP. But then we have 6.2, and 6.2 is a framework that allows countries to set up their own cooperative approaches, as they called. And for that to start, the main decisions have already been taken in Glasgow at COP26. And countries now, yes, they are discussing further detail, further guidance, but by and large, what needs to be there to start cooperating and trading has already been decided. And we've had examples: Switzerland, Ghana, Switzerland, Thailand, Singapore signing bilateral agreements. So I do hope more countries follow this path, and they don't just wait for an end to the negotiations that will probably never end. So Indonesia, I think, is doing some things really in the right way. They launched an ETS. They are looking to expand that to more sectors. They have a carbon exchange. So this, for a country of the level of income as Indonesia, is quite remarkable. Not all countries are so advanced on their journey in carbon markets. And what I would change if I had the magic wand is to open up the Indonesian market to international trade. I know, well, foreign companies can theoretically register on the Jakarta Stock Exchange and do trade. The units issued in the CRN, but really to have meaningful engagement, we need to have a more open system with multiple standards, with an easier way to trade for international companies. The current Article 6 guidance allows for the trade of international credits, with or without corresponding adjustment. That's a decision of the host country, Indonesia in this case. So I don't have a magic wand, and no one has it. These things take time, but if I had it, I would say this is one thing I would change in Indonesia, because the potential of Indonesia is enormous, as we all know, and there's so much reductions and removals that can be achieved by allowing international players into this space.
Thank you, Andre. And also the quote from Chairman of Kadin, Pak Arsyad Rashid, he quoted that the world will not be able to achieve net zero without Indonesia Global Carbon Sink Hub. And I think for Indonesia to internationalize or actually to have interoperability, right, between what Indonesia has, the local registry and the local carbon exchange, great. But the question is, to what extent their interoperability-ness is able to help champion Indonesia so that the world can also access that, something that I underline. Now, we want to open to Q&A questions. So we want to hear from the audience if you have any particular interest on Indonesia or of ASEAN. We'll probably take 3 questions first. I see there are 3 questions, and then there is one round of questions I want to get through. So if the organizer can help with the mic, please, later. So if you could introduce who you are, who you represent, and the question very briefly, that would be great. First one, gentleman over here.
Thank you, Ria. Well, thank you, Ria, thank you, Andrea, and thank you, Stephen, for a wonderful discussion on Indonesia. I work for BP. My name is Udi Agarwal, and I sit out of the Chicago office. It's wonderful to just get a bird's eye view on what's going on in Indonesia. I have 2 questions, one for anybody and then one specifically for you, Ria. I'll go to you first. One of the things you mentioned around demand-side challenges in Indonesia is the supply-side integrity, which is very real and very true, and fully agreed with you on that. But what's the local demand in Indonesia like? Or what's the demand within Southeast Asia? And what kinds of projects or what kinds of requirements are those buyers that are more local appreciating? Because I am concerned a little bit about this globalization of integrity, but what's the local view on demand side, or from the demand side, what's their view on integrity? And then the second question, and I'll keep it brief, is we saw over the last couple of years this push as countries recognize the value of carbon credits towards regulation, and sometimes that bleeds into nationalization. And so we were hurt by that. We were investors in a couple of projects that were, there was a moratorium on the sale and export of those credits, which was in Indonesia. And so that was an unfortunate outcome of the rulemaking process. That's been cleared up now. The registry's been set up. But are you concerned going forward as project developers, as participants, Andrea, as you look at the carbon markets more broadly, are you concerned of that risk of nationalization and the moratorium on the export and sale of credits going forward? Thanks.
Thank you. Should we just maybe answer the questions and then we'll come back to the Jen there and then the third guy, if that's okay. We'll answer first, yes. We'll answer and then we'll come back to the Jens. And I see two questions. Do you want to answer the local demands in Southeast Asia?
Thanks, Rudy. I guess I can share on the local demand. I would say in general, as a region, it's not as mature as the European or US market. As you know, only very few countries enable infrastructure as equivalent as carbon tax, right? I think it's only Singapore, and I think Thailand is one of also the more mature one in setting up their compliance to already have sectoral targets as well. So I would say it is growing, but without strong national regulation to push for demand. And if we only rely on voluntary, I think we only see demands from publicly listed companies, companies who are doing exports. I think is expected outcome of CBAM, I would say. But in terms of the requirement of the local or regional demand, we did a quick survey actually. A big majority, more than 77%, actually still prefer internationally traded and internationally standardized credits. So I guess there's still some homework for each individual countries to really mainstream its own certification. But in terms of what type they prefer, and I think we'll launch this as a part of the ASEAN report as well. Most of the local and regional demand wants more nature-based and strong community impact projects rather than the more technology-based. I think it's also a big reflection of how they know forest and nature-based solutions means more than just climate action vehicle. I can touch on the national. Do you want to touch on naturalization?
Well, say a few words from the perspective of a company, of an investor, of a developer. A moratorium, a nationalization is a very negative event that we should try and avoid. In the case of Indonesia, it has been almost 2 years. The rule-making progress has advanced. When I talk to my members, I still see that they find it very difficult to operate on a standard that's only national. There are issues with the trading on the exchange, with the methodologies in the national registry. So I think times are ripe to really start the discussion on mutual recognition or interoperability, whatever we want to call it, especially now that I believe the government has built the capacity, the understanding of the market that they need to make sure they regulate what they want to regulate, but also allowing the private sector to operate and to operate effectively and unleash the potential that we all know Indonesia has in this market.
Maybe just one point, I guess specifically as a project developer, how we're seeing it, right? I think what you see in Indonesia right now is a partial manifestation of what the country would like to or intend to. Because if we follow the presidential decree and how it translates towards ministerial decree and like technical regulation, right? The presidential decree and the national direction is still acknowledging the role of internationally recognized standards that as broad as it is, right? And also still acknowledging that there will be or there could be a mechanism that will allow different kinds of exchange of outcomes, mitigation outcomes, right? So hopefully what we see right now, it's progress towards that. I mean, in our day-to-day working with the ministry, it's something that it is, hopefully it's progressing day by day. What is happening right now, I guess the moratorium and the pause has become like a moment to do a reset. So hopefully, I mean, as a project developer, we already have 10 projects up and coming, and we know in the ministry there are 200 more actually in line. So we still want to keep confidence. It will take a long time, but I guess for people who's doing business in Indonesia knows that good things take time. So hopefully it will come out. Yeah. Thanks.
If I just want to share, I think what we're hopeful from COP28 is the movement from Indonesia and Norwegia, for this pilot ITMOS. And the hope is that it can really unlock new movements in Indonesia, to unlock new things. And second part, this is the role that Indonesia Chamber, Kadin and ASEAN is really hoping to highlight is, where's the money? Listening to investors that wanting to put their money creating or supporting new green jobs in Indonesia are super important. That's why I think this dialogue happened, because we want to listen to investors more and then show it to Indonesia government, coordinating Ministry of Maritime Investment Affairs and the relevant ministries on how much value we can draw from the overall carbon markets, whether it's NBS or biochar or blue carbon and so on, right? This is for the benefit of Indonesia and the jobs that will be created. So I think, the ASEAN has the opportunity to put value on those. Something that, with more to come in 2024. That's great questions. Thank you. I think the second question's coming from the gentleman there. Yes. If you could introduce your name.
Osaki, the Hokkaido University, Japan. And so I'm studying the natural capital, especially focusing on the forestry. And we calculate the value of the natural capital forestry, which is very high compared to how to control the environment using the industrial technology, maybe the 1,000 or sometimes 10,000 higher values. But unfortunately, we cannot to evaluate this kind of the forestry function. And so now just focusing the carbon, but for environment, the management, and so which is very related to the climate change or global warming, not only the carbons. So how to evaluate of this kind of natural capitals? And you say the nature-based solution, which is very also important. But the nature-based solution may be one part of including carbon, but another element is more high the values. And so I want to know how to involving or integrated several the function of the forestry, and how to make something credit, not only the carbon. Do you have some ideas or into something integration what to say the value of, and so focusing biodiversity and carbon, and also another the water cycling and the soil erosion protection, or how to binding and make a more high the value of the credit.
Thank you. Very timely questions on, especially a lot of nature-based solution, and the Indonesia rainforest, right, certainly has a strong biodiversity and nature value to it. Andre, do you want to take this, then go to Ria?
Well, not all carbon credits are the same, and the standards, the issuing bodies are starting to recognize that by issuing, attaching labels to credits. So there are SDG scores, biodiversity scores that can allow the savvy buyers to pick the credits that they also, on top of carbon, they deliver on other objectives that they particularly care about. Also in parallel, there are programs that are trying to develop credits for biodiversity. This is a very, very nascent space, and on which I'm not an expert, but I thought I just mentioned that this is being created. So it's certainly an area that is being considered by the carbon credit industry and all stakeholders. So I think I'll just stop there. Not much.
No. I think that there is a growing number of folks at the TNFD, Task Force for Nature, Financial Disclosure, the equivalent of TCFD, but for nature. I think ASEAN need to take a look on this biodiversity, right? It's something that we're hoping to engage more. I just went to the Bloomberg Natural Capital. I think there is a growing appreciation that biodiversity plays an important role. But I think there are questions around how to, people know how to value carbon, I think. Biodiversity, far from it, I think. So it's something that, please do share your academic experience from Kyoto University on how ASEAN can also learn and champion this together. Please, the third question from the Jen there. There are a lot of gens. I see two questions. We have received 0 questions from ladies. Just saying. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi there. My name is Mark Tilley. I'm with Carbon Pulse. I was just having a question for you, Nalia. Last week, your Fair Atmos signed an agreement with the Vietnam CT Group, just talking about using your technologies to help them and expertise to ensure that Vietnam can improve the quality of its carbon projects and help it work towards its NDCs. I was just wondering if you could provide a bit more detail about what that agreement involves. Yes.
This one's a short one.
Yeah.
Thanks. From Carbon Post. Yes, we had the privilege to sign an MOU together with Citigroup. So we scanned the market. We believe Citigroup is one of the pioneers in launching an exchange in Vietnam for carbon exchange. So basically, their vision is to build the exchange, but then how do we make sure there's supply? So our role coming in is to help the group and actually also the country in general to assess the potential carbon potential from the nature-based solutions. And then whenever there is a good project, then we are we'll be happy to help them co-develop, but also particularly in already integrating a lot of the digital monitoring tool, because the group also has a very strong IoT and AI division as well, basically to also just learn together, because Vietnam is also one of the countries that has a very good reforestation rate as well. So I guess it's also to learn how to scale those learnings as well across the region. Happy to talk more. Thank you.
Great. 2 more questions there, I see. And then we have 1 round of questions. Maybe we go to the Jen and then to the last one.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you for your panel. And I'm Kaz from Daiichi Life. And today, I heard about the kind of discussion about the nature-based solution. And when we look at the kind of carbon market, also the avoided emission is maybe one more kind of a source of the kind of GHG reduction. And I think the avoided emission is a kind of very important for carbon credit to kind of capital flow from developed countries to developing countries. But at the same time, the carbon credit from avoided emission is just kind of carbon neutral, not a net zero. So my question is, how do you kind of treat the avoided emission in the kind of Indonesian carbon market? And do you have a kind of a more stringent kind of a criteria for avoided emission? Thank you.
So thanks, I think, Kath, for the question. The way we typically do it is we try to adhere to a proven or internationally acknowledged standard already. So, and as you know, after 2022, standards evolve. So there's always new definition and new way of really upholding the integrity of how do you measure avoided emission. The latest update and the most adhered to methodology right now is on the jurisdictional level. So it really tried to not silence but recalibrate the potential noises or potential fluctuations that each project level can do. That's why you scale it up on a jurisdictional level. I think different standards and different countries right now are, the standard is one thing, but also the numbers that that is important, right? What is actually the real baseline, right? And I guess there's still ongoing work on this. I think our approach, we always try to follow the latest, because as a project developer, honestly, we try to make sure we assess the project potential as true as it is, so we trust the scientists to find the best way to measure it. But then I believe where we are today is already quite a big progress from where we were before. And also, I guess, now that more standards and more people looking at it, there are more variables that is being considered. So at least for us, we, as much as possible, we follow the science-based proven methodology. And basically, after that, we also just adhere to the country's recognition of the standards.
Just before going to Andre, I think one thing that we should look at is more on the coal power plant early decommissioning, because there is quite a clear how much emission they can yield 20 years from now. And if that can be avoided, would be an interesting sort of carbon market play that can also improve the economics of early decommissioning power plant. I don't know, Aitza, if you have a view on that newer asset class type.
No, we do believe methodologies have to be developed, and it's certainly very clear that if you decommission coal plants earlier, you reduce emissions, you do good to the climate. If it's additional, if it's demonstrated that the finance coming from credits is necessary to trigger that retirement, it's certainly an area that we will support. And I know there's work being done in the US with the ETA on that. Also, Singapore has more recently launched what will perhaps become the Singapore version of the ETS, more focused on Southeast Asia. So we're watching those initiatives quite closely. And I wanted to add a point on removals versus avoidance or reductions, whatever we want to call it. In the longer run, yes, all emissions have to be balanced by removals. That's also in the Paris Agreement. But until we get there, there's a big role for reductions or avoidance credits to be played. We have so much to do that I think by only focusing on removals, we will miss opportunities to do what is needed to keep temperatures under a certain threshold. And then we will get into paradoxical situation. We don't want avoidance credits, so you don't protect the forest, but after it's been destroyed, you just replant and rebuild the new forest, which doesn't make any sense. And also, going back to co-benefits, it's not as good for biodiversity, for local communities. And this doesn't only apply to forests, it applies to all types of reduction credits. So I think we shouldn't give a negative characterization of reduction and avoidance credits.
Thank you. And the last questions below there. Sorry, that's our last question. If you ask no, at the very end over there. He's first. If you ask your question real quick, I'm hoping to squeeze in one more.
Okay, I'll try. My name is Colin Moore. I work for the Wildlife Conservation Society in the Mekong. We develop RED projects as a way to finance our conservation sites. My question relates to, there's obviously this desire to scale nature-based solutions, both because of its emission reduction potential and the perceived benefits it can deliver both for biodiversity and for local communities. The market is moving in a direction of demanding higher integrity, higher quality. We're seeing this as part of the initiatives. But then, Natalia, you hit the nail on the head when you talk about some of those fundamental challenges around the demand for integrity, but then the increasing requirements on projects, the technical requirements, the reporting requirements, the ability to deliver not just quality on the emission reduction, but on the biodiversity outcome and the social outcome. I guess this is maybe a bit of a crystal ball question, but there's a fundamental tension between those two. The narrative is that we need to do both, but ultimately, from a reality on the ground, and I see this in our projects, to get scale, it can't be both. So I guess it's a bit of a question, maybe, Andrea, you from the global policy, and maybe Natalia, if you can talk about how this is being thought of or dealt with in the Indonesian regulations. How are we going to solve that ultimately that tension so that we do get the scale we need to fundamentally address climate change?
Yeah. Thank you, Colin, for the question. Let's take one more question so we can squeeze in last one. Question for the lady. Second row, please.
Hi, my name is Wei Wei. I'm from the Singapore Ministry of Trade and Industry. So I'm just responding to a call for a female voice to add to the questions.
Thank you.
My question is actually to Ibu Natalia. I really like to congratulate Indonesia on your leadership for the AACM initiative. I think the private sector is very critical in moving a lot of the discussions between governments as well. I'm personally leading the G2G negotiations for Article 6.2 cooperation, and we really like to see how we can actually enable more private sector to be part of the AACM so that we can also push for greater speed in terms of government-to-government cooperation. So we'd like to just maybe hear your views on that and how we can work closer together. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Let's...
Maybe I'll take the first question and then you can take both. As you said, from a global policy perspective, well, I acknowledge this question. I think we shouldn't make the perfect credit the enemy of a good credit. We don't want bad credits, but we have to acknowledge realities on the ground. But also I think we have to acknowledge that you can't have quality if you pay $2, $3, $5 a ton. And that's why I say we cannot simply rely on voluntary demand for scale, because yes, some companies are buying permanent removal credits at hundreds of dollars a ton, but that's really a very small section of the economy. Then if we want to scale, we need to move progressively into compliance or semi-compliance mechanisms. So that would be my policy solution to this very real tension for project developers.
Yeah, I think from my perspective, I've been an advocate for the new wave of climate finance to take a look at this as well as one big gap in order to really flow the money to where it's needed the most and most impactful. But the second of all, I would also highlight that I guess in the actors or stakeholders of carbon markets, there are new tech players that only have, very specialist angle to really fill in those roles in order to be able to connect, what does integrity means into numbers and hopefully procuring it in a lesser amount of money than how much it used to. So I guess I would also just to highlight that the way we always position ourselves as a climate tech company and a project developer, for existing projects, we try to just introduce our tools. If in case it can be helpful to translate that all of the good work recorded in more digital way and translated into the data that is accessible for investors, is it something could be of help? So I guess I'm hopeful eventually the technology sector can also try to pick up this gap. It's not immediate. Like maybe early days of solar panel, it has been it was very expensive, but then it went down to like a couple of cents per meter square. So I guess hopefully that time will come as well to nature-based solutions as well. And I guess last to just close thanks Vivek for the question. So AACM is officially launched today. Yay! So thank you for all the support. I guess you will be seeing more of us. We will be posting more in the Carbon Center of Excellence platform, as well as you'll see us later in more LinkedIn and website pages. But basically, we have a registration form for any private companies. We do two types of outreach. One is the one that we officially outreach when we do roadshows as a part of the ASEAN Summit, G2G and B2B as well. But we also will now activate more, invitations so people can also join in. But hopefully, the best acquisition tool is, seeing the work that we do. We'll be publishing a report that I just, snapshot a little bit in the presentation, more about the state of the market, so then anyone can be a part and take a part of the AACM. Thanks, Vivek.
Just on AACM, we have over 40 members now all across Southeast Asia, Vietnam, Laos, Indonesia, and Singapore, and so on. We would love to work with the G2G negotiators like yourself. Our chair, Pak Darsono Hartono, that I think is tuning in live right now, would love to work with you guys, because I think private sector need to be informed by the direction of travel and also offering what can we do to support. I think sometimes what we recognize, every markets will have their own way of doing things. They perhaps only talk to each other during COP28, whereas the chair of ASEAN back in Indonesia and Singapore and Brunei, they talk to each other at least 4 times in a year. And we're really hoping to work with the chair of Business Association in Southeast Asia and regulators to really make a meaningful impact in 3 ways. Allow me to share, because I'm responsible in the international deputy head, and our chair, Pak Darsono, working with the rotating co-chairs as well, with Laos and so on. We're working on the supply generation to educate more project developers, whether they are active project developers or prospective. Perhaps some of the family groups, they already have some forestry assets, but they don't know what to do with it, whether they wish to chop it down or perhaps to conserve it with additionality. So that's what our focus on. The second piece around infrastructure and working and being respectful of local carbon exchanges and registry to promote interoperability. And number 3, around the demand. How can we restore faith, restore confidence from corporate buyers, whether they are from American, Japan, European buyers on carbon credits, so that they think of Indonesia or Southeast Asia carbon offsets as top of mind. Because surely there is Latin America, Brazil, and Africa, Mozambique, and we really want to be the top of choice, really, in the world for them. So I think there is a registration form to end the call to action. We also will be publishing regularly a monthly newsletter. And in fact, we got a request online that all of us attending here should be part, we'll do a group photo, because we want to publish it to the ASEAN and Indonesia community on what to be a starting, a new chapter, as we move ahead 2024. I don't have any time left to ask question on the looking ahead question, but please do stay in touch via LinkedIn. I'll be asking Ria and Andrea on what are the top 3 upcoming initiatives in 2024. Ria has some exciting stuff on Vietnam, Indonesia with Pertamina and other things. But I was hoping they can share now, but I've been asked to substitute it with a group photo, so I don't have time to ask. But you can ask Ria directly, and also to you, Andrea, on some of your upcoming Asia sort of climate summit, North America climate summit. I'm doing a bit of plugs for Lisa. I'm sure she'll be very happy. I think IATA has been a tremendous partner to really convene the right people in the room. So we're very thankful. So allow me to just say closing remarks before inviting everyone on stage for a group photo. This session is hosted by Indonesia Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Kadin, in partnership with COP28 Indonesia Pavilion and Ministry of Environment and Forestry, supported by Feratmos, Equatorize, IATA, and GCMU. Let's give a round of applause for our great panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you. And if I invite everyone on stage, it's going to be the first sort of outreach that we're going to do for ASEAN. Please join us on stage. Thank you. Please go in the middle. Please do. Please join us. Please join us, everyone, on stage. Feel free. Thank you for the question. Yes, indeed.
That was great moderation. That was
Thank
really
you.
well done. It's hard to do these things.
Thank you. Please come. Mas, sama satu phone juga. Much appreciated. More, will come to Jakarta, let us know as well.
Welcome. Check. Okay. I know there's a party going on outside, but let's stay focused. This is our last session of the day. We're almost approaching to the end of the program. Tomorrow we're only going to have a half day program. So the topic will be around litigation. So as you can read on the screen, it's climate change litigation, lesson learned from Indonesia. I'll give a brief context of the topic here. So many efforts have been exhausted in combating planetary crisis, including climate change litigation. In fact, climate change litigation has more than doubled since 2017, and it's still growing. Amongst the cases, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry dominates the climate change lawsuits in Indonesia due to a large number of lawsuits regarding forest fires and illegal logging. So on this particular session, we will talk a lot about legal stuff. And our expertise, our speakers today will share the trends, progress, challenges, and opportunities in climate change and environmental restoration. And of course, in the context of litigation. As well as the difficulties in dealing with complex scientific evidence, as well as issues of eligibility to file a case in court or a legal standing. To commence our session today, please welcome our moderator. She's a researcher for Indonesian Center for Environmental Law and Operational Director of Indonesian Landmark Environmental Decisions, or ILEAD. Please welcome Mbak Syaharani.
Thank you, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and attendants. I welcome you to Indonesia Pavilion last session for today. And I'm Syaharani from Indonesian Center for Environmental Law, and I will be moderating this session. The session will specifically talk about Indonesia's unique experience in utilizing law enforcement through litigation as one of the strategic effort to combat triple planetary crisis. As we all know, the pollution, the biodiversity loss, and climate change, or widely known as triple planetary crisis, has a wide-ranging negative impact and consequences, not only for the people, but also the natural ecosystems around us. And hence, a lot of serious actions have been taken by various stakeholders, including the government, to fix this problem, including utilizing litigation or law enforcement as one of the methods to fix the triple planetary crisis. It is specifically unique to Indonesia because the Ministry of Environment and Forestry has been actively pursuing a lot of lawsuits against polluters through various instruments in order to restore the damaged land, for example, from forest fires, and also um, to enhance the quality of a better environment. And then, without further ado, I would like to invite and introduce our distinguished panel of speakers. So we will have five amazing speakers that will extensively discuss about Indonesia's experience in climate litigation and environmental restoration litigation, departing from the global trends that is currently developing. So please welcome our first speaker, Dr. Rasio Ridosani, the Director General of Environmental and Forestry Law Enforcement at the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. And then next we have Honorable Justice Prem Haryadi. He is a judge at the Supreme Court of Indonesia. And next we have Honorable Justice Andriani, the Chief of Banten High Court. Please join us in the stage. Next we have Renee Gift, Legal Officer at the United Nations Environmental Program. And last but not least, we have Mr. Reynaldo Sembiring, the Executive Director of Indonesian Center for Environmental Law. Okay, so today we will be discussing a lot about litigation, so a lot of legal stuff, and perhaps quite a bit technical things about legal and litigations. For this discussion, we'll first discuss about the global trends and development among litigation, specifically climate litigations. So after that, we will deep dive into Indonesian experience and unique approach in climate litigation and environmental restorations. So for the first intervention, I would like to invite Rini to explain about the current trends of climate litigation globally and perhaps how it may affect the trend and the trend in Indonesia for climate litigations. You can come to the podium.
Hi, good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining. My name is Renee Gift. I'm from the UNEP Law Division. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. Okay, great. Okay, so as was mentioned, UNEP has been tracking the trends in climate litigation since 2017, when we launched our first Global Climate Litigation Report. The latest Global Climate Litigation Report was launched this year, 2023 in July. And this looked at trends in climate litigation around the world. But just to start off with, to give some context as to why this is important and why we started looking at this area. As you may have heard from UNEP's emissions gap report released just a couple weeks ago, humanity is breaking all of the wrong records. So September is likely to be one of the warmest months of the year, of all Septembers in many years. And this year is supposed to be, or is targeted at being the warmest year on record. And as you know, floods, droughts, and severe weather events have been causing misery and humanity. And this has been really a context for why climate litigation, why individuals have been taking to the courts to urge more ambitious climate action. So, and the Montevideo Program for Environmental Law, which is a strategy of the UNEP Law Division, has focused on promoting legal rights and promoting environmental rule of law. And so this is why climate litigation really falls at the heart of our program and why we're looking at this area. This research has been supported by the Columbia Law School, the Sabin Center for Environmental Law. So this is to give you a snapshot of the key trends that were observed in the latest litigation report. So the key trends being the litigation that we've seen from 2020 to 2022. So as you can see, and was mentioned in the introduction, climate litigation has more than doubled since 2017 when UNEP started looking at climate litigation trends. You'll see in blue, and that represents 2017 cases tracked in national, international, and regional courts and adjudicatory bodies around the world, has risen from 884 cases to over 2,000 cases in 2022. You'll see also, if you look at the globe below, first of all, the number of cases, of those 2,000 cases, the United States of America, litigation there has dominated the number of cases, and you'll see in the next slide. However, an interesting trend has been the number of cases outside of jurisdictions, in jurisdictions outside of the United States of America, has also significantly increased from 230 to 658 in 2022, which is really a dramatic increase from years ago, showing that many jurisdictions are now engaging themselves in climate litigation. So you'll see that even the number of jurisdictions increased from 24 in if you look at the right of the slide, from 24 in 2017 and has risen to 65 in 2022. Now, you won't be able to see many of the countries here. So what this really illustrates is that, as I mentioned, the United States of America has really dominated the field in terms of the number of cases brought in courts at 1,522. However, the rest of the colors on this illustration show that many countries are also bringing cases in their own countries and in other adjudicatory bodies, including Indonesia, which is featured here. You can't see it, but 12 cases brought in Indonesia as tracked by the Sabin Center at the end of 2022. So this shows the top 10 jurisdictions with the highest number of cumulative cases brought according to the cases tracked at the Sabin Center. And you'll see, of course, Australia, and this is outside of the United States of America, Australia being the first with 127 cases, but Indonesia is still in the top 10 countries bringing the highest number of cases in the world. So I think that says already something about, it says a lot about the access to justice of civil society in Indonesia. It says a lot about how much the knowledge of civil society on the links between climate change and different human rights. So this is really a good sign for democracy and access to justice in Indonesia. And this again shows a regional representation of cases being brought. Of course, 31.2% brought in Europe and 19.2 in South America, but we see also the number of cases in Asia, 6.6. It is a high amount. It's a low amount than maybe other regions, but it's also an area that we've seen, according to the other reports, that is growing rapidly. So I won't go into all of the different categories in which climate litigation cases have been brought, but the report makes notes of different types of litigation categories. The first being rights-based climate litigation, and I'll talk about that in a second. But many cases are being brought on these specific grounds around the world. Since I'll go into the first one, I'll just briefly talk about the others. Domestic enforcement cases involve cases, litigation being brought on the grounds that environmental law, national law supports a certain right, and the government, by the inaction or private companies, have failed in some duty of care that they owe according to national law. And this is one very significant basis for climate change litigation around the world. Other grounds include keeping fossil fuels in the ground. So this refers to cases against actions to explore fossil fuels. And the next two categories on corporate liability and responsibility and climate disclosures are really a kind of growing trend of litigation being brought against the private sector for their accountability on climate change and also for their messaging when it comes to climate change as well. And lastly, on cases have been brought on the grounds of failure to adapt to the impacts of climate change. And so just to briefly go into the rights-based climate litigation, because this is really the most significant ground upon which the climate litigation has been brought in many of the cases around the world. So in other words, this is the most prominent ground which claimants use when bringing cases regarding climate, on climate. And in these cases, claimants, they suggest that certain rights, the right to life, family, the right to privacy, the right to culture, a range of different rights are being violated by action or inaction on climate change. And these rights may draw from constitutional law, human rights law, environmental law, other laws. These also include international climate rights cases, so you may have already be aware that there are a number of cases before UN human rights bodies and international courts, but also a growing number of bodies to seek advisory opinions on climate change from the ICJ, the International Tribunal of the Law of the Sea, and many others. And these are cases that are questioning state obligations based on international law to address climate change. And so a very important development where litigants are not waiting for harm to occur. They are going to the courts and asking them for their opinions, which are likely to influence how states conduct their affairs in the future. And there are also a number of domestic climate rights cases where litigants draw the basis of their claims on, like I said, national laws or even the Paris Agreement in some cases. So I wanted to just focus a bit on corporate liability and responsibility because in particular, the report notes some cases brought by the government of Indonesia against palm oil mining and logging companies for the destruction of peatland ecosystems. So a large number of cases were noted, and that was pre-2020, brought by the government against different companies for the destruction of peatland ecosystems. And in these cases, they seek to establish the government's right to sue palm oil producers for greenhouse gas emissions and loss of carbon sinks. So maybe many of you all might already be familiar with this case, with these cases, but I wanted to point this out too because it shows an important trend of cases being brought against private companies, like I mentioned, which the report notes is growing significantly and may be brought by civil society or by governments. So corporations and private companies being urged to take greater responsibility for their actions on climate change. Another part of the report deals with future directions. So where is climate change going based on what we've observed? Where is it going in the future? And there are many observations that are made, including that vulnerable people, including indigenous people, are more likely to bring claims in the future. But one very important area that the report highlights is also growing is on investor-state dispute settlements. So aligning policy with the demands of climate change and the climate change goals set out in the Paris Agreement will inevitably affect fossil fuel investments in many countries. And that has now spurred a number of actions by private companies against governments, seeking to deter governments or to stop certain actions that they want to take on climate change, which the IPCC has noted recently are likely to hinder actions on climate change mitigation. And I wanted to point this out because there are a number of cases against the government of Indonesia as well, against the EU for certain policies that or legislation that has been passed that they claim unnecessarily disadvantage or advantage intra-EU producers and disadvantage Indonesian and Malaysia palm oil producers. So again, climate litigation, which has been noted, isn't necessarily always going to be in the pursuit of Paris Agreement and climate change goals, but can also be in the reverse. More and more cases are being seen against governments for taking action on climate change because it undermines specific international laws or agreements on private sector investment. So just to conclude, I think some of the key takeaways are one, that access to justice is an important component of environmental rule of law. And the growth of climate litigation in countries all over the world has shown that society plays an important role in upholding environmental rule of law. We also see that climate litigation is being increasingly grounded in human rights, and this is likely to increase as as you all know, the United Nations General Assembly recognized the right to a healthy, sustainable environment. And with this recognition, it's only likely that this litigation is going to increase. Courts are increasingly holding the private sector accountable for its emissions, and climate-related court decisions have already directly interfered with regulatory development, in all contexts. And I think one of the most important points is that climate litigation gives vulnerable people a chance to influence climate policy outside of the UNFCCC negotiations. So marginalized communities and vulnerable communities who otherwise did not have a seat at the table are now driving and leading the discussion on climate change, which I think is a very important takeaway. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rini, for the amazing explanation about the global trends. And one highlight is climate litigation has an important role to uphold rule of law, and Indonesia is among one of the top lists of countries that currently have climate litigation developed in the court. So now we will talk about the progress, the challenge, and the opportunity in Indonesia regarding the litigation, both environmental and climate litigation. So I would like to invite Honorable Justice Prim Haryadi to explain more about Indonesian experience in environmental restorations.
Thank you, Rani. I'll start to my presentation. The topic is strategic attempt in eradicating triple planetary crisis, trends and studies in climate change litigation and environment restoration. Okay. There are two topics. First, how do environmental criminal in Indonesia constitution to the crisis management of triple planetary crisis issues? The second one is, what challenges do courts face in deciding environmental criminal cases, especially environmental restoration litigation? There are triple planetary crisis issues. The first one is climate change, second one is pollution, and the third is biodiversity loss. Okay, I have a limited time. So, I have to talk about my institution. The Supreme Court's partiality in concerning climate change litigation and environmental restoration. The Supreme Court and judicial bodies under it have the authority to hear or to handle environmental cases in order to improve the competence of judges in handling various environmental cases. The Supreme Court of Indonesia, based on Chief Justice degree number 134 in 2011, has held environmental judge certification, so that it is expected that judges can produce decisions that can realize sustainable development, provides legal protection to environmental rights holders, and ensure the realization of environmental justice and climate justice for current and future generations of Indonesians. The total number of judges who have passed the environmental judge certification training until batch 18 May in 2023 amounts to 1,499 judges. With the composition, the General Court judges 1,142 judges, Administrative Court judges 328 judges, and Military Court judges have 29 judges. The Supreme Court has also issued Perma number 1 of 2023, Rule of Supreme Court concerning guidelines for adjudicating environmental cases, which regulates environmental recovery plans due to pollution and or environmental damage carried out by the preparators. In Article 70, paragraph 2, 3, and 4, the case examining judge is authorized to assist the public prosecutor demands continuing the recovery plan to determine the competence of details of the recovery plan. In the event that the trial examining judges assist that the recovery plan, as referred to in paragraphs 2, is not sufficiently detailed, the trial examining judge is authorized to complete the recovery plan submitted by the public prosecutor into the verdict if passed on sufficient evidence and reasons the demands can be granted. In the event that the corporation is sentenced to additional punishment in the form of environmental remediation or restoration, and it within 3 months after the verdict is legally binding, the convicted persons does not carry out the punishment, the corporation assets shall be confiscated and auctioned to pay the costs of restoration. Okay, now the challenges. There are 6 challenges. The first one, there is a deliberate elements of large-scale plantation business actors in illegal lands clearing. The second one, in environmental cases, if not accompanied by scientific evidence, it can lead to legal uncertainty. The third, the execution of judgment regarding environmental restrictions take a long time. The fourth, forest and land fires can be caused by natural conditions, but business actors are negligent in anticipating widespread fires. The fifth, the experts' calculation on environmental laws was met with restrictions from criminal actors. And the last, the execution of environmental remediation by the public prosecutor is a new practice in Indonesia. The last about strategic attempt in climate change, litigation, environment restoration. The capacity building of environmental judges. The second one, formulation of rules and policies that serve as procedural guidelines, documenting various landmark decisions in environmental cases that are needed in developing the consistency of judges' argument in handling environmental cases. Encourage the reform of environmental law in Indonesia and strengthening coordination with relevant stakeholders. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Justice Prem Haryadi. From Honorable Justice Prem, we know that the Supreme Court of Indonesia have made some breakthrough to advance and create more enabling environment for environmental restoration litigation and climate litigation, such as the environmental judges certification and then the environmental case handling guidelines. And lastly, we have more than 1,000 judges, environmental judges that have been trained to handle the environmental cases that come into the court. Now we will hear another perspective from the judiciary, and we will learn more about the role of judiciary in combating triple planetary crisis. For that, I invite Honorable Justice Andriani to deliver her intervention, please. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Distinguished speakers, moderator, delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is truly my honor to be here and to share my experience in litigation in Indonesia. This is about the role and challenge, first, of court in handling environmental cases. The role the judges is to deliver decision on environmental cases relating climate change, pollution, and biodiversity losses for the purposes of bringing about environmental justice or sustainable development into reality. And only the certified judges can hear the environmental cases. And the challenge, okay. Sorry. The challenges are the complexities of environmental cases, economic versus environmental interests, uncertain or clear causation of any activity with their environmental impact, reversible or irreversible impact, future impact, scientific evidence. The prevalent statutory or legislation regimes are out of date, not complete, uncertain or ambiguous provisions, It is for the previous regulation, I mean. And not all the judges are certified. Indonesian environmental law has developed apart from the development of legislations, such as through the Environmental Statutes of 1982, the Environmental Statute of 1997, and the Environmental Statute of 2009. Also through court decision, 3 court decisions that can be considered as landmark decision. First decision is judges recognize standing to sue of NGO. The Indonesian Environmental Forum, or environmental NGO, against the pulp and paper company and governmental agency in 1988. The prevalent environmental statute of 1982 doesn't recognize NGO standing to on the basis of environmental interests, but the statute only provides that the community or public has the right to participate in environmental management. The hearing panel of judges in the case consider bringing legal action before the court. It is one form of public participation in environmental forum to bring the legal action before the court. And the lawmaker then adopt the decision in the case into the environmental statute of 1997. And then citizen lawsuit. The Indonesian statutory regimes do not recognize the notion of citizen lawsuit against governmental agency or ministries or president. But Indonesian judicial practices proves that judiciary are willing to recognize it for the purpose correcting the governmental policies or enforcing the governmental agencies to make policy and protecting rights of citizens. And the Supreme Court of Indonesia upheld these decisions. The notion of citizen lawsuit in individual citizen for both their own and public interest bringing legal actions against governmental agencies or officials as well as private corporation. A recent case of environmental case, citizen lawsuit, that is citizen lawsuit brought by Melanie Subono and friends against President, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, the Minister of Home Affairs, the Minister of Health, and the governors of Jakarta, Banten, and West Java for their failure to carry out our air pollution control in Jakarta city that has threatened substantive rights to good and health environmental in 2019. And then applying precautionary principle, proving causation of an activity and its environmental impact is very complex. In some cases, judges applying precautionary principle. This case, Dedi and friends in 2003 against the President, the Minister of Forestry, Public Forest Company, and the Governor of West Java for their failure. Dedi and friends, as a plaintiff, argue that landslides causing damage to the property caused by the public forest company activities and change of the government policy about the status of forest area. Previously, protecting forest zone becoming production forest zone. Expert witnesses of plaintiff and defendants disagree about the cause of landslide. Judges applying precautionary principle, the decision in favor of plaintiff. The Supreme Court of Indonesia upheld the decision. At the time case was heard, 2003, the Indonesia environmental status has not yet adopted the principle, but the judges refer to the Rio Declaration. Environmental Act of 2009 adopted precautionary principle after that. This is about that it's already mentioned with the speaker of UNEP, the drivers of climate change litigation. Indonesia has been noted as one of the hotspots for climate litigation worldwide, contributing to 12 cases that directly raise climate change issues based on UNEP 2023. Climate litigation cases, particularly in Indonesia, are driven by specifically inadequate action to tackle climate change or failure to integrate climate change into decision-making, and generally by unsustainable business practice and or environmental degradation that contribute greenhouse gas emission. The plaintiffs are seeking relief through the enforcement of existing environmental or climate laws that might compel the government or business actor to comply and contribute less to climate change. And then integration of climate action into existing environmental, energy, and natural resources laws and or documents. The third, establishing of clear definition of human rights and obligation affected by climate change. Fourth, compensation for climate harms or contribution to climate change that might manifest into negative impact. Okay. The development of climate litigation in Indonesia, there has been growing cases of climate litigation in ASEAN, particularly in Indonesia. Considering cases that indirectly raise climate change issue, Indonesia has more than 20 cases. This number excluded gas against coal. Plan permit that might have driven by climate motive but do not raise climate-related arguments. This is the last climate change litigation that Kumai Sentosa Limited Company or PTKS was held responsible for a land fire at a 3,000 hectare oil palm plantation, which had a wide impact on the environment and caused public unrest due to the smoke generated land damage, loss of biodiversity, and hampering the government's commitment to achieving the climate change agenda, especially achieving FOLU net in 2030. The panel of judges of the Supreme Court on July 18, 2023, granted the request for judicial review submitted by the Ministry of Environmental and Forestry by punishing PTKS to pay material compensation in cash to the Minister of Environment and Forestry through the state treasury account in the amount of 175 billion and 179 something million, and punish the defendant to carry out environmental restoration measures in the area. The Supreme Court panel of judges decided the PTKS case by applying the precautionary principle with absolute liability. Okay, this is about the Tanjung Jati coal-fired power plants. Actually, it's about the decision from the administrative court, but it's okay. It's very important too. And the Indonesian government efforts and strategy that is already mentioned with the Honorable Justice Mr. Prim Haryadi, that Indonesian government efforts and strategies develop of modern international legal regulation, the Environmental Act 2009. Now it's already enacted already a long time ago, actually. And then the Supreme Court organized the Environmental Judges Certification Program since 2012. And then the Supreme Court of Indonesia published the guidelines for judges to handle cases dealing with environmental matters.
Yes, thank you, Justice Andriani,
Thank you for
the intervention. So in her presentation, Justice Andriani mentioned about one case. It's a forest fire case that is handled by the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. And now our fourth speaker will specifically discuss about Ministry of Environment and Forestry experience in conducting law enforcement through litigation. So I invite Mr. Rasio Ridasani to deliver his presentation.
Thank you, Sarani. First of all, I would like to thanks to the organizer of this event, Pavilion Indonesia, and also thanks to the host, Ibu Mona. Yes, Honorable Justice Prim, Honorable Justice Andriani, Rene, as well also Dodo. Yes. We know that, when we discuss about the law enforcement, it is final step. People always mention that law enforcement is final step. But when we face the problem, they say that the problem is weakness of law enforcement. It is contradictory, isn't it? Yes? Now I would like to sharing with all of you about enforcing multi-instrument of environmental law enforcement in climate litigation Indonesian case. Okay. Yeah. What is our major climate threat actually? I think Rene mentioned about the climate change problems. This is a flood, sea level rise and everything. But the root of the problem, it is the criminal actually, Rene. Yes, we face every day, Indonesian. And I think it's many countries also, illegal logging. Yes, this is the big challenge we face. In many countries that have tropical forests, we face the illegal logging. Forest encroachment, either illegal mining, illegal plantation, maybe also illegal fishery. Yes, they encroach the mangrove and many others and create a problem. As well, forest fire. We face forest fires, yes, especially during the El Nino. We face this is also a big challenge for Indonesian. I do believe that not for Indonesian actually forest fire, many other countries also face the same, the threat. Also illegal wildlife poaching and threat and waste dumping. And you can see that if happens, illegal logging happens, we have a problem with our capacity for carbon sink. And also, illegal logging create a problem with our biodiversity loss. Then also increase the problem of forest degradation. This is big problem we face and we have to fight against this. We know that it's not easy. As law enforcement officer, we fight against environmental crime is not easy. Our life every day get also threatened by the criminal. Yes, I almost 9 years became DG for law enforcement in Ministry of Environment. But you know that my life is every day is not easy. But we do it because of what? We want to protect our earth because we only have one earth. We can share together to live in, yeah? And then you see this is what happens if the threat happens, environmental damage. This is climate threat, yeah? Society welfare laws and state laws. Environmental crime, it is really extraordinary crime. It's great serious impact. This is our life. You can see this is illegal logging. We're dealing with this illegal encroachment and also forest fire. And then also illegal wildlife poaching even in the last slide, you see this? This is waste dumping. There is fire in waste dumping. Because of what? Because the methane gas. And then, talking about the threat, is there any opportunity to fight against this threat? Sure. Indonesian government had very strong commitment. Yes, our politician, our government official, as well also you already listen what Justice Prim and Justice Andri mentioned, the strong role of our Supreme Court in dealing with what is this climate threat, yes, and environmental crime. We have a lot of opportunity because we have law, yes. There is no law enforcement without law. There is no action without act. I mean, this is, you have to know. And then Indonesian actually has many law that dealing with the law enforcement, conservation law. Yeah, how can we protect our conservation area as well also our wildlife? Wildlife also very important to maintain the forest because you know that bird and many others, our wildlife, they spread a seed, yeah, and then make our forest alive. And also we have waste, ag and waste management, forestry law, environmental protection management law, even environmental and forestry crime is predicate crime of money laundering. This is so that Indonesia is very serious in terms of our regulation, in terms of law. It is a good opportunity. It is the capital to us so we can work in effective way to fight against climate change problem. Yeah? And then we have so many instruments, like we have a forest policing authority. Yeah, we have a ranger, forest ranger, or forest police. Yeah, and then we also have instrument for administrative sanction, either giving warning, issuing government coercion, giving fine, as well as revoke license. And also we have instrument for dispute resolution, either out of court or out of court, yeah, for government lawsuit. As well also we give open to the public to conduct civil lawsuit in our law. Yeah, if publics think that they face a problem with the environment, yeah, and then it's deteriorating their life, they can also providing civil lawsuit. As well also we have criminal law. Yes, our criminal law is very interesting. This support also for Supreme Court guidance yeah, and adjudication of a case, environmental case. What it means that we not only what is criminal law not only dealing with the sentence or fine, but there is also additional sentence for restoration as well also the taking back the profit from the crime. This is where we have very strong law in Indonesia. And in addition to that also, you can see that this is so many actually articles mentioned about how can we conduct law enforcement, either using administrative sanction, we can also using this government or civil lawsuit, as well also for criminal law enforcement. Then, in addition to that also, even we can using money laundering, yeah, to fight against environmental crime or green financial crime. That including also, if you're talking about environmental crime, especially dealing with forests, yeah, and then dealing with conservation, it's been also dealing with climate. Yeah, because you know that our forest is climate regulator. If our forest destroy, it's also a threat to our climate. I mean, we have a lot of climate law enforcement mandate actually in our law. And in addition for that also, I would like to mention to you that since Indonesia have strong commitment in climate change based on our FOLU net sink 2030, one of the strategy we have using the law enforcement. By deploying with strong law enforcement, it means that we can reducing deforestation rate, yeah, on dry land forest ecosystem, reducing the deforestation rate on peatland and mangrove ecosystem, reducing the deforestation rate on dry land forest ecosystem, as well also degradation on peatland and mangrove, as well also biodiversity conservation. Yeah, this is. We expect that if you have very strong law enforcement, we do believe that we can protect our environment as well as our forests and also the climate. This is the way we have to do it. And then there's a several initiative I would like to share all of you. First, I do believe that it is also supported by our Supreme Court. Yeah, we have in our law, there is strict liability environmental management protection law. Yeah, you know that strict liability is very important to help you in handling with the case. In strict liability, yes, every person who action business and or their activity with pose serious threat to the environment is absolutely responsible for loss that occur from their business and or their activities. Yes, it is this special term, I think Justice Prim and also Justice Andriani and many, I think, justice familiar with the term of strict liability. But this is very strong principle that adopted by our law. Yeah, in order we can protect our environment as well as our climate. And we already also starting to utilizing, yes, implement the principle of strict liability since 2016. There are two companies, yes, palm oil company, we conducted government civil lawsuit, and then it's accepted by the court. Thank you, Supreme Court, about this one. And it's the first time we do it using this strict liability principle 2016. In addition also, there is also intergovernment collaboration work, yeah? Especially we dealing also, we have joint investigation and then joint action between police, investigator, Ministry Environment investigator, as well also with the prosecutor in dealing with forest fire. We have special task force. That's why I think there are also significant decrease in forest fire in Indonesia during a couple of years. Even this year, little bit increase, but still less compared to several years ago. In addition to that also, General Attorney, they issued a guideline, special guidance for handling of environmental cases. Yeah. If we're dealing with environmental cases, yeah, especially done by corporation, yeah, they have to include the additional sentence. In addition to the primary sentence, yes, jail and fine, but also additional sentence, including environmental restoration and taking back the profit. I mean, this is very interesting for Indonesian case. How can we move for better way in conduct law enforcement? And Supreme Court, yeah, I would like to share to all of you, our Supreme Court, Rene, this is Green Supreme Court. Yeah, this is, they are actively, yes, working on environmental cases to improve the environmental cases handling. They have special task force, yeah, they call it a National Environmental Working Group in Supreme Court. There are so many products of them. First, they create a policy, environmental judge certification program. Every judge, yeah, who handle environmental case has obtained environmental certification, environmental certification for judge. Judge without the certification, they cannot handle the case. We are different way with many other countries. Other country maybe they have a special court, environmental court. But Indonesian, maybe Pak Prim, Ibu can explain more. In Indonesian, they're using approach environmental certification, environmental certification for judge. I think the number now, this is almost 1,499. They also create special case, special number, the code for environmental cases. Yes, if you go, you can check, yeah, and then they have special number. They call it LH. Indonesian term is lingkungan hidup, or in English is environment. By putting the special code, it's easily to assign who judge can dealing with the environmental cases. And also they have also special guideline. They call it guideline, the latest one, this year, yeah? Number 1, this is year 2030, guideline for environmental guideline for adjudicating environmental cases, including additional sentence, as well also protection for environmental defender. In addition to that, also there are so many initiatives conducted by Indonesian Supreme Court. They also considering precaution principle in dubio pro natura, as well as strict liability principle. Yes, yeah. And then what is our action? Yeah, we have conducting intensive operation to protect our forests. During couple of years, it's more than 2,000 operations we conduct to protect our forests. Yes, and then we also giving sanction, about 3,000 sanctions to the corporation. Now, criminal law enforcement, we bring to the case 1,472. Rene, it is not 2, not 12. We are 1,000 dealing with environmental cases, and some of them dealing with climate change. For example, like CP lawsuit 32. Among 32, 24, it is related to forest fire. And we also conduct the court settlement. The final court decision is 1.3 billion US dollar. We won the case, yeah, in the court for environmental as well also the climate litigation. Yes, I think this some numbers. Maybe it's better for me to have discussion with you. Yes, and then the outcome. We know that this is not only from the law enforcement, but our deforestation rate is decreased significantly. Indonesian during last year, our deforestation is decreased significantly, and our also hotspot significant decrease. It's part of law enforcement as well also other instrument. We cannot claim it because of law enforcement, but we do believe that law enforcement has given significant impact to declining our deforestation rate as well also declining of our forest fire. I think thank you very much, Sarani. This is our life, Pak. Yeah, you can see if I go to this inspect to the field, I have to guarding. I have to guard by many people because it's not easy life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rasio, for your intervention. One key message is strong law enforcement contributes to climate action. So it's very important for the enabling environment to support a strong law enforcement in Indonesia. So now we are going to our last speaker. And you can prepare your questions if you have any for the question and answer session right after the last speaker. So Renaldo, what's next for environmental and climate litigation in Indonesia?
Thank you, Rani. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The distinguished speaker, Dr. Roy, the Honorable Justice Dr. Prim, Dr. Andriani, and my colleague Reni from UNEP, dan Bapak Ibu sekalian. Thank you for having me here for such interesting topic and great panel. I think first of all, I would like to invite all of you for giving applause for the Indonesian Supreme Court and Ministry of Environment and Forestry because their service is very great for saving our environment. As already mentioned by previous speakers, that Supreme Court just launched the regulations, and one of the contain the norms is about legal procedures to giving the access for the environmental and the climate litigations, and also for the Ministry of Environment for their work to protect our environment, to restore our environment by the government legal standing. I have to point out that for the climate litigation is the integral part of the climate justice, particularly for the corrective justice. So that's why what we are talking here is something about meaningful for the achieving the climate justice. So I think that's the pictures, the puzzle of the climate litigation in the context of the climate justice. Okay, I'm gonna start to explain about why litigation, environmental and climate litigation is important for the Indonesian legal development. The first one, filling the legal gaps using jurisprudence. You know since 3 decades ago that a lot of legal development that rise by the court's decisions, let's say citizen lawsuits, precautionary principles, and also strict liability before it regulated in our law. And the second one, to secure, guaranteeing, fulfill, and protect access to justice for the people. The next one, promoting improvement in our law enforcement. And the last one, enhancing environmental compliance to make the polluters comply, to make the company comply with their obligations. I'm gonna to explain about the lesson learned from Indonesian environmental and the climate cases. So, my organization, ICEL, we are trying to compile some of the environmental decisions. I think more than 500 court decisions that we assess and analysis, and we use the guidance from the Supreme Court to assess and to decide how many Indonesia have the environmental landmark decisions. You can see the data that currently we have 30 landmark environmental decisions that considers contributing to contemporary environmental law development in Indonesia, and big portion of the cases are related to law enforcement. For example, and most contribution is come from the forest and fire case decisions, and already mentioned that the plaintiffs is come from the Ministry of Environment and the Forestry. And what is the scope of the definition of the climate litigations? A lot of scholars and report explains about the definition of the climate change litigations. And one of that is from the Pil and Osowski. But I want to stress about the two stream. The climate litigation, the first is to protect the nature by reducing the greenhouse gas emissions, and also to protecting the people rights. Usually for the many scholars from the many reports that forget to put the people rights as the one of the aims, objective, why we do the climate litigations globally and in Indonesia. And how we, our organization, and I think for the many scholars in Indonesia that classify environmental case as the climate litigations, we use the criteria from the Pil and Osowski. You can see the criteria. The first criteria is about the litigation with climate change as the central issue. So the plaintiff and the court decision contain the climate arguments like that. The second one, litigation with the climate change as the peripheral issue. The rest is about the motivation and just the sides issues like that. And okay, just reflected in many climate cases around the global south, Indonesia cases are also indirectly implicating climate change by placing climate change as the secondary or peripheral issue. So currently we just only one that climate litigations, we believe that in the first tier, put the climate change argument as the central issues in the administrative court. And the rest is, most of the rest of the climate litigations at the peripheral issues. So we try to analyze the legally binding court decisions or the climate litigations since 2009 until 2023. Perhaps the data quite a bit different with some of the reports, including the UNEP, because we use the criteria by the Pil and Osowski. But I do believe that currently there are more than 20 climate cases that have been decided by Indonesian court. And you know, the contributions, almost 60% of the plaintiff is the governments, because in Indonesia, just already mentioned by Dr. Roy, based on our environmental protection and management law, that the Ministry of Environment has a standing to submit the lawsuits against the polluters to ask the compensations about the environmental damage and environmental pollutions. The rest is about environmental legal standing and citizen lawsuit. I think it's the same data. So, the legal development made through Indonesian environmental and the climate litigations, this is some of the lessons that we can get from Indonesians' experience. The first one is the legal standing. The court has paved the ways for the three important legal standing in Indonesia. You know that, as I already mentioned, that by the court decisions, currently at least we have the three legal standing before we put it in our law. The first is the environmental organization legal standing since 3 decades ago. The second one, government legal standing. And the last one is the citizen lawsuit. So the judge make the law. It's happened in Indonesia. The second one, adoption of the international environmental principles. Many international environmental principles, such as precautionary principle and intergenerational justice, are taken into consideration in the court decisions. So you can see some of the interesting case in the Mandalwangi case and the Tanjung Jati A coal-fired power plant case. Tanjung Jati A actually is, that I mentioned before, the only one, the climate change litigation, that put the climate argument as the central argument. So the Tanjung Jati A case is the climate litigation in the first tier. The third one, improving the law enforcement. And the last one, protecting the public participations. Ways forward for litigation as the strategic tools in combating triple planetary crisis. The first, we need more legal interpretations by the court. You know, currently in Indonesia, climate change litigation, I'm saying about the climate change litigation, not environmental litigation in generally. For the climate change litigation specifically, is only in civil and administrative courts. Because we, in our law, we don't put the release of the CO2 emission as a standard, as a delict, to as the criminal sanctions like that. So currently in Indonesia, we just have the climate change litigation from the administrative and the civil courts. So judge needs to, okay. Okay, the other one is implementation of the court order and more curated and disseminated data and restoration or oriented litigations, because we need more the litigation that has the objective to restore the environment, adapting to novel legal development, building expert forum and the building ecosystem, because one of the challenges in Indonesia, how to sieve, how to connect scientific evidence to becoming the legal evidence. And the last one, engaging broader institutions such as Constitutional Court and human rights commissions. I stop here, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reynaldo. Due to the because of the constraint of time, we can only take one question. Would anyone wants to ask? Oh, Mr. Rasio said two to three questions is okay. Okay, then I think we can, so 3 questions, we can take all of them.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm Waman David. I'm a climate activist from Uganda and Agape Earth Coalition. Thank you so much for the session. My question is about like the climate activists. Like, what are you doing to protect them? Because most of them are youth, and I don't know if you have that provision to protect them. Then my other question, my other question is, under which circumstances do they face prosecution? Then my other question is about the citizen lawsuits, like how are they paid out? And since part of my organization, its narrative is on adaptive financing, how much is that is going to help the people to adapt to climate change? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the questions. Next.
Thank you very much. My name is Ismail from Ghana. I want to ask what key lesson will you share to maybe a country that is yet to implement climate change litigation and its framework here?
Yang mana aja boleh. Ya bebas saja, Pak.
Yeah. Hi. Hello. So I wanted to ask a question regarding if there is a specific body of government to assess the loss and damages happening to a person or a community in regards to suing a foreign company working in Indonesia. So for example, if there is an organization that contributes to worsening air quality or worsening water conditions, especially textile industries, I know in Indonesia. So in that case, is there a certain body in the government, I as a person in the community or a cooperative would go to them to ask for their scientific appraisal of the effects of the loss and damages to help them with the legal action? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for all of the questions. So yeah, the first question is about the climate activists, what to do and how they are being protected. I think Mr. Rasio can answer that question quickly. Yeah.
Thank you. Regarding to environmental defenders, yeah, I think Indonesian have a law. Yes, there is a two law give protection to the environmental defenders. First, environmental protection and management law. The second is forestry law. This is if you are classified as a environmental defender, so you what do you call it? There is no lawsuit or this is criminal investigation on you. This is in law, yes. And then sometimes, yeah, there is in practically, yeah, sometimes it's not easy. It's not easy, but we support. Yeah, I got involved in several case support that environmental defenders. Yes, but sometimes it's not really not openly. Yes, because we work closely with many environmental defenders in Indonesia. Yes, and then for sure maybe Pak Prim and Ibu Justice Prim and Justice Andriani mentioned this is one case you can add more, Pak, yeah? One case there is a group of people they against factory that pollute the air pollute the air, and then a corporation, the company, what do you call report to the investigator, police investigators, and then also their investigation, and then since court have commitment to protect environmental defender, and then the court decision is freedom, yes, yeah, not guilty. This is the way work in Indonesia, yes. And then I think I have some question regarding about how can public get involved, yes. Yes, as I mentioned that Indonesian law also, I think the most important thing you want to do dealing with climate or environmental is you have to have strong law first. And then the second is strong commitment of law enforcement officer. If don't have a law, yes, this is not easy because there is no law enforcement without law. In addition to that, also you really need very strong law enforcement officer. I mean, this is I think from my point of view. Thank you very much. I hope that if you need any more explanation, we can talk later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rasio. There's another question for you. Is there any specific body in the Ministry of Environment that can respond to complaint, yes, and request?
Thank you, my brother. You mentioned about what is specific body in Indonesia, yes?
That would do the appraisal of the damage.
Yes, I mentioned to you that we have three instruments for law enforcement conducted by government. This is administrative sanction. We give sanction and fine. The second, we conduct a government lawsuit. And the third is criminal investigation. And then we have pool of expert, actually. Yes, we have working closely with the expert. And expert has helped us, support us in examining the damage. In addition to that, we also support the public. Because in Indonesian law, there is also out-of-court settlement and court settlement. In many cases, they have a conflict between company with the community, and then sometimes community asks our office to help them. And then we support them with the expert. And then they get compensation. I think a lot of compensation community get compensation, in addition to government also. Yes, I think we got compensation more than, I think almost 4 out of court and court settlement. That already resettlement, I think this is maybe 50 million US dollars, something like that. A lot, yeah. We're dealing with that things. Yeah. So for the other criminal, we conduct investigation. I think when you follow my presentation, we already conduct criminal investigation almost 1,477. Yeah, we bring to the court. I don't know how many thousand it'll go on the jail. Yeah, either a director of the company, even a government official also we bring to the court. Some politicians also we bring to the court. Yeah, you see that my presentation, how we work on the ground. Yeah, we take it very serious, environmental law enforcement in Indonesia, including climate, we go for that. Yeah, thank you very much for that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Rasio. Very strong commitment. Also, about the climate activist protection, maybe Justice Prim can explain a bit about the Supreme Court regulations about SLAP.
Okay, about protected public. There are two experience in Indonesia courts, criminal and civil cases. In criminal, in district courts of Sungai Liat, one of district courts in Bangka Belitung, the defendant, district court says they are guilty. But in high courts said that they are not guilty. And the Supreme Court agree with decision of high courts. In the civil case, we have experience in Cibinong district courts, one of courts in west of Java. A person who expert witness has sued by one of a company. And the court said what we said tidak dapat diterima. So the sue is not accepted. Yeah, not accepted. I think that there are two experiences in Indonesia about strategic against public participation. Thank you.
Oh yeah.
Just want to add the explanation by Dr. Rasio and Dr. Prim that one of the important things in Indonesia Supreme Court regulations just launched. We have currently the speedy trials. Within the 30 days, the SLAPs or environmental human rights defender has to be decided by the court. So it's the commitment by the Supreme Court to reduce the SLAP cases in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all the speakers who have answered questions. So another question is about citizen lawsuit, how it is regulated and implemented in Indonesia. Can Justice Andriani explain quickly and about the citizen lawsuit regulation in Indonesia?
Actually, before the previous environmental law, 1997, there is no
standing
the provision in that law, but after 2009 already already regulate in that law. So the citizen lawsuit, because of I told before that because of the landmark decision from the landslide Banyuwangi, so it's the the legislator has adopted and in the law of 2009. And I thought about that in law, environmental law 2009 regulates about the profit legal protection for the people fighting for environmental rights who report suspecting environmental pollution and destruction have been sued civilly or prosecuted criminally on basis defamation of company. And then it's a call anti-SLAPP. It is very, very important now, anti-SLAPP, because one of the participants asked about that. So our regulation protect that people who fighting for environmental rights.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Justice Andriani. Mr. Ridwan.
I think for you, environmental defenders, yeah, don't worry. Even I am a law enforcement officer, I get there are many people filing lawsuit against me several times. This is our calling, yeah, to defend our environments. And God with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rasio. And last questions about climate litigation in our country. So Rini may explain about the climate litigation experience happening in other part of the world. And for Renewable specifically, I want to take the liberty to sharpen the question. What do you think is the takeaways from the global climate litigation that Indonesia can follow going forward? That's the question. The microphone.
I think the question was on what are lessons learned from why there's so much climate litigation in Indonesia.
And the world as well.
Well, I think in terms of the global trend on climate litigation, I think it's driven by the urgency of action needed. So the fact that the impacts of climate change have been worsening, and since most of the climate litigation has been brought by civil society against governments, I think this is driven by a sort of frustration with government action or inaction on climate change and a desire to lead the discussion on that, because civil society has often complained that they're left out of these discussions and that they're powerless to change the trajectory. And they've found climate litigation to be an effective tool to actually take back the power and to drive the discussion. And this has been found to be an effective tool in actually changing government action or policy or legislation on climate change, or compelling governments to take certain actions. And now that's spilling over to private companies, where their litigants' actions are actually curbing activities of private companies. So I think that's one of the biggest reasons. And I also think that the increasing visibility of climate litigation in case law, usually before the court you argue cases of your own jurisdiction, but more and more we're seeing that climate cases in certain jurisdictions that have become landmark cases are inspiring the exact same kind of litigation in other countries and other jurisdictions. So litigants, civil society, people are looking at the outcomes of cases in some countries and some jurisdictions and actually using that to argue their cases in other countries. And I think one of the reasons that supports that is that so many climate actions are based on human rights, and these human rights may be international or domestic, so constitutional. And many of these rights are the right to life and so on, already contained in constitutions of other countries. So they're finding those linkages very easy to be made. So I think, there are many reasons, I think, why the climate litigation is increasing around the world, but I think those are maybe two two of some of the more prominent reasons.
Thank you, Rini.
Yes, I think the first one, about the key takeaways. Yeah, the first one is we need more arena for our climate litigations because Indonesia we only in the civil and the administrative courts. We need more, let's say, in the constitutional court and the human rights commissions. The second one is about more understanding. I think this is particularly for the court and for the lawyers, understanding about the international principle, including the human rights principle. And the last one, improving the capacity for the lawyer to understand more about the scientific information and evidence, to understand more about the fundamental information like the IPCC report as a legal basis for the climate litigation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reynaldo, and thank you to all of the amazing speakers that have been sharing their knowledge and experience in today's session. Can we give a round of applause to all the speakers for their amazing interventions? And with that, I wrap up this last session of the day, and I give the microphone back to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this session marked the end of our program today. Before all the speakers leave, the host of the session, Directorate for Environmental and Forestry Law Enforcement from MOEF, which will be representing by our DG, Pak Rasio, will be handing over our special note of thanks to all the speakers for their valuable contribution. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and expertise to all of us throughout this program and sharing spirit to fight against law violation in pursuing climate protection. We have one more day to go, actually half more day for tomorrow. So please be persistent. And thank you for your all participation. All the best. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care and goodbye. Thank you.